10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Namaste to all the soulful people out there, and greetings coming from London, England, to the global audience. I am truly delighted today and privileged to invite you all on behalf of the Healing Our Earth community to this super successful event, which is global today, a free subscription to this, to unite the global population on this amazing topic of well-being and wellness, brought to you by great public demand. So it has been organized by the Healing Our Earth community. They have a vast array of internationally renowned speakers that will be discussing COVID-19 and post-COVID-19 circumstances that are helping in wellness and in well-being today. What should we do and what should we continue doing? So for further list of the speakers, we would like you to go on to our website, www.healingourearth.com. You will see a whole list of the international speakers that we have outlined for an amazing event Sunday today. So enjoy the event. However, before we start today's event, let us get into a good mindset, a physical set, and let's get into that pure calmness that we can enjoy this global session this afternoon with our community Healing Our Earth. So to do that, we are going to get into a good meditative state for about a couple minutes, and we are going to recite the oldest mantra that was described in one of the Vedas, the Rig Veda. It was actually written in Sanskrit about 3,500 years ago. And that mantra is none other than our Gayatri mantra, the Hindu mantra that is internationally renowned, and that it just declares an appreciation to both the nurturing sun and the divine and our precious Mother Earth. So to get into that state, ladies and gentlemen, let's get into a state where we have the universal namaste. Let's close our eyes. Get into that state where you're totally focused. Take a deep breath in and out. Calm ourselves down. With your eyes closed, hands folded, let's all chant the Gayatri mantra. Om Bhur-Bhuva Swaha Tat Savitur-Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Diyo Yo Na Prachodaya. We pray to the Lord for the calmness and peace on this earth. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to today's event, Wellbeing and Wellness. Without further delay, we are actually going to fly all the way around the globe to Australia to meet our wonderful speaker, the first speaker on Wellbeing Wellness today, Mr. Jonathan Crabtree. This gentleman is very interesting. He plays a role in the ancient Bharatiya or the Indian mathematics, and he's going to talk about that for us today. Let me give you a little bit of introduction, because this gentleman, at the age of 7 in 1968, Jonathan noticed that a 398-year-old problem with his teacher's explanation of mathematics. That 7-year-old boy had some brains ticking at that time. He said India's zero was missing from England's 1570 definition of multiplication. Having been perplexed by this and other maths education errors during his school years, at the age of 21, Jonathan found himself in a hospital facing bleak news. Whoa, if he moved, he might never walk again. With both his dreams and his spine shattered, he prayed for a miracle and promised to fix mathematics if he ever walked again. Today, elementary maths historian and www.podomatic.in founder Jonathan Crabtree is a guest lecturer at schools, at universities, and mathematics conferences. Having reviewed writings in Latin, in Greek, in Arabic, Sanskrit, and other languages, his provocative presentations reveal how the foundations of ancient Indian or ancient Bharatiya mathematics are vastly superior to many Western ideas taught today. So without any further delay, let's welcome Jonathan Crabtree with a huge round of applause. Jonathan, to Australia, how are you today?
I'm very well, thank you. Thank you very much for that very kind introduction.
Welcome, Jonathan.
I can tell everyone who's watching this, first of all, namaste. It's a great privilege to be invited to speak at this event, this global online session by the Healing Our Earth team. It's a great honor for me, and I hope to convey a sense of hope along with a sense of urgency about healing our Earth and how we might be able to start to do something through the way that we think about mathematics. So what I'm going to do, just very quickly, behind me, you can see trees in the background. Those trees are from the gardens of Vishva-Bharati University in India, where I was invited to give a lecture. And my goal is to get back to Vishva-Bharati and other universities and to give lectures under the trees with a blackboard, with students just sitting around in nature, enjoying how mathematics really does work. What I'm going to do now is see if I can share my screen, and we'll see if we can. I've just got host disabled participant screen sharing showing. So here we go. Share, and away we go. Can you see a planet Earth?
We can.
Oh, good. Okay. So we've got a lovely, a great, wonderful Earth. We're all very familiar with this blue dot. But what I'm going to do is to see if I can ask the question, will humans survive the next 1,000 years? And you can see the color graduation there is going towards red. We have issues of climate change, global warming. We have problems with resources, which I'm going to get into. So my question is an outlook. As a historian, I've looked back thousands of years. Can we go forward into the future just 1,000 years? So is hello world shifting to goodbye world? We think about people planning on going to Mars and colonizing Mars, but are we at that time where we're thinking about leaving our Earth because we're not looking after it? So here I am. I'm at age 4, and I liked mathematics at the age of 4. But something happened, and 3 years later, I was asking myself, why is mathematics hard? And here I am in class 2. Not looking quite so happy. Fast forward again. Here I am in 1983. I'm in hospital with a broken spine, and I made that promise that was just mentioned. If I could walk again, I would fix mathematics. So I walked again, and so I began working on fixing mathematics in March 1983. And within a few years, I was making headlines. As you can read there, maths, it's all in the mind, says Jonathan. And across the top of the screen, it says, I hope to change the way the Western world teaches maths, Jonathan said. So my goal is no longer to change the way maths is understood and taught in the Western world, it's the entire world. So here I am visiting India, and I am going into schools and lecturing on Indian mathematics as a white Australian, and which is quite an unusual thing to do, but the students are always very happy and very interested in the mathematical ideas I share. Sometimes I have more than 500 students in one class, as you can see here, and the students also include the teachers because they are also learning mathematics for the first time the way it was meant to be understood. So here I am at Vishva Bharati, and I'm going to discuss Earth's last problem. So we've got the problem with our land. This is in northern India, where I was last year. And late last year, I heard a statistic that about 40% of India has been declared a drought-affected area. That's 40% of India under drought conditions. This is a tragedy. My heart breaks when I see images like this. And I'm sure it breaks others' hearts as well. So that's the L. Let's look at the A for our last problem. Keep Delhi clean. When I was in Delhi, I had to wear a face mask, not for coronavirus, but for the pollution. In New Delhi, the pollution is very, very bad, as it is in many other cities around the world. So we've gone from land problems to the air problems, and we also have problems with our seas as well, with not only just effluent going into them, but lots of plastics and rubbish. So the last part of the acronym of LAST is thinking. Our thinking is a problem. And what we need to do is we need to think bigger if we're to get out of the problems that are impacting on our beloved Earth. So what are the solutions? The solutions are going to involve science and technology and engineering and medicine. And all of those subjects, science, technology, engineering, and medicine, they're all built on top of a platform of mathematics. So if we're going to fix the problems of the world involving the land, the air, the seas, and our thinking, we're going to have to make sure that we fix our science, technology, engineering, and medicine from better understandings of mathematics. And the question is, what mathematics? So as was mentioned, I've explored mathematics across many cultures and many languages. And here, if you look at this later on, you'll see that there's maybe 16 or 17 languages here that I've had to go through and have translated in order that I could understand how mathematics evolved from where it was in ancient times to how it got misunderstood in the modern world. So what I have concluded is that explanations of zero, positive, and negative that the British Empire infected the world with are wrong. if we think about the hundreds of millions of people who've disliked mathematics, that's biofeedback. That's feedback of millions of human brains and minds saying, we don't like the mathematics that you're giving us. And the reason is that the understanding of how mathematics works is actually, in many areas, totally wrong and inconsistent with the laws of physics. So after all those other languages, I did a deep dive into the Sanskrit with the help of many Sanskritists and mathematics professors. And here is the Sanskrit shlokas with commentary of Brahmagupta from his Brahmaspita Siddhanta from the year 628. So from the Sanskrit of Brahmagupta, I've concluded that the explanations 0, positive and negative that Brahmagupta documented are true. They're the true foundations, but something happened. Why don't we have those true foundations taught in our schools today? So here are Brahmagupta's 18 laws that I've extracted from, I've analyzed it and I've interpreted the Sanskrit, and I've broken it down into Brahmagupta's laws for addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. Now, some of these laws are different to the laws of maths that are taught in classrooms around the world today. So Brahmagupta is correct. What we're teaching is not. So a quick recap of history. In the year 628, Brahmagupta had everything that we needed today. Then around about 200 years later, India's mathematics went to the Arabic world, and one of the first people who wrote about it was Al-Khwarizmi. But he didn't have 1 as a number. And he talked about the 9 symbols or the 9 letters of the Indian mathematics. But Al-Khwarizmi said 1, the number 1, was not a number. If we go 300 years, a bit more after Brahmagupta, in 950, Al-Euclidesi only had 0 as a placeholder, not as a number, and not as defined in India by Brahmagupta. So here we can look at the travels of India's 0 from India, but the travels of India of 0 that we're looking at are only of 0 as a placeholder. So it starts off in India, goes over to Baghdad, the House of Wisdom of Al-Khwarizmi, over to Leonardo Pisano in Northern Africa, who then took it to Italy, where it found its way to Robert Record in the United Kingdom, in England. So those people that were unaware that 0 was defined as the sum of equal opposite quantities of positives and negatives were Al-Khwarizmi, the traders in North Africa, Leonardo Pisano, and Robert Record in England. And Robert Record in England was the man most responsible for the British understanding of Indian mathematics. So Robert Record, he invented the equal sign, and he also introduced the pre-existing sign plus into England. So due to Robert Record, we actually use the plus and equal signs today. But as I've put him in the cartoon, I never knew about your 0 definition, Mr. Brahmagupta, or your laws of positives and negatives. And that's been the problem in the transmission of India's mathematics. The concept of 0 did not come to us as it was originally defined and understood and applied in solving problems. So we've got Indian Bharatiya mathematics is the key to understand science, technology, engineering, and medicine. And we've got the idea of a Big Bang. It's almost as if Shunya, or 0, was decompressed, creating infinite magnitudes and multitudes from 0. There are many ideas of cosmology and astronomy that are totally consistent with the ancient mathematics of Bharatiya. So mathematics, it's about relationships between counts or measures of quantities. It's about relationships between life and death, growth and decay. So Bharatiya mathematics works within a framework of the conservation of mass and energy. So the mathematics from Brahmagupta in the 7th century perfectly explains modern physics. And that's not what the British mathematics does at the moment. So a lot of mathematics at the moment is all about memorizing laws and rules, but those laws and rules and the formulas that you're told to memorize, they are often workarounds and bug fixes because the mathematical foundations are wrong. If you have the correct ideas from ancient India, you'll understand the mathematics, and it's no longer about memorizing mathematics, it's about thinking about mathematics and learning how to apply it to solve problems. So here's the human brain. The left side is the logical side. The right side is the visual, auditory, tactile, the creative side. So what I'm doing is I'm writing a series of maths books for children, which are going to be free to children, initially in India. Ultimately, the entire world will have a series of mathematics books, ebooks, they can download free of charge. Podo the puppy will explain how the mathematics works. So there's Podo playing with bricks and holes. And in these cartoons, we understand integer arithmetic. So here's a question. Are we just like the metaphorical frog in warming pots? Are we slowly getting cooked and we won't be able to act because the water's too hot and we can't do anything? If you're not aware of the frog in the pot metaphor, Google it, you'll understand what this reference is about. But I'm just saying that the time to act is now, and the time and the reason that we've got to act is because dire things are happening. Coronavirus, just an example. Now, if we decide to go way back to the Bharatiya post-Vedic maths, we can decide ourselves to save our future. So our last hope is to heal our land, air, seas, and thinking. And the gift that I am gifting to the world is for the children of tomorrow. So the children all around the world will learn to love mathematics the way it was originally created, and they'll be able to apply the mathematics to solve the problems that the world has. The children love the stories of Podo the puppy, but just as importantly, they're revealing very deep mathematical foundations. So arithmetic pretty much started off with the ancient Greeks in the way that we understand it, about 300 BCE. And that arithmetic that's been spread around the world by the British Empire is pretty much at its use by date. People all around the world are saying, we need help to teach mathematics. The children don't like it, they're failing it. So arithmetic has run its course. Now I'm launching Podometic later this year, and this is based on ancient Bharatiya mathematics, and that should carry us through for the next millennia, the next millennium, from 2020 to 3020, because the mathematical foundations will be correct, truly correct, across the curriculum. From class 1 up to about class 9 is where I focus on, and that is going to be simple and powerful and intuitive. So here I am back in the gardens of Vishva Bharati University. I believe that by teaching the correct foundations of mathematics, it's not about having iPads, it's not about having smart boards, it's not about having apps and software. It really is as simple as digging in the ground with a bucket and spade and understanding relationships with quantities, perhaps just as Aryabhata and Brahmagupta and Bhaskara and others might have taught their own children so long ago. So let me finish with a poem. India's teachers so seldom know the trees of knowledge from seeds they sow. Past lives forgotten and the future a mystery, making lives count, their deeds have made history. So make your life count with love as your measure. Then kids will climb trees with views they will treasure. Thank you very much for your wonderful invitation to talk to all those watching. I wish you peace, love, and happiness. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to speak. Back to you. Thank you.
Jonathan, a namaste to you. Absolutely fascinating information that you shared with us today. I must admit to one thing. I didn't know who introduced the plus and the equal to Robert Record. My God, that's something that I've really picked up on. And the amazing work you're doing. Global change you want to make with mathematics, with providing free books for the children to learn maths in a new way, and also explained by a dog. That's amazing. A puppy, actually.
And also, that was my real dog. I had a real dog that the cartoon was based on.
What a legend you're going to live on behind you. Just a quick one before we go to our next speaker. I really am impressed with what you have said to us, Jonathan, but would love to hear something from you. What was the tragedy that shattered your spine? If you can say that in about 30, maybe 40 seconds, if you can.
Sure. I was on my way to university. At the time, I was actually studying economics, and a truck made an illegal turn in front of me, and the truck ran into me, and I bounced off the side of the track, and I span through the air, spinning, and I landed on the concrete curb on my spine, and my spine was smashed. And the way that my surgeon described it, it was like a chocolate bar that had been smashed on the end with a mallet.
Whoa.
So the bones flew out symmetrically. So if my spine had been broken less severely, one way or the other, I would be in a wheelchair today, and perhaps the world's mathematics would not be on the cusp of great change. So that's what happened to me.
And you are walking right now.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
Brilliant. You were meant to do this, sad to say, but in a nice way, the accident was meant to happen. And you brought this humongous change as a result of that, and leaving such a legend behind you about these books and making a huge change in mathematics globally. Jonathan, that's an amazing achievement. Absolutely goes with the wellness mind and the well-being mind. So thank you all the way from London to you in Australia. We are taking a flight to England now. So namaste and thank you very much.
Namaste. Thank you. Namaste.
Thank you. Now, without any further delay, the flight from Australia has boarded to fly into the United Kingdom. We are flying high altitude and it is a long journey to UK. My ears are blocked, they're popping, they're ringing. I'm having sleep difficulties because I suffer sleep problems. I need to get to England and absolutely find a person who's going to help me with that. And the right gentleman who's going to be talking about that is our professor, Mr. Bhagavad Kotecha. He graduated from the Cardiff University in 1984 and started his training in the ear, nose, throat in Manchester as a senior house officer and a registrar. Moved to Sussex University to complete his thesis in ototoxicity before joining the Royal Ear, Nose and Throat Hospital as a senior registrar. He was appointed as an ENT consultant in the year of 1995 and has helped in establishing the sleep disorder unit at the Royal Hospital. In 2004, they were awarded the Hospital Doctor Team of the Year Award for Sleep Medicine. Bhagavad Kotecha is an examiner for MRCS at the Royal College of Surgeons of England and an assistant editor for the Journal of Laryngology and Otology. He's the immediate past president of the sleep medicine section at the Royal Society of Ear, Nose and Throat. A young gentleman, a very knowledgeable gentleman who speaks globally on his projects of sleep disorders. Today, I'm flying directly from Australia into his surgery because I'm having some ear problems and I'm having some sleep issues. So without further delay, let's hear from him, and he's going to be sharing some amazing information through COVID-19, and what we should be doing for our ENT health and wellness. So, Dick Kotecha, it's all yours now.
Thank you very much, Lalit, for that very kind introduction. Namaste, everybody, and welcome to the Wellbeing session. And I would like to take this opportunity to thank Healing Our Earth organizers for providing this opportunity for me to share some of my thoughts with you. As Dr. Soda mentioned, I'm an ear, nose and throat consultant, and you may be wondering, why is an ENT consultant on here and why does he want to talk about COVID-19? Well, in the field of medicine and in illnesses, we often have multidisciplinary input, and this is no exception. So what I'd like to do over the next few minutes is to share with you some of my thoughts in relation to the COVID-19 crisis that we've been facing. So I'd like to share my screen with you and see if I can get my presentation on. So I would like to begin by paying a tribute to the NHS frontline workers. And the gentleman on the left is one of our ENT consultant surgeon colleague who works in Burton in Derbyshire and unfortunately died at the Leicester Royal Infirmary due to coronavirus. He acquired this infection whilst treating a patient who presented to him with a throat abscess, not realizing that the patient had coronavirus, and then he caught it from him and subsequently was admitted to the Leicester Royal Infirmary and succumbed. There have been numerous NHS frontline workers who, in duty providing service to the patients, have lost their lives and been affected. And of course, there have been other individuals who are frontline workers other than NHS that have also been affected. So COVID-19 was first identified in Wuhan in December 2019, and hence it's called COVID-19. The virus is zoonotic, which implies that the animal is first infected, such as a bat, and this bat may pass it on to other animals like snakes and pangolin, which may in turn pass it on to humans. And subsequently, you'll have the human-to-human transmission. And I'm sure many of you have been listening to the media and you know about the R number or the R rate, which is looking at the rate of infection transmission, which we're hoping will diminish in due course and hence will overcome this terrible, challenging crisis. The coronavirus is basically working through viral droplets, and this would then be spread by coughing, sneezing, and talking. And of course, if you touch surfaces which are infected and then touch your mouth, your nose, and your eyes, then you're going to get yourself infected. Now, COVID-19 is predominantly a respiratory disease, so you would expect a chest physician or a pulmonologist to talk about these things. But there is a huge degree of overlap between symptoms, and some of the symptoms are coming into the sphere of ear, nose, and throat, or ENT surgeons. Now, you may well be aware that the early reported symptoms were described as having a fever or a high temperature, a new continuous cough, breathing difficulty, muscle ache, and fatigue. So as the name breathing difficulty implies, that it could be affecting your chest from the breathing purpose or your nose, because the first port of entry for breathing the air is your nose. And more recently, we understood that anosmia, which is loss of sense of smell, is also a symptom in relation to COVID-19.
Dr. Kotecha,
sense of smell and taste are interrelated, and so the ENT involvement has become more prominent.
Mr. Kotecha, can I disturb you just for a second?
Sure.
we cannot see your screen. Are you screen sharing with us?
I am. I thought I was.
Yeah, so I thought that was the case too, but unfortunately, your valuable information, we cannot see it on the screen.
Okay, so let me just stop my show and then come back to it. Can you see the screen now?
At the moment, no. We can see your picture on the screen, but we can't see you. We can see you talking to us.
Click share. Can you see it now?
It says, yes, now we can. Thank you very much. We can see the screen share now. Okay. Yeah.
All right, my apologies. So as I mentioned, that the COVID-19 and ENT involvement, let me just go back a slide. So recently we described the anosmia, which is loss of sense of smell and taste, that have been identified as symptoms that may affect patients who've got COVID-19, and hence the ENT involvement was more prominent. So the ENT involvement is present there before the illness, during the illness, and after the illness. And I'd like to take this next few minutes to describe how. Before the illness, in the diagnosis, in the differential diagnosis, we really need to know that are the symptoms that patients presenting with due to COVID, or could they be due to some other ear, nose, and throat pathology? In the during one, which I'll talk in detail later on, we are actively involved in intervention in assisting the breathing and the ventilation, and at some stage also by surgery and performing tracheostomy, which I'll describe in detail later on. So I mentioned anosmia and loss of taste, I mentioned cough, and all these symptoms are present in COVID-19 or may be present in COVID-19, but they don't necessarily have to mean that you have a COVID-19. We have to exclude ENT problems. You can see in the slide above here where a patient is coughing. So as the cough goes, the droplets go up to a distance of 6 feet, and hence the 2-meter social distancing that has been suggested. Now, I mentioned earlier on about the ENT involvement and overlap. So in a patient who's got a cough, is this really due to COVID, or is it due to nasal pathology such as nasal catarrh or post-nasal drip or rhinitis, or is it due to acid reflux, which can affect your throat and patients can cough? So these are the kind of things we need to distinguish and ascertain whether it's actually due to COVID-19 or is it due to an ENT pathology. So here on your left, I have a diagram which is a hemisection of the head, and isn't it fascinating how our brain, the limbic system, works in distinguishing different fragrances and odors, and whether it is a very mature cheese or the beautiful fragrance of a flower like a rose, we can distinguish. And what happens in COVID-19, as well as in other nasal pathology, is these receptors here at the top of the nose, or the olfactory receptors, will detect the molecules of smell that comes up and then transmit it along to the brain where you recognize what smell that is. Now, recently we know that in patients who've had COVID, they may have the prodromal symptom of anosmia, which is loss of sense of smell, and this in turn would result in loss of taste. But we have to make sure that it is COVID and not any other nasal pathology. So here we have a slide which shows a deviated nasal septum, which means that the partition between your right and left nostril is deviated to one side. It will compromise your nasal passage, and you won't be able to breathe very well, and that might affect the sense of smell. Here on the right, you can see nasal polyps. Nasal polyps are essentially like swelling inside your nasal passages, like a bunch of grapes that block the olfactory epithelium, that block the smell receptors, and you can't smell. So when a patient has got a sense of smell problem, they may think they've got COVID-19 when they come to see me. And if I put my endoscope up their nose, I will see these polyps and tell them that you've actually got nasal polyps, you do not have COVID. Now, there's also an overlap between patients with nasal polyps and patients with asthma. We know that patients with nasal polyps and asthma fare much worse than patients with nasal polyps alone. So there are some links there as well. We then come to allergic rhinitis and seasonal rhinitis. And recently there was an article that was emphasizing the fact that patients with allergic rhinitis may feel that they've got coronavirus or COVID-19 because the symptoms can be somewhat similar. in particular the secondary effects of this symptom, of this condition, the allergic rhinitis, could cause lethargy, malaise, and sleep deprivation, and that can result in the tiredness, which you can also see in coronavirus. You will get the congestion of the nasal mucosa, the rhinorrhea is a runny nose, and you may get symptoms of sneezing and itching. Now, one of the tips for a clean, healthy nose is nasal douching or irrigation, and you may use a neti pot, as you can see here on the left of your screen, or you may want to buy products that are shown on the right of the screen, and I don't recommend any specific ones. All that I would say is that just make sure that you're using normal saline, which is 0.9% sodium chloride, because this is the one that is best for the nasal mucosa, the nasal lining. If you make this at home and you put too much salt or too little salt, then you will damage the lining of your nose. So it is best to stick to the ones that you can buy from the pharmacy. Now, the ENT involvement in the COVID patients during hospitalization occurs if a patient has been hospitalized and they're having breathing difficulty. In some patients, unfortunately, the breathing difficulty worsens and they subsequently end up going on to intensive care unit. Sadly, for these patients, we need to assist their breathing, so they may need to be intubated and be reliant on a mechanical ventilator. Some of these patients may need surgical assistance, where the ENT surgeon will come and perform a tracheostomy, and when stable, we reverse the tracheostomy. So I will explain a little bit more in detail as to what these things are. On the right of the screen, you see the patient lying down, and you can see that these are the vocal cords, and underneath the vocal cords is the trachea or windpipe. These are the kind of tubes that we will be inserting through the mouth, past the vocal cords into the trachea to help the patients breathe. Here you have the intubation line diagram. The tube is going through the mouth, passing through the vocal cords into the trachea here. And on the right, you can see the patient is on a ventilator with all these attachments and really doing unwell and being sedated because they cannot breathe on their own accord. Unfortunately, if you have a patient who's been intubated, here you can see the intubation tube, and the intubation is carried on for a long period of time, they develop complications, and the complications are those of granulomas. So this is a granuloma just on the right vocal cord, and this is a granuloma on both vocal cords. Now, if you develop these granulomas, then you'll have problems with breathing because it's compromising your laryngeal inlet and your windpipe underneath that. It'll compromise your voice, so you may become hoarse, husky, or croaky, and won't be able to talk properly or sing. So in order to prevent this complication, we as ENT surgeons are asked to come and see the patients and perform what we call a tracheostomy. Now, you may remember from the earlier slides, the tubes that I showed you were much longer. These are much shorter tubes, the tracheostomy tubes. Here is the oral cavity, the lip and the chin. Here is the vocal cords, and here you can see the tracheostomy tube is going through the neck straight and directly into the trachea, the windpipe, and bypassing the upper airway. So if you compare the two diagrams here, you've got the intubation, the orotracheal intubation through the mouth, past the tongue, through the vocal cords into the windpipe. Whereas on the right of the screen, you've got the tracheostomy tube bypassing all this and going straight directly through the neck into the trachea. This helps the patients tremendously. It improves and reduces the work of respiration, and this is required in patients who have long-term intubation, and this is a commonly performed procedure in the patients who haven't done terribly well with COVID-19. So here you have the tracheostomy that is done by opening the neck up and the tube inserted, and you have a patient who's got a tracheostomy tube inside you. Now, just because you've got a tracheostomy tube, it doesn't mean you can't talk. You can get a speaking valve and you can talk. But this, remember, is a temporary measure until the patient has recovered from the illness, in this case, COVID-19. So now I just want to briefly mention how do we avoid the second COVID spike. It has been anticipated that it will be a second spike, and already in China, in Beijing and Shanghai, there are some new cases. So it is important and crucial that we follow the government guidelines in terms of social distancing, face mask and covering that is required on public transport, the hygienic aspect, particularly regular hand washing with soap and warm water for a minimum of 20 seconds. And obviously, it's good to work on your immune system and improve this in any form or shape if you can. Now, naturally, the immune system, the inheritance and the genetic factors are the most crucial ones, and this is something that you can do anything about. But what you can do is to improve your nutrition, make sure you've got a well-balanced diet, and I'm sure that future speakers, further speakers in the conference this evening are going to talk about nutrition and things like that. And vitamin D, I must state, is an important vitamin which is thought to be deficient in many individuals and an important factor in enhancing your immune system. Likewise, hydration, exercises and improving your fitness, reducing stress, and this would involve meditation and yoga. And again, we've got speakers later on who will focus specifically on this and to reduce stress and be happy. And the happy hormones will actually improve your immune system. And finally, the good sleep. Now, as Lalit mentioned in the introduction, that one of my pet interests is sleep and sleep disordered breathing. So I just wanted to explain to you why we need sleep. We need sleep because our body has been awake for 16, 18 hours, and our body, in particular our brain, needs to rest. We need the regeneration and the repair processes to take place whilst we're asleep. And in order to do this, we need to have a minimum of 6 hours of sleep. It is thought that if you get less than 6 hours of sleep, sleep deprivation could have a higher incidence of developing blood pressure in patients. However, you know, in the past there are celebrities like the late Margaret Thatcher who slept for only 3 or 4 hours and could manage with that, but this isn't good for you because later on you develop cognitive dysfunction such as dementia, and indeed she did have dementia. So the optimum sleep you need is for 7 to 8 hours. Now, the sleep disorders, it's a different session on its own accord, and if anybody's interested, you can look at my website on snoringmanagement.com, which will enlighten you on various aspects of sleep, particularly snoring and sleep apnea. So finally, I'd like to talk about COVID and BAME. As you know, the BAME, the Black, the Asians, and the minority ethnic community have an increased incidence and are more high-risk patients with COVID-19. And various factors have been speculated, in particular genetic predisposition, like Southeast Asians have a higher incidence of diabetes and blood pressure, and various other factors, like metabolism of vitamin D in the colored skin. I would like to make a little plea and ask you to help us help others. If you've been affected by the COVID-19, or if you've had relatives and unfortunately or sadly they've passed away, could you kindly help us with this questionnaire and log on to lcnl.org/survey and please participate in this questionnaire to give us more information and more detail about certain parameters of how it's affecting the ethnic minority. And this will help us enlighten the medical fraternity and perhaps help us with the future pandemics if we have any. I would like to thank you for your attention and for your listening. I wish you all well, keep healthy and stay safe. Thank you very much. Namaste.
Namaste to you, Bhikkhu. Thank you very much, Mr. Kotecha rather, on giving us an amazing explanation. Very, very well explained with the diagrams of intubation and tracheostomy. It really, I mean, looking at those diagrams and the way you were pointing out with the arrows made it so interesting to see how the tubes go in our body. It's not a pleasant sight, though, I'm sorry to say, but it's very informative for us to learn what's going on. So thank you for sharing that with us. But before you go, Mr. Kotecha, what we would like to know is just a couple things from yourself, is that you're telling us about the COVID-19, the precautions we should be taking, and a lot of questions come up with wearing a facial mask. What benefit it is to the people wearing the mask, and is it they preventing the spread or they preventing the catch? You need to unmute yourself, Mr. Kotecha.
Thank you very much, Lalit. It's an interesting question. It is useful for both. Okay. So you get different types of masks, but any mask that you have and you cover your face and you cover your nose and your mouth rather, if you are infected yourself, you won't be spreading the infection to others. And also as you're breathing in, you saw from the slide, I don't know if you could see that slide because I wasn't sharing my screen properly in the first few slides. There's a distance of about 6 feet that these droplets can spread to. So anybody coughing nearby you, if you've got a mask, you'll be protected. And if you're coughing into the mask itself. So it works both ways, to protect yourself and to protect others.
So would you say, I know you did mention, but just to reiterate the process, that to prevent the second spike occurring, as what happened in China and the rest of the world, would you say the mask is a very essential thing that people should be wearing in a public environment?
Absolutely. The mask is very important, particularly in the transport, public transport, in supermarkets, in crowded places. It's only in open air we've got more than 2 meters distancing where you might not need it, but in other cases you should use it.
Brilliant. And without further delay, one more question, or rather a comment that we wanted to make, is you are actually conducting a study with the questionnaire that you mentioned on COVID-19. Just if you can describe a little bit more and as to where we'll get that questionnaire for the benefit of the audience, which is global right now, and if they can actually get the idea of the correct website. Would you just share something about that study with us, please?
Okay, so this study initiated at the North London Luhana community, the LCNL, Luhana Community North London, and I showed the link on my presentation. This was just restricted to our community first, but now we've extended it to other communities. So it would be useful for anybody from BAME, particularly the Asians, the Indians, Gujaratis, to log on to this website, which is lcnl.org/survey. And to take you to the questionnaire page, it will just ask you some demographic data about your age, your height, your weight, and about the drugs that you take, your past medical history, and your other illnesses. And we're looking and collating that data to see why is it so prevalent in the BAME community. Are there any specific factors? So we've asked about occupation and other people living in the same household, in extended families, etc.
Great, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, everybody who's listening globally, help us with this research study. We can identify why, how the BAME community is being affected so much with COVID-19. Mr. Kochecha, a global namaste to you. Thank you very much for sharing your information with us. And we move on to our next wonderful speaker, again in the United Kingdom. And this person is ready for us. Sarit, lovely to see you there. Hello. So before we go on to Sarit, I'm going to just give a little bit of an introduction to Sarit, but just bear with me 1 second. I've just poked my foot with something. Bear with me. Great. There we go. Sarit, an amazing gratitude goldmine you are. So little that we know about her, she's a museum of happiness, qualified trainer and mental health first aider with 15 years of experience of learning her way out of depression and really setting up the Club Gratitude for the benefits of the people going through the depression, a charitable project that's providing conscious and meaningful volunteering opportunities to help others who need it. Sarit thrives upon healing others, melt their barriers to happiness, and through her Wellbeing company, Highest Good, she delivers online and in-person workshops, courses, and events for all the communities. She's also a creative, a writer, a poet, and author of Gratitude Goldmine blog, and writes for Soul and Spirit magazine. She wishes love, peace, and harmony to every single soul on the planet. What a global wish for every living being on this earth, on this planet. Sarit, welcome on board with this today's topic, well-being, wellness, put up by Healing Our Earth community. A global namaste to you.
Global namaste to you as well, Lalit, and to everybody. And deep gratitude to Healing Our Earth team once again for inviting me to be part of your fantastic efforts to uplift humanity. I'm so grateful. And it's not ironic that I'm starting this session with being grateful, because gratitude has become such a big part of my life that I start every day with thank you and I end every day with thank you. And there are lots of little thank yous throughout the day. So in this session today, I would like to just help you to dig a little bit deeper into what gratitude practice is, because at this time, with our wonderful opportunity to pause during this global pandemic, I feel that we can really focus on well-being, and gratitude practice has transformed my well-being and ultimately my life. And I would love to share that with you, at least in a small way. So what is gratitude practice? So my understanding of gratitude practice is that it's developing an awareness of all the amazing miracles, blessings, and gifts every single day, every moment of our lives. It's what's going right for us. And why is it helpful and important to focus on what's going right? Well, we all know what the world has been like before the pandemic and how much tougher things have got since the pandemic. Not only that, as humans, our primeval ancestors were wired to look for threats. I'm not sure how many of you are aware of the negativity bias. It basically means that in the days of our cave ancestors, they had these saber-toothed tigers and wild animals constantly threatening them with death. And so our brains are still now wired to look for saber-toothed tigers, and obviously they don't exist anymore, but it's threats like the threat of being late, so traffic problems, our bills, our mortgages, anything that feels like it's a threat to our existence, that actually isn't a threat to our actual existence, but our brain still sees it as a threat to life. And so our fight or flight response kicks in. And that activates the sympathetic nervous system, adrenaline, cortisol running through our body, getting it ready to fight or run away. And while that's helpful in a truly life-threatening situation, if we don't deactivate that system, it can have long-term negative effects on our well-being. So how can we deactivate that, and how can we rewire our brains to look for more positive things and activate our soothe system, our parasympathetic nervous system? Well, there are an absolute wealth of practices that we can do, things like yoga, Pilates, mindfulness. All of those things are amazing. For me, gratitude practice is an absolute key to activating your soothe system, but also connecting with the higher energy. Some of us call it God, some of us call it divine, whatever it is. It's those two things that gratitude bring into my life, but they're also amazing for well-being. So for me, gratitude practice is a way of connecting with the heart, because the world generally is mind focused, achievement, results, money, paying bills, survival. And I don't believe that we're here to just survive. I believe that we're here to thrive and flourish. And so seeking out all the miracles that are constantly going right for us, even though we're not aware of them and we don't consciously have to do anything to make them happen, really helps me to connect with my heart and raise my vibration. And in turn, that brings me an inner peace. So without further ado, I'd love for us to give a short meditation a go to see if we can explore some of these incredible miracles and start to become more aware of them, so we can embed this into our lives. So everything that I'm going to say to you is an invitation. If something doesn't feel right to you, please feel free to just sit and relax and listen, or do whatever it is that you need to do. And obviously it's a meditation, so if you are responsible for somebody else, or you're doing something, please either do one or the other so that you can keep safe. Okay, so the invitation now is to find a comfortable position and take a breath, however feels right for you. Maybe it's deeply, maybe it's lightly, but just noticing your breath, just to bring yourself into your heart space, just letting go of any thoughts. Just gently closing your eyes if it feels right, but there's no obligation, it's perfectly okay. And so once you're comfortable, I'm just inviting you to check in with how you're feeling, just so that we can get an idea of where you are right now. So physically, on a scale of 0 to 10, how good do you feel? And just noticing that without judgment, just observing, how am I physically feeling on a scale of 0 to 10? And then the invitation is to do the same mentally. How good am I feeling on a scale of 0 to 10? 10 being amazing. So just taking a moment to do that. So now the invitation is we're just going to think about where we were, how we were feeling when we first woke up this morning. So if it feels right for you, just imagine yourself waking up in your bed. What happened when you woke up this morning? Were you able to open your eyes? Did you have any trouble opening your eyes? So thinking about the nerves and the muscles that it took to open your eyes and see. Did you know that each eye has over 2 million moving parts? And then just taking a moment to think about all the gifts that come to you through your eyes. What do your eyes enable you to do? Maybe it's communicate with other people or enjoy the wonder and beauty of nature. Maybe it's reading or writing. Think about all the information that comes to us. Maybe it's seeing loved ones and all of the gifts that come as a result of that. Then what about your breath? Were you able to take in as much oxygen as you needed? Was that a struggle for you, or was it easy? Did you need any help? Did you have to ask your body to send enough oxygen to all of your muscles to get you out of bed? How about the 200 muscles that you use to take just one step? Did you need to ask each and every one of them, please do your job, or did it just happen? Just taking a moment to be present with all of this. It may be that breathing or movement is difficult for you, but the fact is your body is always healing itself, always. It's always doing its best. So if it feels right for you, take a moment to send some gratitude to your body. If it feels right, choose a particular part of your body and send some gratitude to it. Maybe it's a part of your body that works particularly well. Maybe it's a part of your body that you really know that brings you so many gifts. So for me, I'm a writer, so my hands bring me so many gifts. But what is it for you? Or maybe it's a part of your body that struggles. And if it feels right, send some gratitude to that part of your body that you know now is always doing its best and is desperately trying to heal itself. And know that by sending it gratitude, you can help it to heal. And if you can't find a particular part of your body, maybe you'd like to thank all of the 37.2 trillion cells that we estimate are in each of our bodies. How amazing is that? So the invitation is to just notice how it feels when you send your body gratitude. Do you notice any change? And before we bring the practice to a close, I'm going to invite you to check in with yourself one more time. Physically, on a scale of 0 to 10, how are you feeling? How good are you feeling? 10 being amazing. And once again, mentally, check in with yourself if it feels right. On a scale of 0 to 10, how good are you feeling? 10 being amazing. And so the invitation is, if you'd like to share in the chat how that was for you. Did you notice any changes? I'd really love to hear from you. Or if you like to raise your hand and give a brief share, maybe a few words of how that meditation felt to you. And it's okay if you're not ready to share, that's totally fine. What I can tell you for me is that I was feeling a little bit nervous before I came on. And now I just feel such a calm and peace come over me. And that was just from delivering the meditation. And I just want to offer this to you as a practice. It doesn't have to be every day, but if you find yourself becoming stressed, because just to share with you, I actually had coronavirus in mid-March. It was a great birthday present, actually. I can look back now and share that. It was a very difficult time, but as I started to get better, I was able to, as I started to be able to get my breathing back, it wasn't serious, but I wasn't able to take in deep breaths. And so as I was practicing my gratitude, I started to feel, oh, it feels amazing to be able to breathe again. I'm so grateful to be able to breathe again. And it's something that we take for granted every day, breathing, isn't it? It just happens naturally. We don't say, okay, body, I want you to breathe today. It just happens. And so before I finish, I just want to share that gratitude practice has been studied a lot. The benefits of it are very solid. They did, University of California, Greater Good Science Center, did some studies on the physical and mental well-being benefits of it. And what they found was that the use of positive language blocks toxic emotions. So even something as simple as writing a gratitude journal can really start to help you raise your vibration. And that really is what gratitude is all about. And obviously, for those of you who believe in a higher being, in a divinity, in God, just offering that thanks for all of your blessings and gifts, that I believe takes it to an even higher vibration. So I'd just like to thank you for your sharing. I can now see. Thank you so much. I am so grateful once again for being able to share what has worked for me in my life. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you, Lalit.
Namaste, Sarit. Thank you so much for that. It was amazing. I was standing listening to you, but trying to just go within myself to thank the body. That's an amazing exercise that you took us through. You had some amazing chat box comments too, very calming, made me feel thoughtful about the miracles of how many millions of cells, nerves, and muscles are involved in the process to do the day-to-day life chores, and it just happens automatically. Renu, thank you for that. Varsha says, felt lighter and optimistic. Absolutely so. So Sarit, thank you so much for taking us through that. I love your idea of the attitude of gratitude. Amazing. You know, we forget to thank our own selves. Yeah, we take our body for granted. Being a chiropractor, I know that we just take our body for granted. The brain's going to function, the spinal cord's going to function. Jonathan Crabtree from Australia, the earliest speaker that we had his spine smashed. Can you imagine what would have happened to him? Taking our body for granted, and he made a goal. Literally, I think thanking ourselves, thanking our human body for what it's doing for us. So that has brought into light that we all should be thanking ourselves, our bodies, for doing what it's doing for us. So thank you so much for sharing on that. 10 out of 10, amazing. I think that exercise of just taking ourselves into ourselves was superb. So thank you for sharing that with us too. I loved your comment that you said about survival. It's not survival, but it's thriving and flourishing. You know, these are the optimistic, positive words that we use to remove the toxicity from our body. And what an important thing it is. And I love the way you shared it, that it removes the toxicity from our body too, just using positive language. So thank you once again, Sarit. Thank you so much for being with us. A big thank you, a big namaste from Healing Our Earth community.
Namaste to you. Thank you.
Thank you. So before we move on to our next speaker, I'd love to share some of the most exciting events that Healing Our Earth community is bringing us in the forthcoming weeks. Now, guys, be ready. We're having an amazing International Yoga Day celebration that's coming up next Sunday. The 21st of June is the International Yoga Day, and there is an awesome collection of speakers, of people talking about yoga, health, well-being. It's an amazing lineup of speakers. So the audience that's globally listening to us, make sure you tune in. For further information, go onto the Healing Our Earth website, and they'll give you all what's up for the next future weeks coming up. And following that, on the 28th of June, which is another Sunday, we got Kids and Teens. This is for the kids, for themselves, showing what they are doing, and the future of our globe is what they are going to be talking about and entertaining us. So it's all the kids and teens, and for our families to see that. Do not miss out on these forthcoming events. Register yourselves, log on to it, find out what's happening. This is an amazing 2 weeks, and there is even more special events coming up after that. So guys, do not forget to log in to our website, healingourearth.com. Now, moving on, still in UK, we've got our next speaker coming up, Carol Spires. Let's find out a little bit about Carol. Yeah, and she's an amazing personality here, and she says, beyond COVID-19, how to build resilience and reduce stress. Wow. I'm going to pay full attention to your talk, Carol, because this is what we are all going through and wanting to know how we're going to build up that resilience. So Carol's credibility is rooted in 25 years of success as a CEO of a leading UK stress management consultancy, working with equal success both in the UK and in the Gulf. She's well-respected authority on building resilience and communication skills, a BBC guest broadcaster, and an author of Show Stress, Who's the Boss? And Toil is Managing Stress in the Workplace. Carol is a sought-after international motivational speaker who delivers inspiration with an insight. She is regularly called upon by the national press and media for her comments. Carol is the chair for the International Stress Management Association in the United Kingdom, and she is the founder of the International Stress Awareness Week. Carol, we really are looking forward to listening to your talk. How are we going to build resilience post-COVID-19? On to you. A big global namaste to you, Carol.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you very much indeed, Lalit. It is Namaste Global. I am privileged to be invited to the Healing on Earth team, to the free global online session, Wellbeing, Wellness. And truthfully, there can be nothing more important at this particular moment in time. We're living in difficult times, times of uncertainty, times of change, times which we actually never thought we would be using the words unprecedented as much as we are now. But at the same time, it has given us a time to pause, think, and actually reflect. So what are we reflecting on? Maybe we're reflecting on our very busy lifestyles that we were leading. Maybe we were reflecting on our 24/7 culture, rushing here, rushing there. Well, the last few months have stopped the rushing. The last few months has ensured we have to take that time to pause and to think. And here we are in a different time of our lives where we're having to balance our work and our home with our families. Working from home for many people is not necessarily what we plan to do. We've been taken out of our comfort zone. I remember when people used to say to me about using Zoom, and I would say to them, yeah, so I'll use Zoom in due course. Well, in due course happened very, very quickly for all of us. You have to absolutely get yourself onto it, manage everything, technology. You have to deal with it, because if you don't, you can't connect. So what have our lives been like? Well, all sorts of things. Homeschooling. Who ever thought we would become parents and teachers? Who thought we were going to become amateur hairdressers? Who ever thought that we would have to balance our lives at home and possibly live in isolation? Not everybody has people living at home and with them. Some people are living by themselves, which can be fine. But then they too need to actually be able to reach out and speak to people. So where are we now? Where are we now? Where we're now June, we're looking at the world ahead, the life ahead, working systems ahead. There are going to be new ways of working. It's not going to be the same. We truly cannot go back to where we were. And in some ways, should we? Because we have taken ourselves way out of our comfort zone. We've managed to do that. Yes, we've been dragged screaming to do that. And maybe we have. I know in many ways, as far as technology is concerned, it's a bit like, help. As a motivational speaker, I'm used to the big platform. I'm used to getting up on the steps, standing in front of everybody, seeing the audience. And now it's a laptop. And now it's a camera, which albeit can go around the world, and I'm sure it will. It's a different world for us as speakers. It's a different world for everybody to try and manage the new normal. We're looking already at the kind of challenges that people are going through. Clients are now saying to me, Carol, what do I do about going back to work? My company wants me to go back to work, but do you know something? I'm frightened. Is it wrong for me to say I'm frightened and I'm scared? And I say, no, it's not wrong. It's truly, truly not wrong, because that's how you feel. We have been so conditioned over the past couple of months to not go anywhere, not go on the trains, not go on the buses, keep away from people, keep away the distancing, have our social distancing. We have been conditioned to live in this bubble of safety. And then all of a sudden we're told, well, the shops are going to be opening tomorrow. Are you going to be going? I don't know. But just because you can go doesn't mean you should go. So think about for yourself, what do you want to do? There are other employees who are saying things to me like, I've been furloughed. What is it going to be like when I go back to the workplace and work with the people who have not been furloughed because they've been working all the time? Is there going to be resentment between one and the other? There could be. These are the kind of challenges that organizations have to look at. And finally, there will be redundancies. We can't avoid it. There will be the redundancies. There will be people who are out of jobs. So what can they do? They have to possibly reinvent themselves. They have to change who they were to what they're going to be. Maybe they didn't think they wanted to reinvent themselves, but actually, maybe this is just the time when they have to do that. So let's look now at some health and well-being tips and strategies. Let's look at some of the ways in which we can possibly deal with some of these challenges, and they are challenges. The challenges are there for each and every one of you. Each and every one of you are going through your own challenges. So let's look firstly at what's inside of your control and outside. We know what's going on the outside. In some ways, that is out of our control. There's very little that you can do about that. Whether there's going to be a second wave of the pandemic, we don't know. Will we fully go back to work as it was? Probably not. So there's certain things and certain issues and certain challenges there that are outside of our control. So I'm saying in terms of health and well-being, let us focus on what is inside of our control. Some of the boundaries that we have between home and work. I have many clients who say things to me like, Carol, I'm working every single hour of the day. I've never worked so hard. Well, maybe their day is slightly different. You know, you wake up on a Monday and you think, is it a Monday or a Friday or a Sunday? I get it. You're never really quite sure. The day's not punctuated as it was. However, you can start looking at trying to punctuate it for yourself. So whatever it takes to punctuate your day, do it. Use it. Have some kind of guide that's going to help you. And as far as your email is concerned, because people are always saying to me, even before the pandemic, they were saying to me, I'm on my email 24/7. Should you be? No. Are you? The chances are you are. Can you manage it when you're working from home? Because realistically, your laptop gives you your emails whenever you want it. Totally, whenever you want it. So the only person that can bring in some boundaries and some discipline is, and you got it, yourself. It is only you that can do that. So if you want to organize your life that you're on email all the time, that's what's going to happen. If you want to organize your life that you can actually have the boundaries of turning off your laptop, closing the lid, closing your office door or whatever you're using for an office, it doesn't matter. But actually physically doing that and making sure that there is a boundary between home and work and family. Now let's come on to things like listening. Come on to things like, what do you need as a person? Well, you're working from home. You may actually be the kind of person that doesn't take too well to working from home. You love the buzz of the office. You love the energy that comes out the office. You love the opportunity to chat with somebody and to say, oh, what do you think about this? And shall we have a cup of coffee later? Or shall we meet by the water cooling machine? That could be the kind of person you are. In which case, if that is the case, then you are going to be challenged by working remotely. It's a challenge. All challenges are there to be overcome. So let's see how you can overcome that. If you're the kind of person that needs a kickstart at 8:30 in the morning before you get going, then very simple. Make a call to somebody, book a call to somebody and say, Mary, I need my kickstart at 8:30 in the morning. And can it be with you? That's fine. And then you get to the point where you've been working really hard and it gets to lunchtime, have a lunchtime call with somebody. Have a tea time call. Doesn't matter how many meals. The most important thing is that you punctuate your day yourself. Each and every one of you knows what it takes to keep you happy, to maintain that sense of well-being, to maintain that sense of wellness. And if you really do need that support and that contact, be proactive, because not everybody else will be proactive for you. You have to be proactive. So you need a coffee slot, you need an early morning start, you need a lunchtime slot, and you need tea. Book them. Find somebody. Friend, peer group, buddy, I don't know, could be. Could be a family member. It could be the kids. I don't know. But think to yourself, what is it that I personally need? And whatever it is that you need, make sure that you put that into practice. Now, if you're a manager, managing a team, it has been a challenge to manage a team remotely. All of a sudden, you are thrown into remote working. If you look up on the internet and find out which is the word that has been used the most over the past 3 months, online and remote. And now, furlough. None of us used to know, none of us knew what furlough meant. All of a sudden, now we talk about furlough as if it's a part of our vocabulary. Well, until 3 months ago, like, I didn't know what you're talking about. So the manager needs to speak to their team. The manager needs to maintain continuity with their team. The manager still needs to get buy-in to their team. That manager still needs to maintain that contact and to keep that enthusiasm and that motivation alive. Taking into consideration, of course, not everybody is happy working alone. And we know that. So the manager sometimes has to actually do a bit of spoon feeding, thinking to themselves, well, maybe Mary could do with a call. Maybe I should say to Mary, maybe I can team you up with Bill. So Mary and Bill, you can go together and you can talk to each other. You know, Zoom is great. It's phenomenal. It's giving us this around the world. It's giving you your well-being, wellness online session. So it is absolutely amazing. However, you can get Zoom fatigue, screen fatigue, but I suppose there was always going to be some fatigue. It was either going to be train fatigue, or it was going to be bus fatigue, or traveling, or planes. There's always going to be some fatigue. So in which case, make sure that you look after yourself before you get to the point of being fatigued. You don't want to get to that point. So the manager needs to speak to their team. The manager needs to make a point of making that contact with their team. The manager needs to be proactive in their communications. Is it a different skill set? It's still talking. However, you don't necessarily get the walking around the office time of seeing how people are. Hi, how are you doing? You're going to have to do your hi, how are you doing? You can do that, but it's going to be online. And not to forget that as soon as you say to somebody, hello and how are you, please wait long enough for a response. Wait long enough for a response, because that's actually what you want to hear, is what the person is going to say. There are too many of us who actually say, hi, hello, how are you doing? Fine. It's almost like it's all one sentence. And I'm thinking, hang on, you don't know how that person is doing, particularly during the times where we are at the moment. So that's the manager. That's the skill for the manager, which is to be proactive in their communication, because this is all going to help their well-being and wellness. Now, the employee. Is it up to the employee to speak to their manager, or wait for the manager to speak to them? I'm going to say to you, take personal responsibility. I'm going to say to you, take personal responsibility for yourself. And I'm going to say to you, if you take personal responsibility for yourself, pick up the phone, make a time to speak via video conferencing, but be proactive. Don't be afraid to actually say, hello, I need some help. Don't see it as a black mark against you that maybe you're not coping as well as you could be. You may have been going through the most difficult of circumstances, the most challenging of times, and your manager is there to help and to support. But they may not know that you need that support. So what am I saying? What I'm saying is that you have to actually ask for help. So asking for help, there's nothing more important than actually communicating effectively with your manager, with your people around you, with your peer group, with your families. Communication is absolutely everything. Now let's start looking at yourself. Mix with positive people. Yes, I would say it is so important to really mix with positive people. People that are going to raise your energy levels. People who are going to actually make you feel good about yourself. People who are going to actually make you feel that you're important. If you mix with negative people, the chances are you'll feel pressurized. And I'm saying to you, let's get to the point where you feel good about yourself. So know who it is that you want to speak to. Know who it is, who are going to be your dream team, who are going to be the people around you who are going to make you feel better. I don't know, but nor do I need to. You do. And it's a matter of thinking, who are those people going to be? Who are going to be the people who are going to lift you up and make you feel better on those days when maybe, you don't feel so good. And my last tip, and my last strategy is to practice gratitude, which I think works beautifully with your session today. With your Healing Our Earth, I think it works phenomenally well. To practice gratitude, to practice appreciation. Practice the fact that you actually do value and you appreciate who you are, what you have. Because sometimes we don't stand still long enough to actually look around ourselves and think to ourselves, what do I have? It's very easy to see and to say what you don't have. But I'm saying to you to value and appreciate what you do have. So some tips and some strategies to help you through your process. This process, which is not easy at the moment, to take ourselves out of our comfort zone, to take us to where we want to go. It was a surprise. It has been a shock. It has been a total shock. But you know something? We can do it. We can do it together. We can do it in a way that it can help us, we can help other people, and it can be something that is so important that we'll think back to 2020 as a time that you possibly never experienced in your whole life. That I understand. But you could also think back to 2020 and think to yourself, what has been the learning that came out of 2020? What is it? What did it do for me? What did I learn as a person? What did I learn for my friends, my colleagues, my business, and the future? It's going to be very different for everybody, but some very good thinking. And today we have a wonderful opportunity with the free global online session to actually do that. Well-being and wellness. What could be more important? What could be more important than actually looking after yourself with all the skills, the tools, and the resources that you're being given, and to actually implement those? So what do I say to the global team? It has been a privilege to have been invited to Healing on Earth, a privilege to have the opportunity to speak to you all, and a privilege to say, Namaste Global, thank you for your time.
A global namaste to you, Carol. What an inspirational talk. Amazing. It's exactly what we need at this time when people have going through COVID. And now what do we do building that resilience? You've given some amazing tips over here. Absolutely challenges that we have all faced. But really, you ingrained in our minds, if you want to, you can. Yeah, it's do it. And the change will happen. So thank you for that. But I'm going to ask you a quick question. So what is this secret about a pink jacket that you have on today?
The secret, all I can say to you is that I was told that you wanted either pink or white. And I've had a pink jacket for a while. And I thought to myself, this was the one time when I could wear my pink jacket. And I am delighted to do so.
And I have a pink sweater.
I noticed that. And you obviously went out, you didn't go out shopping. I know you didn't do that. So maybe this was in your cupboard as well.
And it wasn't ordered online either, because the new things about Zoom, about order online, you order your fruits, your vegetables, it's all online. Things have changed. The world has changed now. But this was in my closet. It's actually, how are you feeling in health today? Health is pink. We are all pink in health. So that's the reason why we're using the color pink. So a great way for the organizers who actually promoted the color pink. And as you probably noticed, all of the speakers so far that started with Jonathan in Australia and the Professor Kotecha in London, and everybody was wearing pink, including myself. So, and yourself. So we are all in very much of pink in health. So that's the reason why. So adding that color to health, wellness, well-being. So I'd like to quickly ask you, all these new words that we spoke about and learned about during COVID, furlough was a word I had never heard of. Can you share a few things in your positive speaking seminars? What were the thoughts when people were asking you those kind of questions, or how would you be able to share? Or did we know anything about what furlough means at that time?
We hadn't used the word. The word was not in existence. Well, I'm not saying it wasn't in existence. It's not a word that we had used. And I think in a way that you'd had to look at it in terms of you're not going to be working, but you're still going to be paid. And then eventually you'll go back to work. Here's your problem, which is you have one person that's been furloughed, who's been not working and being paid. The other group of people who've not been furloughed, who are still working in the workplace. And then you have to bring those two groups of people together. So Lalit, you know, when we talk about the word is the word, it now becomes people. Some people not working and being paid, and some people who are working and being paid. Now your difficulty is this one, bring those both together. So let's not get too worried about the word, let's look at the impact of what is actually happening.
Absolutely, but it's certainly a new word for me in my dictionary that I had never heard of. So, Carol, just in the next probably about 40 seconds to about a minute, what was it that inspired you about introducing and finding the International Stress Awareness Week?
I established Stress Awareness Day 22 years ago. And then 2 years ago on its anniversary, I introduced International Stress Awareness Week. So therefore, it is the aim of the charity of which I head up a mental health charity. And on behalf of that charity, we actually have our showcase, which is International Stress Awareness Week, which is, if I may tell you, the 2nd to the 6th of November. And of course, we'll be including wellness, and of course, we'll be including well-being, and all of those kinds of issues to help people. It's going to be online. No surprise there. At one time I thought maybe face-to-face, but no, of course, it's online. So we're working on that. So it'd be great to actually get everybody working together and coming and enjoying Stress Awareness Week, where we'll be having different activities, of course, via Zoom, different activities every single day. I'm now very excited about it. First of all, I thought, oh my gosh, no conference. And then I thought, wait a minute, let's take the positive out of that. And there's huge positive. And I've got countries around the world who all want to join us. Well, hey ho, I am delighted if they do. Absolutely delighted.
Absolutely. So the new way of doing it is actually global nowadays. The conference would have just brought the people in one area. You're actually going to go global via Zoom, via online, talking about the Stress Awareness Week. So that's brilliant. Keep us updated with that, Carol. Love to participate in things like that, health and well-being, and obviously reducing the stresses. So once again, a global namaste, a massive thank you to you from the Healing Our Earth community. And thank you for being with us today, sharing your tips.
My pleasure.
Thank you. Without any further delay, we have got an amazing speaker ahead of us. He is actually a dashing young gentleman who is actually zooming around the world and going through different conferences and informing people about health and well-being and yoga. By profession, a lawyer, So I'm going to tell you all about him after his little talk that he's going to do. But let me say one thing, a very smart, intelligent man getting an award from the Queen. He hasn't left that either. He scored that for himself. And let me say, without further delay, let's introduce our next speaker, Mr. Dhruv Chatralia. Dhruv, a global namaste, my dear friend, to you, and welcome onto the Healing Our Earth Today Wellbeing Wellness Project.
Namaste to all of you, and thank you, my dear brother Lalit ji, for the kind introduction. What a privilege it is to be invited by our Healing Our Earth team on this free global online session entitled Wellbeing Wellness. I'm delighted to be on this session, and thank you, Carol, for the beautiful speech there. Very inspirational and a lot of food for thought. And I'm so delighted to have this opportunity to speak with all of you. I thank my dear brother Neil Kumar and the organizers for bringing us together, so many like-minded people, for this most relevant topic. So Om Namah Shivaya. I'm going to be speaking about a topic which is very close to my heart, which is applying yoga for wellness in your life. So Sanatan Dharma, Hinduism, has Saddarshans, or 6 main schools of thoughts, which are also related to well-being, aspects of our physiology, and qualities of intelligence, which are involved in structuring the Rig Veda. The 6 are Purva Mimamsa, which is about the authority of the Vedas, performing the right actions and rituals in accordance with Dharma, which is natural law. So in physiology, it represents the central nervous system with its 12 divisions, 60 subdivisions, and it highlights the analyzing quality of intelligence, which is involved in structuring the Rig Veda. Second is Nyaya, which is logic and analysis of speech and utterances. In physiology wellness, it represents the thalamus and the 5 sections, the 16 nuclei, and it highlights the distinguishing and deciding quality of intelligence involved in structuring the Rig Veda. Third is Vaisheshika, which is physics and analysis of matter, which consists of atoms. So in physiology, it represents the cerebellum and the 10 lobules, 2 divisions each, and what we call 370 gyri, and it represents the specifying quality of intelligence. Samkhya, fourth, which is about the why and categories of counting in terms of reality, where 1 gets divided into the multiplicity. In the physiology, it represents the cells, the tissues, and the organs within the 6 layers of the cortex and the 25 different types, highlighting the numerological and enumerating quality of intelligence. Fifth is Uttarmimamsa Vedanta, which is about the what, the nature of reality. In our body, it represents the integrated function of the central nervous system, including the 4 lobes of the cortex and 16 nuclei of the thalamus, and it highlights the lively absolute, or the living wholeness or I-ness of being, of intelligence. And finally, what I'm going to talk about today is yoga, which is about the how, the process of self-realization. And in the body, it represents the association fibers of the cerebral cortex, or the 4 lobes of the brain. And each of them have 51, 55, 55, 34 long and abort faculae, which are divided on a basis of the overriding gyri. And it highlights the unifying quality of intelligence, which is what this festival is about. So yoga comes from the root Sanskrit word yuj, which means to join or unite with the divine. This process of self-realization through yoga comes through 8 steps, which I've described in our previous talks. I won't go into too much detail. But yoga is such a broad topic, so I can focus on one aspect of it, being santosh, contentment, and also a second one, sattva, reality, based on the teachings of the Bhagavad Gita, which is the foremost scripture of yoga. So one must learn patience to deal with the sattva, the reality. And when I talk about patience, I remember an event from the Mahabharata, which, even though it's from the Indian tradition, it's a scripture for all of humanity, not just Hindus. So when the Mahabharata, which is a war that was fought, was over, the Pandavas, who were the winning side, were very grieved. They had lost their own people. In particular, one of the warriors, Arjun, was very sad that he had lost his son Abhimanyu in a war. In the city of Hastinapur, Arjun took no interest and gave no concentration in ruling the kingdom. He kept remembering his son, thinking he was so young and 21 years of age. He had so much potential. What would have happened had he lived? They killed him in cold blood, knowing that he couldn't enter into a spiral formation on the battlefield, but he couldn't get out. And knowing that he was on his own, they killed him. And he got very grieved about this. So Shri Krishna saw that as long as Arjun stays in this town of Hastinapur, he'll always remember his son. So he took him away for a little while to a different place in a different environment. Shri Krishna told Arjun, Let us go away for a while and experience a different place. Shri Krishna said, let's travel. They left and went to many different places. After this, they sat down in a garden outside a city early in the morning. The sun was rising, it was twilight, and the birds were singing. Then Arjun's gaze fell on a youth. In the garden, the youth was collecting flowers. As soon as he saw him, Arjun thought that if my son were alive today, he would look like this. He remembered his son. He kept looking at the youth, who was evidently a Brahmin, as he had a sacred thread around his body. As soon as Arjun remembered his son, tears started coming out of his eyes. Shri Krishna was watching all of this. All of a sudden, the youth started screaming and fell to the ground. Arjun couldn't bear it and to see this, and he ran and held the dead boy's head in his lap and asking, what has happened? Liquid was coming out of his mouth, and the youth said, I don't know who you are, and it doesn't matter anymore, but poisonous snake has bit me. I'm the only son to my blind father, and I don't think I can live. So please could you deliver these flowers to my father for his worship? And please could you give him the news that I will not return because a poisonous snake has bitten me? Arjun said, no, don't worry, nothing will happen. He kept giving the youth reassurances, and the youth left his body. Shri Krishna came and stood next to Arjun and told him, come Arjun. Arjun replied, where, my lord? Shri Krishna said to give the news to his father that his son has left his body. Arjun said, Lord, I won't be able to go. I've lost my son, and I know what it feels like to lose one's son. How can I tell a blind father that his son is no more? Shri Krishna said, you have to go, Arjun, because you've given a promise to a dying man. Arjun picked up the bunch of flowers and stood up. They started a search. They saw a boy playing outside the city and asked him, is there a Brahmin in this town who is blind and has an only son? The boy said, are you talking about Yagnadatta? Keep walking straight, and when you see a parrot in the front lawn reciting hymns from the Vedas, in the house, that's the house of the Brahmin. That's how learned he is. They went and heard the Veda mantras coming out of the parrot's mouth. They knocked on the door, and an elderly blind person came out saying, have you come back, son? Arjun gave his answer that Shri Krishna is here and I've come with him. The Brahmin got so happy that Krishna had come. I'm so grateful that you've come, my lord. There's a bed here, so please come in. My son has gone to get flowers, so he'll be coming here soon. After he comes, then I will worship you and honor you. Arjun said, that son. The Brahmin replied, I'll tell you all about my son. What a son I have. The Lord has kept me blind my whole life, but he's given me such a great son that my blindness from birth doesn't give me so much pain. He's so nice. Arjun said, yes, your son. Arjun, I'm walking out with so much pride because of what my son is like. He's only 18 years of age because he's learned all the Vedas and he can recite all the Vedas by heart. In this whole town, there's not one boy who is as enlightened as my son. Lord, it's with your blessings that I've got a son. As soon as Arjun said the word son, the Brahmin would start a new sentence about his son. As the more he was praising his son, Arjun started thinking, how can I tell him that his son has left his body? Arjun looked at Krishna, implying he won't be able to tell the man. Krishna tells him, Arjun, you have to sit. As the Brahmin kept continuously talking about his son, Arjun put a stone in his heart's place and told the Brahmin, the son that you're praising is no more. He was gathering flowers in the garden and a poisonous snake bit him. He has left his body and he sent us to pass this news to you and has sent us these flowers. As soon as he gave these words to the Brahmin, they were like lightning to him. He sat down immediately and tears kept flowing out of his eyes. His eyes remained closed for a few moments, and then he opened his eyes to tell the Supreme Being, Lord, did I not tell you that my son is special? Look, he has gone, but in going, he gave me the opportunity to see you, and so that I could worship you properly, he sent these flowers. Saying this, he fell at the Lord's feet, saying, Lord, whatever pleases you will happen. Shri Krishna told Arjun that, Arjun, you've heard the Gita, and he has not heard it. He has so much faith in me that he says that whatever pleases me will happen. This is called patience, faith in the soul, faith in the divine, and surrender to the divine. Whatever happens in life, it's so that we can achieve union with the divine, and it is with the divine's intention. A patient person doesn't become entranced by this. There's a very beautiful mantra in the Chandogya Upanishad that Viva Brahmana Rupa Murtancheva Murtancha Murtancha Amrutchancha. This describes the two forms of the divine. Firstly, Amrutan, immortal, and Amar, and secondly, Murta and Martya. So the first means formless and immortal. That which is formless is immortal, but as soon as it achieves a form, then it is mortal and it has the characteristic of coming and going. Whatever is created is also destroyed. Whatever appears also disappears. All lives come to an end. How does our life come? How does life made? Our scriptures give a very good answer to this. When the wind is blowing and it creates ripples in the sea's waters, the actual water is not affected by this. The water does not increase or decrease because of the ripples created by the blowing wind. It is just moving as a result of the wind. When the wind stops blowing, then the sea becomes calm. This is because of the wind. Therefore, the wind does not affect the quantity of the water. In the same way, when a breath blows, then a life starts. When a life meets a soul, then it's like a ripple in the sea of the soul. When the breath stops, then the soul becomes calm. However many lives come, the content of the soul is not affected. It stays the same. That is what is written in the Samkhya scriptures. The soul is unaffected by all this because it knows about this. For santosh, contentment, I want to talk about equanimity of the mind, which means learning to endure pleasures and pains. If we see a beautiful flower, our eyes make contact with it and therefore we get pleasure. When we see a beautiful person and we're happy, when we see a not so beautiful person, we're sad. What are these things? There are illusions. How? Because only the senses know them. When it's winter, then heat feels pleasurable, so we put on the heater. But when hot weather comes on after a few months, then we don't need heat but coolness. So there was a time when heat felt good and another time when coolness felt good. When we drink a cup of hot tea in the winter and we like it a lot, but when the weather is warm, then we like a glass of ice cold water. Would we like that cold drink in cold weather? No, because at the time it did not give you happiness, but in the summer it does. And the things that we do not like when there is heat, we like when it's cold, and that is the illusion. You can put all the pleasures under this definition. They're all transient. Kabir ji has written a very nice doha. Ja din te jiv janamya kabu naya parsuk dali dali me fira pate pate duk. This means he tried to collect the fruits of pleasures in his basket. But when he looked around, he only found the leaves of pain in them. It's human nature that whenever pleasures come, they just leave behind pain. Because of illusion, pleasures become manifest and go. They never stay, but they become transient. There are three reasons for this. The first is the law of the diminishing returns, which can be found in economics language. When the mango season starts, like now, you drink mango juice and it first tastes like nectar. But the pleasure from the first bowl of mango juice cannot be found in a second. And the pleasure from the second bowl of mango juice just cannot be found in a third. By the time you've had your fourth one, you've had enough, but you may have a fifth one. If someone offers you the sixth and you say no, the first bowl was like nectar, then why are you saying no? You should keep having more if you liked it the first time. This is the law of diminishing returns. This happens in relation to pleasures, but also in relation to pains. When a person gets used to sadness, then he cannot go without it. When he gets the next sad moment, then he doesn't feel sad. When compared with his previous sad moments, this seems nothing. There was a man by the name of Gachalal who got new shoes. There were new shoes that were tight and he was getting shoe bite. So he was hurting him so much that he struggled to walk to work. The receptionist at the office asked him, "Have you bought small shoes?" He said, "Yes, I know they definitely hurt." The receptionist asked, "Why don't you change them or get them molded? Why are you tolerating this pain?" He said, "There's a reason for this. When I wear these shoes for a day and go home and take them off, the scream I let out from the plane drowns out the shouting of my wife." He does not feel a thing when she is shouting and nagging. On many occasions, the person wants sadness. After several sad moments, the pain of sadness goes away. This is the first thing, the law of diminishing returns. Secondly, in order to tolerate pain and pleasure, one must be prepared to have these feelings. Only then can pleasures and pains born from illusion make contact with the senses. If delicious and nice food is made, but you're not hungry, then can delicious food give you pleasure? No. We say in Gujarati, "Bhuk na bare rotlo ane ung na bare otlo." If one is hungry, then even a dry chapati will be sweet to him. But if he's not hungry, then even the well-prepared dishes are useless to him. So is there really pleasure in that thing? One needs to be prepared to have that feeling. It's not necessary that one is just prepared internally to enjoy them every time pleasures come. Sometimes the thing will come and one will feel pleasure and sometimes one will not. I use the example of food, but similar examples can be found for all the senses. One time we enjoy watching a TV program, other times we don't. If we're in certain moods, we enjoy watching certain films. When people are in love, then they love watching sad films and keep playing sad songs like Devdas. But when they're happy and someone plays a sad film, then they tell them to turn it off. You must be prepared to have these feelings through your ears, eyes, etc. Thirdly, Different bodies cannot give the same pleasure every time. Tunde tunde matiri binna. 3 phrases in this sentence are important. Different bodies, same pleasure every time. This keeps changing. If there's a fruit basket and there are bananas with bad skin, we can't eat them and they've gone too soft. But once we throw them away and are happy, the bees will have a party. Therefore, the thing that made us happy when you threw it away has made others happy when they got it. The object is one, and therefore it's an illusion. Fair enough, we accept that the contacts of the senses with the objects lead to pleasure and pain. These pleasures and pains are illusion and they're transient. The scriptures explain pleasure and pain very well. Akulam veditam sukham, pratilokam vedinam dukkam. If we like something, it gives us pleasure, and we find something unfavorable, it gives us pain. Another scripture says, pratikaro upadaya sukhamiti parisya tijana. When we're worried about something or in trouble, and we're safe from that worry or trouble, then one thinks it gives us pleasures. Imagine if a person is thirsty and starts crying, I'm thirsty, I'm thirsty. If you go and give him a glass of water, he'll drink the water and say, thank you, it's giving me pleasure. We gave him water and it gave him pleasure. Therefore, we can put a label that it gave him happiness. If another person is drowning in water, can we say that he's drowning in pleasure? No, we can't say this. For the thirsty person, water was pleasure, but for the drowning person, water was pain. This means the water gives us neither pleasure or pain, because both of these things come as a result of our relationship with water. If we generalize this, then no item gives us pleasure or pain, as both these things depend on our relationship with the thing. If we take it even further, then no person gives us pleasure or pain, as both of these things depend on our relationship with the person. If one person gives us a pleasure, then we cannot go even a day without speaking to them. Another person gets pain from that person and won't even go near the person. In the same way, a person that we don't like might be nectar to someone else. Therefore, people give us neither pleasure nor pain because both of these things depend on our relationship with the person. If pleasure and pain do not come from a thing or person, but because of relationships, who decides these relations? The mind decides them. They are because of the mind. Therefore, we can train the mind so it only gets pleasure from all of these things, people and situations. For this, saints have given an answer, onsa to motyo chugai, meaning the mind can be like a bird that keeps picking up precious stones of pleasure. Shri Krishna gives this training in the Gita where he says, tam stitiksha bharata. He says that these pleasures and pains will go, but you learn to endure them. This is the ultimate remedy. You must face them. When you're happy, then don't go running around like a lunatic. When you're sad, don't put your hand over your eyes and start crying. Learn to face them. How much can you change outside circumstances? People try to be happy by changing outside circumstances. After I get this, I'll be happy. My wife is like this, and only if she changes, I'll be happy. This means your happiness is in somebody's hands, and your happiness is on the outside. Your happiness is controlled by someone else with a remote control, and the buttons he presses will make you happy or sad. When can somebody else change? If somebody else changes, then third or fourth person may not change. What guarantee is there? A person that tries to be happy after trying to change other people can never be happy. Therefore, whatever outside circumstances are like, face them and learn to endure them. That's what Shri Krishna teaches. If you have the power and ability to endure, then there'll be nothing to worry about in your life. When you have cold and heat, it makes a big difference to us. If temperature drops from 25 degrees to 20 degrees, we start wearing shawls and sweaters. But when the temperature goes up from 30 to 31, we start turning AC on. Our range is very small. But when we see a farmer laboring on the farm, then even if it's 10 degrees, he'll labor in the farm wearing little clothes. When it's 40 degrees, it doesn't matter if he's sweating, he carries on laboring. His range is so large because he's learnt to endure these. In the same way, whatever opposite feelings that arise from the senses of objects, the person must learn to tolerate them. However much a person learns to increase the range of endurance, the person will be that much happier, calmer, and stable, and the Bhagavad Gita teaches us this. I hope this has given you some useful insights into applying yoga for wellness in your life. And if you want to learn more, we have free online courses on the Bhagavad Gita and other scriptures on www.gitaclass.org. So namaste, thank you for listening to me, and over to my dear friend Lalitji.
Global namaste to you, Dhruvji. It was an amazing, inspirational, blowing me off my mind. But thank you very much for this. This was amazing references to you've made to the Bhagavad Gita teachings of our Bhagwan Sri Krishna. What references you made, it's just brilliant. Now, I know Mr. Dhruv was absolutely, as I said, zooming around the world with different conferences, but I really want to share with you all things that he has done. He is an amazing personality. He's an international, he's a BM, is an international mergers and acquisition lawyer at a global law firm, as I spoke earlier, based in the city of London. He's authored 21 books on yoga, and he has given over 340 talks of over 350 hours between them on yoga that are watched over about 161 countries around the world, with over 400,000 views on YouTube and about 320,000 fans on Facebook. This guy is absolutely an online global celebrity. So Dhruv, well done for that. Dhruv has spoken on yoga at the British Army, Houses of Commons, House of Lords, Home Office, the Ministry of Defense, and the Metropolitan Police, the PricewaterhouseCoopers, the Nomura International Bank, at the Barclays Bank, and he has spoken at the State Bank of India also. This guy is an international speaker and spreading the word of Bhagwan Sri Krishna through his WhatsApp groups, through his online classes. And really, the one thing that really I picked up from this is increase your range of endurance, tolerate, and life will be happy. Come what may, you've got to do it. Dhruv, thank you so much for an amazing lecture, very inspirational, and we thank you from the Healing of Our Earth team, and looking forward to having you once again in the future topics. Thank you, Dhruv. A global namaste to you. Now, ladies and gentlemen, my time to host comes to an end, but here on is taken over by a lovely lady called Renu Gidumal. So before she takes over, let me give an introduction of what this interesting personality is all about. You want to hear about her because she is exceptional. She is a singer, a songwriter, a composer, a guitarist, and that's how I remember her, a recording artist, and a producer. Since the year of 1985, this female artist has performed over 1,000 international concerts. Big time, big ovation to your energy.
Thank you.
Yeah, and this has happened in over 25 countries, including, now comes the names of all the countries she's participated in Aruba, in Canada, in the Czech Republic, in Gibraltar, in Hungary, in India, Indonesia, Kenya, Latvia, Panama, Philippines, Poland, Singapore, Spain, and Thailand, in the United Arab Emirates, the United Kingdom, and in the United States of America. My God, the list goes on. Where have you not been? Is the question to ask. She is one of the few females who has been labeled as the indie label artist in the United Kingdom and has 8 solo albums to her credit. She sings in a variety of languages, and people who have attended our Healing of Earth previous seminars that have been put up, she has given an amazing composition in all the shows that have been put up with Healing of the Earth. #Kind20 was one of them. She sings in a variety of languages, as we said, and promotes unity and diversity through her music. She sang songs in variety of languages, and before she starts hosting, Renuji, we've got to hear from you with a lovely song. And if you can sing the special song that you sang at one of the common occasions that we were at, it is for a mother, and today we are wishing the best for the Mother Earth. We miss our mothers, but our Mother Earth is with us today. Would you share a lovely song with us?
Certainly. Thank you so much, Lalit. A warm and loving namaste to you all on our precious planet Earth. It's such a privilege to be here, be one of the hosts for Planet Earth today, for Healing Our Earth. I've been watching the program since this morning, and as always, the content is serious, it's diverse, it's impactful, and it's relevant, especially relevant to what's going on today. There is a song that I wrote many years ago, Lalit, which is based on a saying of one of our masters, which is, make your life a rose that speaks in the language of fragrance. In keeping with our well-being and wellness theme today, it's something quiet and introspective. Make your life a rose that speaks silently in the language of fragrance, silently, silently. And remember, wherever you are, there will I be, in the rose, in the thorns, all is me. Make your life a prayer, pray to me silently, meditate on my light, silently, silently. And remember, wherever you are, there will I be. In your prayer I shall come silently. Make your life a hymn. Sing to me, sing to me. Sing it loud, oh my child. Come to me, come to me. And remember, wherever you are, there will I be. In your song I shall come, set you free. Let your life be a rose that speaks to me silently. Let it echo through the world, silently, silently. Let your actions speak louder than your words, and you will see I shall be by your side, silently, constantly, silently.
Thank you so very much. That was absolutely melodious, very relaxing, very peaceful. Renuji, thank you very much. I will now be signing off. To the healing of our Earth community, the global audience, thank you for being with me. We've got an amazing speaker lineup coming up. Renuji, I hand over the hosting to you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and a namaste to you all.
Thank you, Lalit ji, and thank you. We've got a wonderful couple of hours ahead of us, and I'd like to remind you all, please tell your family and friends that we are on Healing Our Earth. Let me tell you about our social media links. That's www.healingourearth.com. You can find us on Facebook /Healing Our Earth, on Twitter, again /Healing Our Earth, and on Instagram, Healing Our Earth. Come and join us in large numbers. There's a huge amount of valuable content that's being shared today on well-being and wellness. I'm really delighted because today I've got one of my co-hosts that I've now known for a few weeks, and this man has blown me away. He's based in the UK, but he's an international speaker. And today he's going to give us insights and tips for mastering willpower. Now, this is something I think we all do. We make decisions in our lives, don't we? But sometimes it takes us a long time to take the decision. And a lot of that, the distance between making a decision and taking a decision, has to do with our focus, with our self-belief and our willpower. So this is called Ichha Shakti in Sanskrit. So I'm going to introduce you now to a wonderful gentleman. His name is Prash Kotecha, and he's going to share some insights and tactics to help us with the battle of temptations versus disciplines, and how our willpower, our senses, and our mind work together or not to help us or harm us. So let's tune in now to Prash to discover how to build discipline and beat these bad habits. With his dual spiritual, well-being, and corporate background, Prash is going to deliver a very practical, results-focused session. So sit up straight, get a pen and paper, and be ready. Now, Prash is a very diverse gentleman. He is the founder of something called Urban Spirituality. So do catch that on www.urbanspirituality.co. And also Stress to Success. And also something that he does, music is a big part of his life, which is mantra therapy. So you can check out mantratherapy.co.uk. I would like to take this opportunity now to welcome a dear friend and a wonderful speaker who is really life-changing if you let him into your mind and your heart. A warm, loving namaste. Welcome to Healing Our Earth, Prash Kotecha.
Namaste, Energy. Namaste. Thank you so much for that wonderful, heartfelt welcome. Let me first just check that you can hear me clearly.
Wonderful.
Excellent. Energy, thank you so much. That was a very nice, touching welcome. I'm very much touched, as I was by your song. I want to say namaste to the globe, to everyone who is tuned in to Healing Our Earth on this Wellbeing and Wellness special. I'm deeply honored to be a part of a fantastic array of experts and people who are dedicated to building transformation into the lives of people across the globe, represented as we do right here at Healing Our Earth. So let's talk about willpower. So willpower, all of us, I think we can agree, want to improve our willpower to some degree or other. Everybody wants to improve their willpower in some area of their life, whether it's professional or personal. Perhaps for you, it's in an area of your life which is a habit. Perhaps you want to improve a habit that you ought to do, exercise perhaps, or eating healthier food. Perhaps that's what it is for you. Or perhaps for you, it's something to do with giving up a bad habit, something that you know that you ought not to do, sleeping in too much, giving up some bad and unhealthy food choices. Maybe it's stopping the habit of negative thinking constantly. So invariably, whether it's in our personal life or our professional life, where we're lacking focus or procrastinating at the moment in our businesses, especially business owners, if you're tuned in, you know what it's like. It's a difficult time for all of us. And then we're procrastinating. We're not sure about making those certain phone calls we have to. So in some way or other, willpower affects us, whether it's in behavior, our thoughts, or a physical habit that we want to cultivate or give up. So I want you to start to think about, as we go into this session, what it is for you that you would like to increase your willpower for and why. And the why is going to become very, very important in a minute, and I'll explain that very shortly. But start to think about some area of your life, personal or professional or familial, where you know you need to increase your willpower to overcome a bad habit, to cultivate a good habit, or for some other noble purpose. Now, having said that, let me start by citing a very powerful and poignant verse, something that's really meant something for me when I came across this verse first time in the Bhagavad Gita. The Bhagavad Gita Krishna says in the Bhagavad Gita, it's a verse that stuck with me. Chanchala hi mana Krishna Pramati balavatridam tasyaham nigraham manye vayoriva sudushkaram. Tasyaham nigraham manye vayoriva sudushkaram. This is a verse where Arjun, the great warrior, is responding to Krishna when Krishna says you've got to learn to control your mind. You have to learn to strengthen your resolve, your discipline. And Arjun says, Chanchala hi mana Krishna. The mind is chanchal. It is restless. It is flickering by its nature. And he says, I feel Vayori vasudushkaram. Vayo means wind. That the mind is so restless, obstinate and flickering that to control it, I feel, dear Lord, is harder than controlling the wind itself. How are we to control the mind? And it is only when we learn to control our mind and develop that discipline and build our willpower, these powerful pillars that we start to inject in our daily and weekly lives, that we can start to make successful steps in achieving what we want in our lives and for the people around us. And so when we're talking about well-being and wellness, cultivating the power of willpower is a powerful step. I think that verse in the Gita talks very nicely about it. And interestingly, Krishna responds that it is by practice and determination that one learns to cultivate the ability to curb and control the mind. Practice and determination. And so we start our willpower journey, and it's a mini journey because we could go really long into this. We start our willpower journey by first not talking about willpower. I want to invite you to talk and think about why power, not willpower, why power. First, we need to understand why we want to do something. If we can understand our why, then we're going to be able to make some steps. And let me explain to you why it's important that we understand this. There was a study done with two groups of people. I think this shows it very beautifully. Two groups of people. One group had a bowl of cookies, hot, freshly baked cookies put in front of them. The other group had a bowl of radishes put in front of them. Now, both groups were told to sit in front of these relative groups of food and just be with them for 10 minutes. And then after that, they were given an assignment to do. Well, the group who had a bowl of hot, fresh cookies in front of them for 10 minutes, when they were then presented with the assignment, they could only do about 8 minutes of activity and their concentration just went. The group, on the other hand, that had a bowl of radishes in front of them were able to have 19 minutes of success in doing that activity. The point is here, if you're asked to sit in front of a bowl of cookies but not eat them, how long is your willpower going to last? If you're asked to sit in front of a bowl of radishes, probably no issue, right? Your willpower is not drained. The point here is that willpower is like our cell phone batteries. It is limited in its capacity. Our willpower can get drained, and it does. Every single day, our willpower starts like this, or it builds like this, and then it's depleted. As we encounter issues, people, situations, circumstances, our willpower is constantly being drained. And so since it's a finite resource, it is incumbent upon us to build the capacity and capability of our willpower. And that's why strategy number one to building willpower is understanding your why power, flexing your why power. And that is to understand why you do something. Let me give you an example. If I were to ask you to walk on a plank of wood, a 30-foot plank of wood across a grass field in the beautiful countryside, and you get $100 if you do it, would you do so? Would you do it? Give me your feedback here, folks. You're listening, you're tuned in around from the world. I want you to think about this. Be present to this. Put your comments right here while we're going through this. If I asked you to walk across a 30-foot plank of wood on a beautiful, sunny, summery lawn in your local park or your garden, and you get $100, would you do it? Chances are you would. Now, if I asked you to place that same 130-foot plank of wood across two tall buildings, the Petronas Towers in Malaysia, those of you who are tuned in from Malaysia, if I put that plank of wood 30 foot across the Petronas Towers and said walk across it for $100, would you do it? Why not? Your why has changed. Your why has changed. You won't do that other one because your reason, your fear of death is stronger than the desire to get $100 to walk across a tower. Your why has changed. And therefore I put to you that if we can learn to track down and understand what our why is in any endeavor that we're looking to try to do, whether it's in cultivating a good habit, giving up a bad habit, embracing the courage to say no to somebody, to leave somebody, if we can understand our why, then that's where the power starts. And for me, I can give you my personal example. My why started when I was younger, when my father unfortunately turned to alcohol because I lost my mum. My father turned to alcohol in a fairly harsh way, and he was a loving person who became ruled to some degree by his necessity, his dependency on alcohol. He became a different person. Seeing my father fall into a semi-drunken state day after day after day, and that was taboo in Asian communities. Let's not make any bones about this. When I saw my father become that way, it really drove me to despair. And eventually I started feeling, when I was studying and I got into university, I started to feel that maybe I need to turn to alcohol. And it took everything in me not to go that way. And you know what stopped me? My why. I thought, if I turn to alcohol like my father has done, to use that as a crutch to counteract the stress that I was feeling due to studying, to working, to holding 2 jobs down while trying to do my exams, to try and bring money and to support our simple household. If I turn to alcohol for that, then I will become poorer, I will become weaker in my mind, and I won't be able to set an example for my friends, and I will be disappointing my grandparents who weren't around, my mum who had died by then. I said, I won't be the person that they would want me to be. And I wouldn't be the person I want to be in 10 years. I don't want this thing to control me. So my why started to become so strong that I was able to exercise that willpower more easily. So I put to you strategy number 1, look at your why and flex your why power. And if you're not sure how to do that, go back and look at your values. What are your values and goals in life? No matter how old you are or young you are tuned into this, and it doesn't matter what race, religion, or culture you are, everybody has goals and values. They just sometimes need to sit still, meditate, and be mindful, as so many of our excellent speakers and guests have been teaching us to do over these weeks gone by, and start to ascertain what our goals and values are. Once we understand those, and I teach this to my coaching clients all the time, understand your goals and values. We'll work you through those. And once you've got those, then you can understand what your why is. Then your why becomes stronger. And that way you can cultivate and exercise and increase your willpower capacity and your willpower capability. All right, so strategy number 1. Strategy number 2. This is unorthodox. Don't fight your willpower. Swap it. Don't fight the temptation that you've got, that is. Swap it. Rather than depleting your willpower by resisting something, we all know the saying, what resists persists. Rather than resisting that bar of chocolate, rather than resisting that packet of crisps, swap it. Let me give you a great example. My auntie loves crisps. Who doesn't love potato chips? Crisps, potato chips. Most people like crisps or crispy bhajia. Something crispy, right? Some people have that taste. Now, she had a deep love for this stuff and it was piling on loads of weight. Interesting. I said to her aunt, I said, what is it that you like about the crisps? She goes, it's that crunchy feeling. I said, okay. So I said, what about if we swap that crunchy, you still get the crunchy feeling, but instead of having crisps, let's try carrot sticks, celery, cucumber. Oh, but that's very boring, Prashant. I said, okay, let's have some hummus with it. For those of you who are of Indian descent, you'll know that you'll take yogurt chutney with yogurt and chutney, you mix it up and you'll use that as a dip. Everybody knows this. So I got her to swap crisps with some salad bits with some hummus. And now her crunchy desire, her crunchiness craving was still met, but with a lot less calories and a lot more healthier food. Maybe it's chocolate. You have a desire for something sweet. Perhaps you can swap the desire for chocolate gradually. I didn't say it'll happen overnight, but you can gradually swap the desire for chocolate by having some sort of sweet fruit, that is, or some sort of dried prunes. So what we're talking about doing is, rather than combating that particular temptation head on, swap it out for something that's a lot more easy. People who have got cigarettes, people who've got desire to smoke, for example, a lot of times it's just the oral fixation. And so swapping that cigarette out for something that gives you an oral fixation, a chewing gum, for example, fizzy drinks. Those of you who are guilty of taking too many sugary fizzy drinks, it's not necessarily the drink that you want, it's that fizzy, bubbly texture in your mouth. So perhaps you could consider swapping it with sparkling water. I know many of my own coaching clients who swear by taking sparkling water and now have replaced all their fizzy drinks, and that means 300 to 500 calories a week saved just by swapping out with sparkling water. So I want to give you these ideas as a way that start to conserve your willpower instead of fighting it by swapping something out. Get smart. Does that make sense? Okay, let's move on to the third strategy. I'm mindful of time, and I'm going to allow for a moment for any Q&A that you may see coming in, Renu. So, strategy number 3, Leverage laziness. I'm going to say that again. Leverage laziness. Many of the greatest performers on the planet, Steve Jobs, Gates, so many of them are known to actually be, especially many athletes, are known to be quite lazy by nature. And yet they're super successful. Why? Because they leverage laziness for them. Now, as human beings, we are by nature inclined to inertia. We want to have things the easy way. Our body wants things easy. So why not use that to our advantage? And I got 2 tactics to do that under this banner of leveraging laziness. First, in order to cultivate good habits, let's look at that first. To make good habits easier to adopt without using so much of our willpower, start to make it easier to do the good habit. Let's give you an example. Let's say it's exercising in the morning. Now, by the time you wake up, many of us, to wake up, brush our teeth, go downstairs, by the time we want to have some breakfast, we want to have our tea, by the time we know it, an hour's passed and we don't want to really go and exercise for 20 minutes, right? Many of us have this situation. Now, how about this? Imagine if you left your trainers, your sports shoes, just by your bed or just outside your bathroom. So you know that once you've brushed your teeth, you've got a bottle of water that you filled up the night before. It's right there, just by your bedside table. You've just brushed your teeth and your shoes are just outside the bathroom, your trainers. So it's a signal now, it's a trigger that my shoes are right there. Now you've made it easy for yourself. Your shoes are right there, your jogging bottoms are right there, your t-shirt's right there. Suddenly everything that you need to go and get out the door and exercise or go downstairs and exercise are right in front of you. You've made it easier before your willpower is attacked by the desire to eat, to have food, to go down, to wash up, to speak to people. You can get it done. Another good example of this, a real simple example. Imagine if it's just the habit of reading. You want to cultivate the habit of reading. Well, why not make it if the book is sitting in your shelf somewhere, chances are you're not going to do it. But if the book is by your bedside table, then by the time you land and hit the sack at night or wake up in the morning, you've got a book right there. It's easier for you. You're making it easier for yourself to be able to do it without relying too heavily on that limited battery of willpower. So that's 2 examples, and I want you to think about how you can make your own habits that you want to cultivate easier by taking little hacks like this, using the examples given. Same thing goes for healthy foods. Start to stock up with healthy foods so it just becomes easier. Now, the other part of this, the other tactic in making laziness work for us is, in order to give up bad habits, make them harder to do. Make them harder to do. Let me give you some reality checks. In most supermarkets in the world, the most profitable items are between the shoulder and the waist. Did you know that? Did you know that? The most profitable items that supermarket sellers place are between the shoulder and the waist. Below the waist, there is a 40% drop off. People won't even look that low. People are lazy. They won't even look that low. That's why the most tempting and naughty items are placed this here so that we buy that stuff. So in order to make things bad habits easier for us to give up, start to make them harder for yourself to do. So that's why I said before, our willpower starts at the supermarket, not at the refrigerator. Start to go to the supermarket, for example. Never go on an empty stomach. Go to the supermarket when you're full. Go do your shopping when you've already had a lot to eat. Your temptation is easier to curb. You're less likely to go buy stuff that you ought not to eat because you've got a feeling of satiety already. You've eaten. I know another good example that one of my coaching students does. It's a crazy one. We tried it out. She had a habit, is a client I had from the US last year. She had a habit to spend the money that she was earning from her own business too much every month. So I gave her the idea of taking her credit. She used a credit card. I said, freeze your credit card. Put it in the fridge. She was like, why? I said, just put your credit card, stuff it in the middle of all your vegetables, freeze it. So she would. Now, every time she wants to spend money, go out the door, guess what she has to do? She has to dig through the fridge, get through all the vegetables and everything she's got in the fridge, take the credit card. She's got to thaw the credit card before she can even use it. She's got to do all that. Now her spending started to go down just because of the trouble she had to go and find the credit. It's not worth it. Sorry. There's no point. Same thing, if you've got foods that you ought not to eat. I know one client of mine who puts them in the loft. He literally puts all his sweet dishes and naughty foods in the loft, up in the attic. So now each time he wants to go and have a sweet, guess what? He's got to pull the ladder down and go up into the attic. You think he's going to pull the ladder down and go into the attic every time? It's not going to happen. It's now harder. We're using laziness to our advantage. The body doesn't want to go climb in the loft just to grab a bar of chocolate. By the time your feet, and what happens, here's the important thing. What we're doing is we're creating a gap between the impulse of wanting to execute that bad habit, indulge in that bad habit, and actually doing it. And just by creating that gap, that pattern interrupt, that disruption, as we call it in NLP, neuro-linguistic programming, what we're doing is creating space and for that moment, for that impulse to calm down. And so that craving that we have in the moment, that I need to eat more, have more, drink more, do this more, spend more, you make it harder for you to do that, and suddenly you'll find within 5-10 minutes, actually, it's gone. And I humbly put to everybody who's in here, on this time of mental health and well-being, we can choose to we can learn to control our emotions in the same way. Before we say something harsh, something hurtful to the people that we're stuck with in the house and that we're getting annoyed with because we've been with them for 11 weeks, before we get into a little fight, have a pause, take a pattern break, introduce an interrupt, go do something else before you release what comes out of your mouth. And the same thing can be used for fear. And so in this way, we're able to start to take control of our emotions, our impulses, and our urges by using laziness to our advantage. So I'm going to pause there. I had one more example. Somebody just shot in. If you're of the habit of using your mobile phone in the car, here's a simple tip. One of my clients, I said to him, I said, leave your phone at home. He goes, I can't do that. I may need it. My wife may call me. It's urgent. I said, all right, put your phone in the boot. He had a bad habit of using the phone while driving. So he just threw the phone in the boot. Now, do you think he's really going to stop the car in the middle of the road to use his phone? No. So in this way, we're going to use good and bad habits for examples. I'm going to pause there. Renu, are there any questions coming in? Otherwise, we're top of time.
Hi, can you all hear me? Yes, we have some questions. Prash, that was brilliant. Really very, very interesting. So let me go quickly through what people have asked. So somebody's asked, well, do you have some tips for teenagers? We practice, we preach good values, but actually inculcating it, teenagers get affected very negatively by peer pressure. So do you have some suggestions for applying it to a teenager?
I do, and in the interest of time, I'm going to make a suggestion. I have a 2-part Mastering Your Willpower series on our podcast, Urban Spirituality. So I would love to invite you to check out our podcast, Urban Spirituality, and you can find it on iTunes, Spotify, and all those players. Just search for Urban Spirituality in my name, Prash, P-R-A-S-H, or just Google Urban Spirituality Podcast Willpower, and you'll find both parts, and there's some good tips in there that are equally applicable to teenagers as well as adults.
That's fabulous. Thank you so much. And yes, one of our viewers has also said that, a motherly approach with lots of love and one-to-one dialogue will make a lot of difference. Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chopra. I agree with you. There is a lot to be said for being tender and being softer. That sometimes gets the message across in a much more effective way. So what can I say, my dear Prash? One of the things that came up, you've talked about willpower and about these baby steps to keep practicing and to become determined. And very important, switch to why power. What is your why? You related why to the values, what our values are. And something that I heard a long time ago, which I've used in my business life a lot, is a phrase is, if you don't stand for something, you'll fall for anything. Which begs the question, what do I stand for? What are my values? Which is really lovely. And I love the fact that you said, well, don't fight the desire, swap it for something. And you gave some very good examples of your aunt with the chip. and also leveraging laziness. That also is brilliant. And I think very important, creating a gap from the impulse to actually to action. So, my dear friends, dear viewers, I hope you've been listening to this really valuable um, presentation by Praj Kotecha. And as Praj said, you can find out more about all of this if you could go to please to www.urban. You will find more information and resources there. I seem to be having some issues with sound on my side. Is that a problem
No,
technically?
you're
It
good,
sounds okay?
Renu. I can
Okay,
hear you good. You're
wonderful.
clear. It just goes
Wonderful.
louder and softer. Um,
Ah,
yeah,
sweet.
it's but it's just fine.
Good. Thank you so much, Prash, for sharing with us. We're looking forward to seeing you again on the show, and have a great day. A very warm thank you from Healing Our Earth. Namaste to you, my
It's
dear.
been an absolute pleasure. I want to thank everyone, the entire team who sits behind this and makes this happen. And my acknowledgement to all the wonderful speakers and guests. And I just want to say this as parting. You've got to learn to stand for something.
Ah, good.
I'm making this up as we go, but it's from the spirit. You got to learn to stand for something, or you'll fall for anything. You don't want your willpower to go down like a bad tree. So start to flex your why before your will. Start to flex your why power, and then you'll get your willpower where you need it to be.
Woo! Awesome. Thank
All
you.
right.
That was wonderful, Prash. We're
All
going
right.
to have some more live sessions like that.
Go.
Thank you so much. Well, to carry on this wonderful upbeat energy, dear viewers, we've got our next speaker who is really quite mind blowing. I'm going to tell you about this wonderful lady. Her name is Pearl Jordan, and she has something called, she's going to talk to us about Bodywise, a mind body approach to healthy living. Now, who is this interesting, amazing woman? Well, she's a performance and well-being consultant, a writer, a speaker, a presenter and coach, and she's known for bringing joy, energy, and enthusiasm to any stage. So we're looking forward very much to that today, Pearl, with more of experience within the performance industry and 15 years within the health and well-being sector. Pearl has orchestrated events at the Wembley Arena, the Royal Festival Hall, the Royal Society of Medicine, and this I was really amazed by, produced Miraculous Mind event in London. She's been a former president of the Professional Speaking Association, an organization I'm familiar with, the London region, and Pearl innately knows how to help individuals show up and deliver their best performance, be that on the actual podium or on the stage of life. She's also the founder of the Rhythmic Remedy Technique, which is a multidisciplinary, holistic approach to personal and professional development. Amongst all these wonderful achievements, Pearl is also a qualified homeopath, an NLP practitioner, and a hypnotherapy. She's been practicing Raj Yoga meditation with the Brahma Kumaris for the past 18 years. And I'm sure you want to know more about Pearl, so please check her out on her website, www.pearljordan.com. And without further ado, I would like to invite this wonderful speaker, Pearl Jordan, to Healing Our Earth. A loving namaste to you, my dear.
Namaste to you, Renu, and namaste to all. Global hello to everybody. I have to say, having listened to Prash, I feel like I want to, come out in song and dance somehow, but, maybe another day. I think, Prash, we need to do a duet. So hello and welcome. I'm so honored to be here with you today, and thanks to everyone for joining me at this session, this live online global session with the Healing Our Earth team. So kind of you to invite me to be part of this amazing lineup. And so too Bodywise. Why Bodywise? Why a mind-body approach to your healthy living and healthy lifestyle? Well, it took me until I got to my fabulous 40s before I realized that there was such a thing as mind-body connection. Up until that point, if I had a headache, I might go and lie down, or maybe I would have taken a painkiller or something. And as a dancer, you know, when I used to have an injury, for example, you know, I used to always injure on my left side. You know, I'd rip my left ankle, or you know, sprain my left hamstring. You know, there's all this left-sided stuff going on. And, you know, and as a performer, you're often in anxiety mode. And I remember I used to be standing in the wings with fellow artists going, oh my gosh, I'm so nervous. Are you nervous? Are you nervous? I'm so nervous. But it wasn't until I started studying homeopathy, I realized that there is such a thing as mind-body connection. And that there was this holistic approach to our well-being. It's just like, sorry, say that again. So we are mind, body, spirit. We have the mental, emotional, physical, and spiritual, or bigger picture side to us, and they're all interconnected and they're all communicating. So in the past, when I had a headache, there could have been a reason for that, like a thinking or a feeling or something that preempted that. And when I used to do all those left-sided injuries, are you telling me there was a reason? Yes, because we both have feminine and masculine. Yeah, we all have feminine and masculine sides, and the left side is the feminine side. So if you're doing lots and lots of things on your feminine side, and if it is the weakest side, then maybe there's something going on with you on the feminine. It's like, are you for real? And anxiety, do you know that we all do anxiety differently? So when you were standing in that space going, oh, we were all standing going, oh, I'm afraid, I'm anxious, I'm anxious. We were all doing that differently, because some people do anxiety and they need to leg it to the loo all the time. Some people do anxiety and they shake a lot. Some people do anxiety and then when they get on stage, everything's fine. So yes, we are mind, body, spirit, and everything is interconnected. That blew my mind. And I remember through my training thinking, oh, if only every dancer knew, if only every performer knew this, if only. And actually I started to drive my family and friends crazy, because every time I found out a new mind-body connection, I'd go, do you know that the reason it could be? So let me tell you one of my stories. It was a real changing moment for me. When the universe said, you know what, you're so enthusiastic about this mind-body connection. You're so passionate about it. We want you to go deep with this. We want to give you an opportunity to experience this, so you really understand the power of this mind-body connection. And the reason why it's so important to understand this, because often it can be the missing link, the part of the jigsaw that's missing for you to get you back on the road of your health and well-being. So I'm going to give you the brief version, because it's a long version. But the brief version is this. I end up in the morning, I wake up, and I've got a bad back. Can't move. I'm easing my way along the wall because I'm in so much pain. I end up in A&E because I can't move. And I can hardly speak. And I've developed this cough. And things are really, 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 really bad. So I end up in A&E and they do the X-ray and they come back and they say, I'm really sorry, but we just can't see why this is happening. There's no indication, there's nothing physical showing up for you. So all we can suggest is to take these anti-inflammatories and then just see what happens. So I leave with my anti-inflammatories and I make my way back home. And then I think, so now I'm studying homeopathy, right? And it's the early days. So then I think, what would I say to a client? Where is this back pain suddenly come from? Because yesterday I was fine. The day before, I was fine as far as I was aware. There was no pain or no strain. So what was going on? So I decided, you see, I was guided to take this opportunity to look at what was really going on. And the short version is that once I had time to reflect and think, what is the back all about? If somebody came to you as a client, you'd say, okay, the back, your back is your support. What about in your back, lower back? What's going on? Are you feeling unsupported, for example? And I would have the conversation, you know, I'd take the conversation in that direction. So I did that for myself. And then I started to have some realizations. That for the past year, it occurred to me that I had been juggling so many things. And that I was feeling I had no support. I had lots of support within the family, but it was what I was doing with my thinking. See, our thinking, our thoughts and our feelings have a habit of manifesting physically. And I was in this little whirlwind of all the reasons why things weren't working out, and it was all too much, juggling children, all that kind of thing. And it occurred to me that the support wasn't from something from yesterday, it was all the way back. Maybe it started a year before. Once I had that understanding, I was able to take a remedy, homeopathic remedy. And when I did that, now here comes the magic. Here comes we just wanted to give you an opportunity so that you can really understand what this is about. When I took the remedy, and remember I said I was coughing as well? I literally took the remedy, it hadn't even completely dissolved, and I felt my cough rise from my ribs where it was causing me so much pain to here. And I was like, did that really just happen? I literally felt the shift of the pain. So the pain, not only did the cough rise, but the pain in my back subsided. There was still pain, but it subsided. So that was the moment. That was the moment when I realized the impact of my thinking and feeling, your thinking and feeling. And that sometimes that's the missing part of the jigsaw. That's the bit that you need to bring to you in terms of your well-being and your wellness. And throughout the years when I work with my clients, that's one of the first things when they come in and they say, oh, I have this diagnosis. I go, let's look at the mind-body connection. Because the mind-body connection can be just the thing that helps you on so many levels. So my son gave me permission to tell you this story. So I'm in tune with my body because I've been working on my body and being in tune with my body in many ways, and I'll share with you how that's been possible. But I said to him, if I was given a talk about mind-body connection, health and well-being, as a young person, what would you want to know about? He said, well, we all know about eating well and we all know about going to the gym or exercising and being fit. He said, but what a lot of people don't know is what you've taught me, is that sometimes I can be doing something physically and I don't realize I'm anxious. So my son has these sort of twitches that he does when he's anxious. He says, so now when my eyes go blink, 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 instead of thinking, oh, I'm tired because I've been at the computer, I go, oh, hold on. This is one of my anxiety symptoms. This is what I do when I'm anxious. So it gives me a chance to step back and go, okay, I don't feel anxious as far as I'm aware, but I'm doing anxiety because my body never lies. You see, he's got it sus now at last. The body never lies. The body in its wisdom is speaking to us all the time. So when his eyes suddenly start going blink, 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 he knows it's time to step back and think, what's going on in my life? What's this low-level anxiety brewing underneath me? So based on his advice, I thought I'd share that with you because I'm in tune and I will share with you how I do that now. But he is, a young person, not really spending time looking at that kind of thing. But my son, he said, share that with them because that makes such a difference to me. Because it means I can stop and think what's really going on and then make a decision about what to do about it. So how do you become more in tune with your body? There are a few things for me, actually. One is meditating. So as someone who meditates, over the years, I've realized what meditation brings to you is a sense of, because of the stillness, because of the silence, it heightens your awareness. So you become more aware of what's going on with you, not only with your body, but just generally in life. And so through meditation, I realized I was beginning to understand more about what was going on with my body. So if I had an ache or a bit of tension or something, I could pick it up quite quickly. Oh, this is going on. And then I'll ask myself, great question. This is your question for you. Why is my body choosing to express itself in this way right now? Did you get that? Why is my body choosing to express itself in this way right now? See, because in the body in its wisdom is talking to you all the time. But when you start asking questions such as, why is my body manifesting in this way? Then you have to go on a bit of a journey. You have to start taking responsibility for finding out those answers. So for me, through meditation, that heightens my sense of self, my sense of what's going on. So I can tune in to what's really going on with my body. Other things, asking questions such as that. And just saying, body, for so long we've been together and we've been friends, we've been living our life together. It never occurred to me to speak to you and ask you a question. It never occurred to me that you could be giving me wonderful messages to help me remain in a space of health and well-being. So I just started asking my body questions. Why are you doing that? Ouch, why did that happen? Oh, I've done that again, especially things that you do 2 or 3 times. It's like, 2 or 3 times, that's a clear message. Your body's saying, like, you're moving away from the truth of who you are. We need to get you back in balance. So we're going to just do this a bit more and a little bit more and a little bit more. Understand? The body is amazing. It's your best friend. So it's about, for me, so I suggest you, it could be as an offering, meditation, prayer, whatever it is that brings you more in tune and keeps you still, asking questions of your body. You know what? It has a habit of answering you. If you're into journaling and writing, and I've done this and I often say to my clients, what your body now needs is for you to write it a letter. Say, I'm sorry. You know, I often say to my body, I'm sorry, you know, please forgive me. And I thank you. I thank you so much for showing up in this way, for showing me where I'm at, giving me an opportunity, because every time there's a symptom, it gives me an opportunity to reconsider things. How am I looking after myself? And even if you're feeling really vital, isn't it wonderful to be able to tune into your body and go, oh my gosh, the reason why I'm feeling so fit is because I am eating really well. These kind of foods are really serving me. This kind of exercise or activity I'm doing it and I'm loving it. So it's having a real positive impact on my mind and therefore positive impact on my body. So it goes both ways, right? It's identifying what's going on. Ultimately, it's about recognizing that your body is speaking to you every day. And sometimes we can go on a journey of trying to work out what's going on. And it's never occurred to us to stop and tune into your body and go, what's the message? And you know, in the body and its wisdom, this is what I like when I work with clients. They come in and say, you know, this has been diagnosed and I'm feeling in this way. And I go, yes, your body's doing it perfectly. Hooray! And they go, what? And I go, and then I explore the mind-body connection and they go, oh, no, I would have never thought of that. And I go, there you go. Because the body in its wisdom is giving you the gifts. It wants you to be in harmony. It wants you to be in balance. It wants you to feel good. And if something's getting in the way of that, it will direct you exactly where it needs to direct you physically, so that you can tune into what's going on. So, Prash mentioned your big why. You might ask yourself, why would I do this? Because I tell you, when you go on this journey, it's about taking responsibility. You find suddenly you have to start thinking for yourself. The reason why I'm so passionate about this is because it's all about your empowerment. It's no use being a practitioner of well-being if I'm not helping you to feel empowered, if I'm not helping you to take responsibility, to make decisions, informed decisions. When you start realizing that mind-body connection, oh my gosh, it's like, I can make an informed decision here. Now that I recognize this, I can now put this in the pot. I love cake. So I love putting the mind-body connection. Imagine you're baking a cake, you've got all the ingredients and it's your health and well-being. And then you add in the mind-body connection. It could be just the last thing that you need to get you back on the straight and narrow. So, as part of this well-being, wellness, wonderful online global session provided for you by the Healing Our Earth team, I say to you, how about this? Take up the challenge for those of you who may not be in this space. Why don't you explore this? And this, by the way, is scientifically, been given the tick. Yeah, scientists have recognized this mind-body connection. So I invite you, explore it. Go on those search engines, type in mind-body connection, see what comes up. Especially if there's something that you repeat in terms of your health and wellness. Yeah, explore it, see what it brings to you. And when things show up, say, and when you feel that you might be feeling a bit nervous or scary about it, just go, no, it's okay. We're safe, we're safe, we're safe. We're safe. We can explore this. It's okay. So, back to the question before I hand it back over to our lovely Renu. Why is my body choosing to express itself in this way? I wish you all perfect health and wealth. Now, I know perfection doesn't exist, but you get my gist.
Thank you so much. Namaste, dear Pearl. Wonderful. Really insightful. And these two words beginning with P, not only Pearl, but passionate positivity that comes through from you. It's really wonderful. You've shared some extremely valuable insights that are from your own life experience. And thank you to your son from all of us for allowing you to share his experience. I think for youngsters to be able to make this connection with the mind and the body is vital in this day and age. We've had a couple of viewers who've put in their comments and some very wise comments about overthinking why things have happened also creates stress in the body. Why is there sort of the kind of why me sort of thing, which affects the body functions. And also self-approval and self-acceptance in the now. Very, very insightful comments. These are the main keys to positive changes and also impact every area of our lives. And our viewers are giving you thanks for this wonderful, insightful sharing. There's a wonderful thing that when you, as you said, you make a distance, you slow the mind down through meditation, through prayer, then that shift happens. Yeah. So not SH happens, but shift happens. And that's really, really important. So we have to slow down the chatter in our minds. Pearl, what can I say? Everybody, please check out Pearl's website, pearljordan.com. And we really appreciate you having you on the show. We would love to invite you back again another time. Very warm and loving. Namaste to you, dear Pearl.
Namaste.
And we look forward to seeing you again. Thank you, my dear. Thank you. Well, dear friends, what a wealth of experience we've had from Prash and from Pearl. And let me tell you, we've got so many more goodies to come, not only today, but in the next coming weeks. Let me tell you what's happening next week. Did you know 21st of June, Sunday, is actually International Yoga Day. And Healing Our Earth is putting on a special event for you. And we've got yoga contributors from all over the world, And we're bringing you a marathon session. Please look up the website and you can already see everybody's names on there. Choose your times. The following Sunday is something that I'm really excited about because it's dedicated to kids and teenagers. It's our kids and teens' very first dedicated Sunday for Healing Our Earth, where children and teenagers will display their skills on many matters of life, on how COVID has been affecting them. And if you want your children, Pearl, ask your son. If you want your children to get involved, please contact us via the website. That's for Sunday, the 28th of June. So you can always find out lots of things that have happened and are going to happen. Just log into www.healingourearth.com. Dear friends, when I saw who I was going to be hosting, I was so excited that I had Prash and that I had Pearl, and then I saw a photograph of this young man and I got extremely excited. So I would like, this young man is, he's got a 6-pack, an 8-pack, a 12-pack.
No.
So I want to welcome very warmly a wonderful namaste to you, Kirk Miller, who's going to talk to us about health is wealth. Kirk is a world-leading body transformation specialist, not only for business leaders, but also for busy working professionals. You know how that overhang happens very quickly when you're sitting at your desk all the time. Well, this is the man to get rid of that. He's graced the cover of Men's Fitness magazines a record number of times, and he's a Men's Health cover model winner. Health is wealth is what Kirk is going to be talking about today, and explaining why protecting and optimizing your health, your physical health, will benefit every aspect of your life. Pearl talked about the mind and the body and the spirit connection. Well, Kirk is going to elaborate much more on that, focusing on the physical body. Kirk has also served many, many people. He's helped hundreds of people from all around the world to get into their best physical shape. And he's going to be telling us, that's you and me, how we can do the same. So welcome, Kirk. A very warm Healing Our Earth namaste to you.
Thank you so much, and I'm so grateful to the Healing Our Earth team for asking me to be a part of this fantastic event, and I appreciate everyone who's given up their time on a Sunday to listen to me and my big mouth. I'll pre-warn everyone watching this, I speak a million miles an hour. I'm relentless, so if you know, I'm very animated when I talk. So just to pre-frame that and saddle up, I'm very passionate about what I do, and the feeling I want to leave every single person who has kindly sort of give up their time to listen to me. The one thing I sort of want you all to get from this is that you can take away some nuggets to implement to sort of benefit you emotionally more than anything. So as you kindly introduced, I've been very lucky the last 10 years to sort of evolve as a world-class body transformation specialist. However, I'd say since I've come into the fitness industry as a coach and transformed lives, even though, of course, from an external point of view, I've been known for the 6-pack and the cover and all that, and all the superficial sort of thing. The reality is, as I've evolved as a coach and realized the impact I'm having on people's lives, what I realize is that there's much more to it than being like having 6-packs and, you know, the great body. Ultimately, for me, what I take great pleasure at now is helping people optimize their energy, really like amplify their mental focus and sort of spiritual well-being in all aspects of life. So yes, I'm a body transformation specialist, but ultimately I take more pleasure in the fact when I get a message off a client telling me that, you know, their relationships have improved, they're able to sort of live with more energy. You know, the business leaders I help, for example, they get more work done. But more importantly, we're on this earth once, and I think if there's any way, shape or form that we can help maximize our potential to be better human beings and give more and just sort of live with more fulfillment, then for me, that is true life success, irrelevant of the 6-pack. So that's that. So yeah, as sort of Rennie kindly said, I do specialize in helping like stressed, generally busy, overweight people who come to me initially, you know, because they're lacking energy and they want to sort of change how they look and feel about themselves. And for me, what's really important to me is that I help get them in the best physical shape of their lives, but more importantly, you have the tools, systems and framework to help sustain it. Because it's pointless, and I'm sure we've all, you know, some of you guys have maybe been guilty of this, where you go on these silly diets or you do these really extreme things, you go from one extreme to another, and then you go back to square one. So what's really important, the way I do it, is to really get people's minds right and make them, first of all, aware of their current behaviors, habits that have actually put them there in the first place. And then just slowly but surely implement better changes to upgrade all the different aspects of their life. So why do I believe it's important for everyone to have a certain level of physical conditioning and just to generally look and feel a certain way? As I said, I believe if you are physically feeling fantastic, it will 100% benefit every single aspect of your life, from your relationships, from the amount of productivity you'll get done. I'm not too sure what all the businesses, what people do here for their careers and things like that, but you'll get more work done. You'll maintain more energy, because no matter how much we love our job, if you can optimize your energy, you're going to be able to serve more people, and you're going to have a greater influence in your respective fields. And then, of course, you'll have the energy to still have that happy, that happy sort of energy even when you finish your work. Because I know we've all been guilty of, you put all the work in, you work long hours, then the people you love don't get the best of you. So for me, that's really important. And why else do I think it's important? I believe if you are physically fit, you have more energy. If you have more energy, you do more business and you just get more done. Emotionally, you'll live with more confidence. And I've never met anyone yet who I've transformed that doesn't feel better with a little bit more confidence with how they look, with how they walk into a room, and just that energy they project. And also, of course, what's really important when you're a go-getter and you love what you do and you're trying to sort of strive to help more people, the last thing you want is burnout, physical burnout. And for me, if you are not sort of respecting the food you put in your mouth, respecting stress management, and just generally your physical conditioning, you will eventually burn out. And I've had lots of clients who have done fantastic things, but they come to me and they're sort of broken because they can't sustain the workload or just that fast pace of life, that we all live in these days. And I think it's really important as well that if you want to enjoy the fruits of your labor, like whatever respective field you're in, then it's pointless like working. If you haven't got the physical conditioning, to actually enjoy the fruits of your labor. And of course, so that's the consequences, of course, if you're not prepared to sort of respect your health, which for me is your number one asset. Think about it. Your number one asset is you. And when you truly respect you as your number one asset, for you to project your best intentions and skill sets to whoever you are serving, you need to look after yourself first, emotionally, physically. So how do I do it in terms of my principles? I have a Built to Last coaching program, which generally compromises of 4 areas. If you're looking at trying to optimize your physical shape and how you look, feel, and all that sort of stuff, there's generally 4 areas. You have mindset, you have training, and I'm going to sort of bracket that with movement too, because it's the same thing. And then you have nutrition, and then you need to know how that incorporates into your lifestyle management. But for me, the number one thing that we have to get right first, and I know it followed on from the previous talk, which I thought was fantastic, is mindset. Without doubt, I'm very honest, and what you see is what you get. Even though I've been very lucky to grace covers in the last 10 years, I remember when I first came into the fitness industry and I was very lucky to win a men's health competition. Yes, I had a 6-pack and yes, I had the cover, but my emotions at the time were completely in the wrong place. Yes, I might have had a 6-pack, but it was such aggressive dieting and under eating for sort of 5-6 days. And then I'd be yo-yoing, I'd be binging. And the reality was, yes, I was in shape in those days, but it was from a place of insecurity. And I didn't have I wasn't present. I didn't respect me in that moment and my emotions. Yes, I had the 6-pack, but inside there was no calmness. There was no consistency with my emotions. It was one extreme to the other. And that, again, you'll never be fulfilled if you're like that. Now, with my mindset, the way I coach, what is really, really important, guys and ladies, of course, who are watching this, if you are really trying to optimize your physical conditioning and take your health to another level, is first of all, you need to understand where you are right now. You need to understand, where you are in terms of your emotional state right now from your mind. Ask yourself 2 questions. What habit right now, from an emotional standpoint, is serving you most? And what habit is being detrimental to your emotional state? So for me, the more you control your emotions, the more you you control your decisions, the more you control your life. If you can control your mind, you control the after effects of your actions after that. And one of the key things that I'm very, very protective of now, and I think even more so during COVID, this should have, like, you know, with the past few months, the uncertainty, I think it really is imperative to guard your focus. You know, that initial focus, what you put into your mind, especially that first thing in the day, it really is that important to the following actions, choices, and behaviors that you then do. Like, a lot of people come to me and they lack motivation. For me, you don't lack motivation. It's you haven't got clarity in your head and calmness in your head from the start of your day. You know, because often when we lack motivation, it's because we're not seeing progress in some area of our life. The only reason you don't see progress is because you haven't got a plan of action in place, and you probably haven't guarded your focus in the first place. You know, even with food habits, for example, which I'll come on shortly, in terms of your eating habits, most of the time when we overeat or we eat the wrong things, it's through stress, tiredness, boredom, or habit. So it's like a secondary effect of not actually being in control of your emotions. And there's many ways, of course, which you can control your emotions. Like, I've evolved massively from those 10 years ago. You know, when I first graced the cover, and yes, you get all the likes and all the pats on the back on Facebook, but I tell you what, it doesn't mean anything if you haven't got your, you know, emotionally good spot. You know, I was very erratic at the weekends. I was drinking too much and doing other stuff I shouldn't have done. But it's because my emotions weren't in check. Now, my day, and again, I don't preach anything to anybody. Everyone needs to find their own way, and they find their own path at different places. And I believe sometimes lessons need to happen in order for you to take action, you know, in certain things. And that's happened to me. But my morning, for example, and I try and sort of install this into clients, the first thing I do, you don't need to do this, my cold shower, it changes my state, it channels my brain, and it's sort of uncomfortable. So I want to challenge myself that first part of the morning to do something uncomfortable, because it sort of like just sharpens my mind. Secondly, I then meditate. Literally, it's where in that moment, you're giving yourself love and calmness and time. And I'll be honest, I've probably had some of my most creative ideas from a state of calmness, from meditation. It really has that much impact. And then I journal. If you did either one of those three things, especially meditation or journaling, you're giving yourself time and love and self-reflection for you. And you're starting your day off in a much better place. So your chances then of, like, you know, moving more, training more, or eating better foods, because you can guard your focus from that first point of the day, your after effects will then be in a much better place. And it just helps you maintain focus and clarity and reminds you of your why and your purpose on this earth, which might sound quite deep, but ultimately everything we're doing, when you strip it back, it wants to be coming from the heart of, like, why are we on this earth? Why am I doing what I'm doing? You know, and I think generally, sort of, you know, by sort of having that self-reflection, whether it's journaling, meditation, you know, you just keep your mind in a fantastic place. And when all the world's going in chaos at the minute, and you see all these people being so reactive, that's another thing. People are being so reactive at the minute to the news or this latest drama. The reality is they're being reactive because they haven't guarded their focus the first thing in the day. They haven't got clarity with, why am I on this earth? What is the intention of this day? It's just, you're on a hamster wheel, you be reactive. And I deal with some of the most successful people on the planet, and you can have all the money in the world. You talk about all the money in the world, and it really, like, I want to be successful, and I am successful, but it doesn't mean anything if you aren't in control of your emotions, you know? And I know you might be thinking here, like, what's this got to do with body transformation? Trust me, this is more important. It really is. When I've had people come to me, whether they've been drinking too much, they've been overeating too much, they've had sugar addictions, whatever it may be. But when we truly get to the core of what is the emotional reason which is causing them to sort of make these decisions which are going against deep down what they want to do, when we can get clarity with why that's happening in the first place, it's easier to then fix. And ultimately, I believe everyone on this earth, in their own way, is a leader. You know, in their own field, everyone, like, yes, I love community. I've got a fantastic built to last community with my Facebook group, but ultimately we're our own leader. We've all got our own special thing of why we're put on this earth. Some could be loudmouths like me, and some could be quiet. But ultimately, you know, when you are truly you to the core and you understand why you're on this earth, like, you know, things happen places, circumstances, and opportunities happen when you don't even realize it. And that's certainly happened to me. And for me, what's been like key to my success, especially the last few years, is doing the things that make me feel good, and I give myself self-love. And for me, exercise and looking after your mind and putting the right foods in your body, it really does, like, opportunities happen, your energy, your vibe attracts your tribe. So I'm really passionate about that. I'm conscious of time, so I'll motor on. Then from a training perspective, often you could be doing all the mindset stuff, the journaling, the meditation, but ultimately one of the best ways to get you to change your physical state. So say, think about body language now. Think about yourself when you are stressed and you're overworked and you're having that bad day. We all get like this, you know, and I get overworked over stupid stuff sometimes. But one of the quickest things you can do is move your body, whether it's walking, stand. If I challenge you now to sit back with your shoulders back, your body language, tell me what that does to your physical state rather than this. Stand up, you know, and even just walking, moving, you feel better. Forget the fat burning aspects. You know, I say to my clients, forget all that. You know, that'll come over time. Just a little hack to do that. Like, if you think I ain't got time, challenge yourself, small steps. So if you're working 1,000 steps a day at the minute, challenge yourself to do 1,500 tomorrow. Build momentum. Because when we get momentum, what do we get? We get progress. And when we get progress, we're unstoppable. Okay? The training, of course, with the way I coach people, I helped optimize people's training so they're more efficient in less time. Time is precious these days. So I help my people who they got families, like businesses, whatever it may be. It's efficient. The best training plan is the one you stick to, and it complements and doesn't complicate your lifestyle. And just from a posture standpoint of view, you know, just working on your posterior muscles, keeping strong glutes, it prevents back pain. You know, all these niggles as you get older, which keep us aggravated. Got about 4 minutes, I promise. There's so much I can talk about. Nutrition. I don't care what anyone says. If you eat better, you feel better. And if you feel better, that will have a profound interest on everything you physically do. You will optimize more energy. You will have less crashes throughout the day. Processed food, high sugar food. Of course, I love a cheesecake and a pot of Haagen-Dazs here and there. But it's all about percentages. Look at your week now and go, right, monitor your state after you eat certain foods. How do you feel 10, 30 minutes after you eat? And if it isn't amplifying your energy, can you eat less of it moving forward? Because if you eat more good food, you feel better. You'll have more mental stamina. You'll have less inflammation. You'll sleep better. And remember, sleep. I'll move on to that in a second. If you sleep better, you feel better. You focus more. I know for years that was my biggest Achilles heel. I didn't respect sleep enough. Honestly, now my one thing, I've worked with life coaches. I've been picked apart. The one thing that was letting me down, and because you can't see it or you can't touch it, you don't respect it sometimes. And that's sleep. I promise you, if you sleep, you'll be more motivated to move. You'll just be a better relationship, less narky, and you just have that state of calm, less inflammation, you know? And if you don't like, if you don't sort of have this self-assessment with your food, and you just, and like, you know, in relation to your weight and things like that, if you don't assess what food you're putting in your body, it's hard to know what to fix. So really monitor your state on the food you put in your body and asking you, is it making me feel better? Is it helping me look better? And it doesn't have to be some drastic diet, just subtle changes. And then lastly, lifestyle. From lifestyle management, as I said before, from everything to do with your physical health, it needs to complement, not complicate your lifestyle. Half the reason people fail with diets and, you know, these fast track fitness things, these programs, is it doesn't complement their lifestyle. The best training plan is the one that supports your lifestyle and doesn't complicate it. It doesn't have to be loads, but it can just be a little bit more, a little bit smarter than what you're currently doing. And ultimately, it's going to help you, you know, when you are looking after your physical shape, optimize your work, your personal life, your social life balance. That is key. A well-rounded, balanced approach. And if you put that all together, of course, the mindset, smarter training, smarter nutrition, especially, and just respecting sleep, stress management, and doing more of the things deep down you know you should do, you'll have a bulletproof health. You'll have an optimized energy, because I believe life is energy. You know, there's so many things like look after your mind, you'll have more energy for meditation, calm. Move your body a bit more, it'll change your state. And also as well, I know this is going off track a little bit, say nicer things to yourself. Don't continually tell yourself, I'm fat, I can't lose weight. Create a bigger picture. The one thing I do with all my clients is create a bigger vision than they thought possible. Because the problem is when you've lived a certain way for so many years, you condition your mind to be that person. If you say, oh yeah, I'm fat, I've lived like that because you've been told that at the age of 6, so you picked out, you know what? You can still change that. It's never too late to change. It really is. Always create a bigger picture of, you know what, I'm worth more, I can be better, and I'm on this planet once, and I'm just going to do more of the good things that's going to help me feel better. Create a new picture. Whenever you're stuck, it's a tap on the shoulder to create a bigger picture. And you know what? Anything is possible. It's my mission on this earth to show people that anything is possible. I've been stuck, but when you do the right things and you have the right guidance, anything is possible. So I know I've got about 30 seconds, so I'll try and wrap this up. I'd just love to hear, and you can reach out to me personally afterwards, of course, what stands out most. But I believe we're on this planet once, ladies and gentlemen. Live with freedom, live with energy, and try and let's maximize our potential, because it'll benefit every single aspect of your life when you look after your physical and mental health, from your relationships, your careers, and just being a good person. So I could talk for ages, but hopefully that helps.
How wonderful. Kirk, my goodness me, your energy is so beautiful. You know, there's so much compassion, so much kindness that's coming from you, that this is something that you've done for your life, and your desire to help other people. That empathy really, really comes through. And for that, we're so grateful.
Namaste, I believe.
Yes.
Sorry if that was really wrong.
No, you did brilliantly. And I think you're right. You know, it's this thing of, I'm guilty of it. I'm trying to change my business model around, and I keep going the old way. And it's the mindset. And the few times that the mindset gets aligned with one's purpose, magic really happens. So it's, as Prash Kotecha said earlier, the why, and you've also really reinforced it, the why, being present. And being present makes you calm, keeps you in the moment. You have that self-satisfaction that even if you do get to be on the cover of a magazine, or, you know, any accolade you get, there is a self-satisfaction that comes with it. Not like, no, I'm a fake, or, you know, wasn't that great. You're happy, genuinely happy. There's clarity, there's a plan of action in your mind, there's a focus. And I think this thing of being emotionally balanced, whatever's going on, is really important. And that balance, you said, comes from, yes, the training, of course, but moving, the nutrition, getting enough sleep, and having a vision for yourself, a greater vision for yourself.
I think it's just one last question. Just asking yourself a better question. You know, when you get stuck going, if I upgraded my physical health, think of the positive impacts that's going to have on my life.
Yes.
Be excited about the opportunities, because ultimately what's got you to where you are now are your current habits, behaviors, and choices. And the reality is, most people on this now have achieved fantastic things in their career because they have just ticked off simple daily processes to create that. And physical health and fitness is no different. It doesn't have to be this dramatic thing. Be excited about the opportunity of what's possible.
Tell us how we can get in touch with you, Kirk. Have you got a website?
Yes.
Instagram?
I have indeed. Okay, yeah. If you need any help with getting in the best physical shape of your life and the emotions with that, of course, I have my website, www.kirkmiller.co.uk, and my Instagram is kirkmiller, _.
We're all going to get in touch with you, Kirk. Thank you. From Healing Our Earth, a very healthy, energized. Thank you very much, and namaste to you. See you again, Kirk. Wonderful.
Bye-bye.
Well, what a great wealth of talent and wisdom that we've been having today. I'm so grateful to be hosting such beautiful souls. Well, this next presenter is no less, really. When I saw his image, I suddenly felt very happy. There's something very harmonious, very positive about his visage. And so I'm going to introduce, without further ado, a lovely young man whose name is Hassan Khan. And he's going to talk to us about, again, following on very aptly from Kirk, the power mindset, and grit. I'm sure, Kirk, this is a word you like, and grit, and how to flourish, not just to exist, not to survive, but how to flourish during COVID-19 and beyond. Let me tell you a little bit about Hassan. He's a high-performance consultant, a coach, and he's founder of a human potential company which is based in London. Hassan has spent the best part of the last decade working with leaders, helping them successfully lead significant change and transformation efforts. Wow. His work has been focused on helping individuals and companies maximize their potential and build their capability to deliver greater results. He's completed extensive research on the psychology of achievement, decision-making, personal leadership, influence and persuasion, the science of communication, high-performance cultures and teams, and strategic thinking. Wow, what an asset to any company. Now, of course, this is all backed up, not just by mere talk, but Hassan has an economics degree, a law degree, a research master's degree in innovation. He's got a master's of business admin degree, and he's an alumni and graduate of the illustrious Harvard Business School and the University of Cambridge. Hassan's also a certified master practitioner in NLP, that's neuro-linguistic programming, and he's currently writing a book about the psychology of human behavior. So you must find him on social media. And just like with Kirk, please go and say hi to Hassan. You can find him on Instagram at Haskhan, Facebook at Haskhan Official, and Twitter Has Official. Now, let me not waste any more time, and let's hear our dear, dear friend and facilitator, Hassan Khan. A warm namaste from Healing Our Earth. Welcome.
Renu, namaste to you too, and everyone who's online here. It's a pleasure to be invited by the Healing Our Earth team on this global online session, and I'm really excited. And I hope that this is going to be a really useful 20 minutes for everyone. And I'm quite certain that some of the things I'm going to mention today can make a really big difference to your lives. So today I'm going to talk about mindset and grit, how and why these two things matter so much, and how they could be the most important part of whether or not you're able to achieve the things that you want in your life, or whether or not you're able to rise above difficult times in your life and succeed. So if I could teach one thing to the children and kids growing up today about success and achievement, it would be that success isn't a function of how smooth our ride is. It comes from how we respond to difficult times and circumstances, right? And how we learn and grow comes from setbacks and adversity. How we learn and grow comes down to mindset. Now, exceptional people have a special talent for converting life's setbacks into future successes. Now, this has never been more important than it is right now, as everyone kind of struggles in the face of this global COVID-19 pandemic. Now, a lot of research on motivation has found that when people have a growth mindset, or a mindset which perceives a challenge as an opportunity to learn and evolve, rather than just an obstacle to overcome, these people respond constructively, and their behavior shows persistence rather than defeat. And this is how we achieve, right? By persisting and being resilient when faced with difficulty and adversity. Now, when you have a fixed mindset, you believe that qualities are fixed traits and therefore they can't change, that circumstances are fixed. Now, if you believe that your qualities are unchangeable, you'll want to prove yourself over and over. You'll want to prove your intelligence, your personality, your character, whether it be in the classroom, in your careers, in your relationships. Every situation will call for a confirmation of how good you are. You'll feel like you're being evaluated in every situation. And you'll ask yourself these questions. Will I succeed or fail? Will I look smart or dumb? Will I be accepted or rejected? Will I feel like a winner or a loser? And you'll be consumed by this. Having a growth mindset, on the other hand, is based on the belief that we can cultivate and shape our environment through our efforts, right? You'll believe that things aren't carved in stone, that we can all change, we can respond, and we can flourish through application and hard work, that we can get better, that circumstances can be reshaped and remade. And this could be the most important thing you ever learn in your life. And it's not hyperbole when I say this. This is all science. Research shows how a belief that your qualities are carved in stone leads to a host of limiting thoughts and actions, and how a belief that your qualities can be cultivated opens you up to growth and possibilities, taking you down an entirely different road in your life. Now, John McEnroe, for example, he had a fixed mindset, the famous tennis player. He believed that talent was everything. He didn't love to learn. He didn't thrive on challenges. When the going got tough, he often folded. Now, as a result, by his own admission, he didn't fulfill his potential. But his talent was so great that he was the #1 tennis player in the world for 4 years. Now, as a contrast, let's look at Michael Jordan, who's been captivating us again through his documentary over the last couple of weeks, The Last Dance. And he's the growth-minded athlete par excellence, whose greatness is regularly proclaimed by the world. People call him Superman or God in person or Jesus in gym shoes. Now, if anyone has a reason to think of himself as special, it's him. But Michael said that he was human just like everybody else, that what set him apart was just that he worked harder than everybody else. Now, Jordan knew how hard he had worked to develop his abilities. He was a person who'd struggled and grown, not a person who felt like he was inherently better than other people. In summary, people who believe in fixed traits or fixed situations, they feel an urgency to succeed. And when they do, they may feel more than pride. They may feel a sense of superiority, since success means that their fixed traits are better than other people's, that they are better than other people. However, lurking behind the self-esteem of the fixed mindset is a very simple question. If you're somebody when you're successful, what are you when you're unsuccessful or when things get difficult? And that's what gets us into trouble and sets us down a dangerous path in this world. Now, when I was growing up, I was the best speller in my school. My principal wanted me to go to a nationwide spelling competition, but I refused. In high school, I won a chess tournament, and I know I'm showing how much of a major nerd I am. But my teacher wanted me to enter another national competition. Again, I refused. And do you know why I refused? Because everybody already thought I was the best at these things, right? I didn't want to risk losing and have people see me as not so good anymore, not the best. Now, that's classic fixed mindset thinking. And that's the thinking that stunts development and growth. Now, basically, all of this boils down to how you view effort versus intelligence. Do you believe in hard work or do you believe in talent? Having a growth mindset is about putting in effort instead of just wanting to show how intelligent or talented we are. It's the effort that we put into things that makes all the difference in our lives, right? It's not the results that we achieve. Now, let me ask you, what effort are you putting in right now to get better? Are you looking for ways to develop yourself or support other people? Are you looking for different ways to support the people around you? Are you even thinking like this? Or are you putting your hands up and saying that, you know, the whole world is in lockdown, there's not a lot that I can do? Are you thinking with a growth mindset or a fixed mindset? Now, champions in sport and business find success in doing their best, in learning from failure and improving. It's not really about the outcome and result. Of course, they want to win, but these people are more proud of the effort that they put in. Now, Michael Jordan, again, he was someone who embraced his failures. In fact, in one of his favorite ads for Nike, and I encourage you all to watch this after this talk, you can catch it on YouTube. Jordan says that he's missed thousands of shots. He's lost hundreds of games. He's been trusted to take the game-winning shot 26 times and missed. But you can be sure that after every single one of those misses, he went back and practiced that shot hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of times. Now, there's one of my favorite stories about Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, and I'm telling quite a few sporting examples because sport allows us to see life through the prism of setbacks, adversity, triumph. It's a great lens through which to look at life and business. Now, Kareem, this story about Kareem, college basketball had outlawed his signature shot when he was coming up, the slam dunk, which was later reinstated, but the slam dunk was Kareem's huge advantage because he was over 7 foot tall. And many thought that this would stop his rise to greatness. And he was a college superstar at the time, right? They thought that because he didn't have the thing that he could use to take advantage of his height, he wasn't going to be so great. But instead, Kareem worked twice as hard on developing other shots. And one in particular, the skyhook. And again, I encourage you to watch this on YouTube afterwards. It came to be known as his signature move and the most unstoppable move in the history of sports. Everybody knew what he was going to do. They knew how he was going to do it, but they couldn't do anything about it. It's the most unstoppable move in the history of sports. Now, Kareem could have just been depressed by the fact that the slam dunk, which again was a huge advantage for him, was outlawed. But instead of being debilitated by the setback, he was energized by it. And he saw it as an opportunity to develop other areas of his game. And this is the growth mindset. People with the growth mindset find unique ways to deal with challenges and get better. They find setbacks motivating. They're informative. They're a wake-up call. Right now, is this situation a wake-up call for you? Because it should be. Are you thinking about finding unique ways to get better right now? Are you seeing this as an opportunity? That's how a growth mindset person would be looking at this time. Now, what we're going to do now is go through a quick 4-step process that you can take away today to help you rid yourself of fixed mindset thoughts when they come up and put you into a growth mindset frame. So I'm going to try and share my screen just so you've got this image on the screen, which will make it a bit easier for you guys to follow me. And that's perfect that you guys can see that. Now, the first step is self-awareness. To change your mindset, you have to be able to identify the situations that trigger a fixed mindset and observe when you're falling into it. So step 1 is learning to hear your fixed mindset voice. Approaching a new challenge, this voice might tell you that maybe you can't do this. What happens if you fail? Are you sure that you can do it? After hitting an obstacle, you might hear, if only you had talent, or I told you it was too risky. In the face of criticism, this voice might say, you know what, it's not your fault. Or who do these people think they are telling me that I haven't done this that well? Every life and business coach knows about the inner saboteur. It's the voice that undermines everything that we do. Now, the inner saboteur is the fixed mindset. Now, once you know you have a fixed mindset, you can anticipate this voice in advance, then simply listen inwardly for it. Step 2 is recognize that you have a choice. You can interpret these voices in 2 different ways, right? Challenges, setbacks, and criticism can be a sign that you have fixed talent and ability, or they can be a sign that you need to challenge yourself. You need to change your strategies and continue to develop, like right now, right? The former is obviously the fixed mindset. The latter is oriented towards growth. Now, the key here is the shift out of the framework of judgment, which is fixed, and into the arena of growth. Now, this next slide is probably the most important one when it comes to mindset. Talk back to your fixed mindset voice with a growth mindset voice. As you approach a challenge, the fixed mindset might tell you, are you sure you can do this? Maybe you don't have the talent. Maybe it's too difficult with the whole world on lockdown. The growth mindset will tell you an answer that I'm not sure I can do it now, but I think I can learn to do it with time and effort. Or I'm going to make sure I give it a red hot crack, give it my best, because this lockdown is a really unique opportunity. The fixed mindset voice says, what if I fail? What if you fail? You'll be a failure. And the growth mindset voice says, most successful people had failures along the way. The fixed mindset voice says, this would have been so easy if you had talent. The growth mindset voice says, that's not true. That's wrong. It wasn't easy for Michael Jordan. Basketball wasn't easy for him. Science wasn't easy for Einstein. They had passion and put in tons of effort. The growth mindset voice says that if I don't take responsibility, I can't fix it. Let me listen, however painful it is, and learn whatever I can. And step 4 is take the growth mindset action. Once you hear the fixed mindset voice and respond to it with a growth mindset, you can then determine how to take the necessary action that will lead to growth. This might include taking on a new challenge or adjusting your actions based on feedback. In your lives, you're going to face setbacks, and it's your choice whether to interpret these setbacks as failures or growth opportunities. Now, these 4 steps will help you move towards growth and success. So practice them every day. Make them part of your daily routine. Now, the growth mindset's a great way to harness perseverance and resilience, which brings us to the next part. And I want to talk about grit right now. Let me take this off share so you can see me. Now, what is grit specifically, and why is it so important? I want to start off by talking about grit, by talking about Will Smith, the actor. Yes, I'm going to talk about Will Smith, and I'm a huge Fresh Prince fan. I know all the words to the song at the start of the show. Now, this is a story all about how my life got turned upside down. And I could do that all day, but for the sake of the presentation, I'll keep going. If anybody wants me to do that afterwards, come and see me, and I'll put a proper rendition through for you guys. So Will Smith talks a lot about talent, effort, and skill and achievement, and all of those things that we've been speaking about. Now, he has said that he's never really viewed himself as particularly talented. Where he excels, he has said, is his ridiculous, his sickening work ethic. Accomplishment, in his eyes, is very much about going the distance. It's about grit. And when asked to explain how he got to where he is today, he has said this in a number of interviews, that the only thing different about him is that he's not afraid to die on a treadmill. He won't be outworked, period. You might have more talent than him. You might be smarter than him. You might be sexier than him. You might be all of those things. You might have it on him in 9 out of 10 categories. But if you get on the treadmill together, there's two things. You're getting off first, or I'm going to die. That's what he says. It's really that simple. Now, I find this fascinating because in the 1940s, researchers at Harvard University had the same idea. In a study designed to understand the characteristics of healthy young men in order to help people live happier, more successful lives, hundreds of uni students were asked to run on a treadmill for up to 5 minutes. Now, the treadmill was set at such a steep angle and set at such a fast speed that the average man could only hold on for 4 minutes. Some only lasted for 1.5 minutes. By design, this test was exhausting, not just physically, but mentally. And what was interesting is that these men were interviewed every 2 years for decades, and they found that this treadmill test at age 20 was a great indicator of who was psychologically adjusted throughout adulthood, that who persevered was able to tell these people who was more happy, who was more psychologically adjusted. In other words, Will Smith is onto something. When it comes to how we fare in the marathon of life, effort counts tremendously. And this is where grit comes in. Now, researchers have spent years figuring out what separates high performers from everybody else, right? And what they found is it doesn't matter the domain or the industry or the setting, the highly successful had a kind of ferocious determination that played out in two ways, right? They were persevering through difficulty and they had direction. This is what we called grit, right? That combination of perseverance that made high achievers special. It's been looked at in every single domain and has been found as the differentiator between high achievers and high performers. Now, the good news is that we can grow grit. We can grow our ability to flourish when the going gets tough, which right now is more important than ever. Now, the research reveals that there's 4 psychological assets, right, that will serve to counter the forces that urge us to quit. And I'm going to focus on one today, which is called purpose. And again, I'm going to share my screen. Now, this is perhaps the most important trait too. It's imperative that you identify your work or what you do with your life as both personally interesting and integrally connected to the well-being of others. It should be both important to you and other people. This is the connection that you must find. When we talk to gritty people, they tell us that what they're pursuing has purpose, right? They always talk about other people, right? Now look at the NHS workers right now. What they're doing has purpose because their work matters to people other than themselves. My guess is that if you take a moment to reflect on the times in your life when you've been at your best, when you've risen to the challenges before you, finding strength to do the things that you didn't think you could, you'll realize that the goals you achieved were connected in some way, shape, or form to the benefit of other people. Now imagine if you were a bricklayer and I was to ask you, what do you do? You could say, I'm laying bricks. You could say, I'm building a church. Or you could say, I'm building the house of God. Now the first bricklayer has a job. The second has a career, but the third one has a calling. Many of us would like to be the third bricklayer, but instead we can only identify with the first or the second. Those fortunate to see their work as a calling as opposed to a career say that their job makes the world a better place. And it's these people who have purpose, who have grit. Now, I want you to think about how this relates to your own work, to everything that you do. A calling is not some fully formed thing that you find, right? It's related to your deepest values. It's connected to the bigger picture. It's an expression of your deepest values. Whatever you do, whether you're a janitor or a CEO, you can continually look at what you do and ask how it connects to other people, the well-being of other people. Now, I have 3 recommendations for this, and I'll try and speed this up to get through all of them. One is reflect on how the work that you're already doing can make a positive contribution to society. Ask yourself how the world could be a better place, and then draw connections to what you do. For example, if you're a garbage collector, it might be that you think that the world would be a better place with happier people, and people would be happier with clean streets. If they had less garbage around them, through the work that you do, they'd be happier. That's your job. You're transforming people's lives and making them happy this way. You can all find connection and purpose like this. The next recommendation is think about how, in small but meaningful ways, you can change your current work to enhance its connection to your core values. Find ways to maneuver within your job. Add, delegate, customize, do what you need to do to match your interest and your values. This is something to think about long after this talk and chat about with your boss. The third recommendation is find inspiration in a purposeful role model. Can you think of someone whose life inspires you to be a better person today? Who are they? Why do they inspire you? Use their example to shape the things that you do today. Also imagine yourself 15 years from now. What do you think will be the most important thing to you then? What can you start doing today to help you be that person? So guys, this is just an introduction. That's it for me today. I've given you a very short little insight into this area, but I hope I've been able to introduce you to the power of mindset and grit, and how you can see how being able to persevere when the going gets tough could change the trajectory of your life. This is what sets successful people apart. And I hope it inspires you to want to learn more about this.
Thank you so much, Hassan. Absolutely. You've really given us a lot of food for thought. And I just wanted to recap. There were some very, very interesting things. I loved the examples you gave of Michael Jordan and of Kareem. I think, yes, and Will Smith, because these are international figures who we look up to. In the case of Michael Jordan and Will Smith, we literally look up to them. So over 6 foot tall. And their achievements, sport really shows us very clearly how.
Hassan, can you switch off your share screen so we can spotlight our speaker? Thank you.
Thank you. So how setbacks can be stepping stones, which is what you're talking about. And this whole mindset of challenges, really to perceive them as opportunities. And I think the other realization that you brought across, which was very helpful, was put your focus on putting in the effort, not just the results, not looking at the end game, but actually the effort and being persistent, being going the distance, being persevering with that. That's really vital. And I think, again, also this thing of not only purpose, but positive purpose. And positive purpose is different from just purpose, being purposeful. Positive purpose happens when you say when it's connected to the benefit of others.
I think that's crucial, right, Renu? If we're able to find that connection, we can find meaning and purpose in our own lives.
Absolutely. The difference between having a career and having a calling. So I think these distinctions that you have brought to our attention today is really vital in how we can subtly change our mindset. And this word grit actually is a favorite word of mine. It just has so much substance. I want to clench my fist and say, yes, let me roll up my sleeves and start working. It really encompasses perseverance and practice and purpose. So thank you very, very much for your wonderful contribution today, Hassan. I hope we see a lot more of you and your valuable insights and wisdom. Thank you from Healing Our Earth for taking the time out to share with us today.
It's been a pleasure. Namaste. Thank you, everyone.
Namaste, dear Hassan. Namaste. Well, dear friends, it just gets better and better. What beautiful souls we have on the show today. Our next guest is somebody, again, when I saw the write-up about the title for the talk for this particular presenter, I was intrigued. And actually, I'm usually very good at researching. I'm a little Sherlock Holmes, and I'll go and find out what is this all about. But I actually decided not to. I thought I want to hear this fresh. So our next topic, before I introduce the presenter, is something called HeartMath. Yes, HeartMath. The mathematics of the heart. This is really intriguing. So I'm going to introduce this beautiful woman. Please give a very warm, loving, Healing Our Earth welcome and namaste to Charlotte. Charlotte, welcome today.
Namaste.
So nice to see you. Let me tell everybody a little bit about you, Charlotte, first, before I give the stage to you. So Charlotte has been practicing Buddhism since the tender age of three. And after pursuing a career in dance and modeling for several years, presumably this is after you were 3 years old, you spent more than a decade working in a non-profit organization, and actually you became the national and presidential events coordinator for the Irish Congress. That's extraordinary. What interesting work. Charlotte has won awards for her work and was named one of the most inspiring women in Ireland. And this was such, she was so impactful by her life and her work that an award-winning theatre production company actually wrote a play about Charlotte. I mean, that really is a testament to how impactful you were. Several years ago, Charlotte gained new qualifications after a life-changing situation. And since that time, she's coached and mentored celebrities, elite sports people, entrepreneurs, business tycoons, all of these people who wanted to rebuild their lives and to break their habits and practice self-love and growth. And HeartMath, I understand, is actually something that you can become a certified practitioner is. And Charlotte excels. She's an excellent certified HeartMath practitioner. So Charlotte, once again, a very warm and loving welcome from Healing Our Earth to you. Namaste, dear.
Namaste. What a privilege to be here with all of you in this incredible global event that we have together. It's a free global online session we've got, and it's just so beautiful to be here with all of you today. And thank you for the amazing introduction. It's funny hearing about yourself. You know, sometimes you look back and you say, did I do that? You know, when you're writing about yourself. But what I'm going to share with you today is HeartMath. And very much like many of you, when you first hear about HeartMath, you're like, is that maths? I don't like maths. You know, I'm not a numbers girl. And I was just like, okay, you know, I understand the concept of it, but, you know, how does this practically apply to my life? I've done a lot of personal growth and development from a young age. And I had, before I became a HeartMath practitioner, I had a lot of different qualifications under my belt in business and in coaching. But I found with my practice that I couldn't always have accountability with people, because they would say, I feel fine, everything is good. A lot of my clients would have a smile on their face, but inside that they were possibly experiencing, you know, depression, fatigue, anxiety, overwhelm. And what I loved most of all from when I first started HeartMath was that it was very accountable, because there was biofeedback technology that we could use with the program for smartphones, and we could actually see how coherent people were, which is amazing. So a lot of us, including myself in the past, would have, you know, told everyone that everything was fine, but inside I was maybe struggling in different ways, and people wouldn't necessarily have known. So what is HeartMath? It's a stress management regulation system, which is basically built around the science behind the heart, because those of you on this call may know, your heart actually sends more signals to your brain than your brain sends to your heart. So everything starts with your heart. So if you get your heart in the right spot, from a science space, everything else itself starts to work. So the fundamentals of HeartMath, and I'm going to do a little session with you towards the end of my time, because I know we're limited, but basically is to get you out of that fight and flight hormones, that cortisol, over to the DHEA, which is the, you know, the anti-aging hormone. So we turn down the volume of stress and move us away from that addiction that we can have to cortisol and stress, and into a more calm and peaceful place. So it's all based on heart rate variability. So what I love about this system is that it's self-regulation. It's very simple, it's very practical to daily life. And many of my clients may have multiple children. Like I have clients, well, one client's got eight children, and I've got people that run businesses and people that have a lot on their plate, and they don't always have the opportunity to go to a yoga class or go to a retreat, or, you know, disconnect consistently. Whereas HeartMath in itself enables you to do that on the go. It's not about, you know, always closing your eyes and being peaceful. It's being able to use that practical tool in your life, which is your heart, which goes with you everywhere, that you can use it in daily life. And that's what I love about it. So what I always say to people is, you know, take some time out for yourself, of course, but don't think that you always have to stop and do this kind of work, you know, in a peaceful, quiet environment, because that's not always available. It's all about breathing through your heart, and really very much in line with the previous speakers that were before me on this amazing program we've got today about journaling. And what I can say to people is, you know, one of the first things I do is look at what is draining you in your life. What are the things that really drain your energy, your inner battery? And just journal them down on a piece of paper. What is draining you on a regular basis? And what is renewing you? Because we, with HeartMath, want to turn down the volume of stress on the things that are really draining your inner battery. and we want you to do something to charge yourself up, whatever that is, whether it's reading a book, whether it's going on a walk, whether it's reading something inspirational, whether it's, you know, cooking, something that you enjoy, and doing more of that, whether it's speaking to someone that you love. And we look at what's going on. So if we know what the problem is, even if it's a very big problem, or it might seem very small to someone else, if that's draining your inner battery, we want to turn down the volume on that stress and start to think, well, is there another way that I can look at this situation? Is there a conversation I can have? What can I do? And the things that are renewing us and making us feel good, we want to do more of that. So it's very practical, it's very spiritual, it's very scientific, but we get results. So for me in my coaching practice, I've seen results over the last number of years with the HeartMath practice in my clients that I wouldn't have seen before, because it's backed up with the science. So it's proven that by practicing this consistently, with, you know, regular heart focused breathing, which I'm going to show you, that depression is reduced by 56%, fatigue 48%, anxiety 46%, more calmness, increased levels of sleep, and more focus. So if not now, when do we need stuff like this? Now more than ever, because people have panic attacks going into supermarkets, people have panic attacks going, you know, out to be around people, but there are also a lot of people that may be experiencing a lot of stress at home right now because they're around people that they're not used to being in such close proximity with. So with my clients, I'm getting them to apply more of this work of, you know, taking responsibility for their energy, taking responsibility of how they respond to people, and taking a minute or two for themselves to just stop and breathe. And, you know, one of the best quotes I ever heard from one of my mentors was, when our emotions are high, our intelligence is low. So it's very important that we take responsibility for managing our energy and being able to stop and think before we take action. So imagine a world where there's people that are so much more coherent than they are right now. You know, that they're able to be a better sister, brother, parent, you know, teacher, sibling to somebody, because they're taking responsibility for their happiness and their health. And then they go out and they share that with the world. I could talk about this all day long because I'm very passionate about it. But what I can say is, you know, there's a lot of free resources from HeartMath, you know, on their website. You can download a free application if you've got a smartphone. You don't need to have one of these inner balances to get benefit from the system, because the system's been around for 30 years. It's used by millions of people around the world. But you have your heart. You can do this once you know the simple tools, which I'm going to teach you. And it's used in Stanford University. NASA have used our program, and in Holland, as far as I'm aware, a lot of the first responders, particularly police officers, are taught this particular system before they go out on the beat, because they want to have coherent first responders. So there's a lot of science behind it, and I love yoga, and I love meditation, and I love my Buddhist practice. But what I love about HeartMath is it's very practical. And you can actually show someone how they're feeling, and you can see how you can help them to move forward through the structure of the program. And it's something that you can do on a regular basis. So I'm going to do a session with you, a very short session, but just remember, if there's one thing that you take away from, you know, me doing this with you, get a journal out, find out the things that are draining you. Like, imagine you're a battery, like, and the things that are renewing you, because we will very fastly go and plug our phone in or our computer if our battery is showing that it's draining. But 9 times out of 10, we won't do that for ourselves. And it takes us to get to a stage where we're very exhausted or tired or angry or miserable in order to make a change in our lives. And, you know, if we go through something like that, then, you know, we get to the bottom, and the only way is up then, of course. But you don't, with this system, you don't need to get to that stage before you make a change. And what I can say is people start to really feel like more calm. They say, oh, you're very different. You know, my family is saying, oh, you know, I used to be, you know, I talk too much, or, you know, I used to get angry. Like my clients would come back and say to me, and they say, now I'm more calm. They don't know what I'm doing that's different. I said, because you've changed your energy and you're changing your life. That's as simple as it is. And you take personal responsibility for how you show up. So I'm going to do something called heart focus breathing. And we're going to do a heart lock-in. So basically the first step with HeartMath, and this is all available on freely on HeartMath's website and on their app. So heart focus breathing basically is just, you can close your eyes or you can keep your eyes open, and I want you to put your hand on your heart or chest area. And I want you to focus your attention on the area of the heart, and imagine that your breath is flowing in and out of your heart or chest area. Breathe in just a little slower and deeper than usual. I suggest that you breathe in for 5 and out for 5, whichever rhythm feels most comfortable for you. I'm going to do it with you. Focus on your heart. I now want you to activate and sustain a feeling such as appreciation, care, or compassion for someone or something in your life. I now want you to radiate that renewing feeling to yourself and to others. When you're ready, you can open your eyes. So that was like 3 minutes thereabouts of heart focused breathing with heart lock-in. That upgrades your hormonal system. It's like having your phone or your computer working on a new baseline. It's like upgrading your operating system. That was a few minutes. If you can do that 3 times a day, 2 minutes at a time, over the next 6 to 9 weeks, your life's going to change. So I don't want to take so much more time off. We've got so many amazing people. But you can reach out to me on Instagram. My handles are, I'm sure, on the website. I'm very open with all of my HeartMath work. I do a lot of volunteering, and we have some global meditations that we do once a month with We Add Heart with HeartMath UK. So yeah, I look forward to seeing you, and just want to thank the global community that we've got here and say namaste.
Namaste, Charlotte. What a wonderful, wonderful presentation. Thank you. I loved doing that. Wonderful heart-focused breathing, and I like the phrase heart lock, you know, or maybe it's heart unlock even. You talked about taking personal responsibility and how we show up. I think that's a really brilliant a comment, and really a very purposeful way of living. And journaling. Many people talk about journaling. I personally, I'm a writer, but I find journaling very, I don't know, I find it difficult, but actually I keep hearing it and hearing how helpful it has been for so many people. So I'm going to give it another shot, certainly. And this thing about, yes, we immediately go and charge our batteries, we plug it in, but we never think of self-battery charging. You know, we never think about that. We don't give it the due respect that it really deserves. So thank you very, very much. Everybody who's watching, this is Charlotte Ray, Ray spelled W-R-A-Y. Please check her out on the website, on Instagram, and I'm sure on Facebook as well. Charlotte, thank you so much from Healing Our Earth. What a wonderful presentation. Look forward to having you back another time. Thank you very much.
Namaste.
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 Thank you, my dear. Well,
Thank
dear
you.
friends, it gets better and better. My time is nearly up. I shall be taking your leave as host, dear friends, and I'm really super duper delighted to hand you over to the next host. But I would like, because I think she is just so amazing, I want to sing a little bit of a song for her. Let me tell you a little bit about this extraordinary woman. This is the ever healthy and beautiful inside and out, our dear Simran Ahuja from India, from Bombay. Simran, you know, welcome, my darling. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. Absolutely so delighted to see you. And
You
I'm
are
also
you're looking as radiant as ever. I was going to say, you know, I don't know how you do it, but actually I do know how you do it. I've been watching you, your yoga sessions in the morning. I've been following, you know, the various programs that you've been doing for Healing Our Earth. And friends, let me tell you a little bit about Simran, and then you'll understand why she is glowing. So Simran, she was titled Miss India 2013. And extraordinarily, she's had recently her debut film in Bollywood. Yeah, it's called Zindagi Tumse. Watch out for it. We are going to watch it. She's an international celebrity anchor, having been associated with the prestigious IFA Awards, Filmfare Awards, the Oscar Academy. My goodness me. She's also the recipient of the Dada Saheb Phalke Award for being an anchor par excellence. She's a brainy girl too, our Simran, qualified masters in finance, a doctorate in nature cure and alternative medicines, and Simran has conducted workshops across the globe. Zurich, Rome, Singapore, Sri Lanka, India. We're waiting for you to come to London, Simran. She's been the cultural ambassador of folk dance, having won, not 1, 2 or 3, but 18 consecutive folk dance titles in India and America. A very, very loving namaste to you, dear Simran. So I told you I want to sing a song for you, okay? It's a bit of a song. And the reason I've chosen this, it's in Hindi. I'm just going to sing one verse, the refrain and one verse, because I really think it epitomizes you and your mindset, and it also follows on the message of a lot of our speakers today, and the song is, it starts off with saying, Ye mat kaho khuda se, meri mushkil badi hai. Please don't say to your creator that my difficulties are so great. Rather say, Ye mushkilon se keh do. Say to my difficulties that my creator is greater than you. And I think Simran is somebody who really exemplifies in her life. Everybody has battles and challenges, and I'm sure this has happened for Simran too. But you see her life today, she demonstrates always positivity and a kind of an expansive mindset, a go-to, the perseverance, the positivity. It's a wonderful example, very inspiring. So here it is, just a little bit of this, okay? ये मत कहो खुदा से मेरी मुश्किलें बड़ी हैं ये मत कहो खुदा से मेरी मुश्किलें बड़ी हैं ये मुश्किलों से कह दो मेरा खुदा बड़ा है ये मुश्किलों से कह दो मेरा खुदा बड़ा है ये मत कहो खुदा से मेरी मुश्किलें बड़ी हैं ये मुश्किलों से कह दो मेरा खुदा बड़ा है 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 मेरा खुदा बड़ा है. Yes, Simran, you exemplify for us that your belief in something that is greater drives you forward and can overrun any other small difficulties that happen in your life. So a warm, loving welcome to you. Namaste and goodbye, everybody, from me, Renu Gidumal, Healing Our Earth. Over to you, my darling Simran.
Thank you so much, dear Renu Gidumal. You know, your music takes me to a different world altogether. It truly transforms me completely from the moment where I am to that beautiful inner world, the divine world. So Renu, through your music, you can really heal all the rattled nerves across the world and really help people transform themselves, So thank you so much for taking me in that space. It has really charged me up. And something that you said, I really found it very, very touchy. You said, we need to really give time to ourselves for self-battery charging, which truly is the need of the hour. Thank you so much, my dear Renu, my dear sweet friend. I think Healing Our Earth is this platform where we met, and we are truly blessed to be here with all the beautiful souls from across the world, and we connect with you through Healing Our Earth. So thank you so much, dear lovely Renu. Very, very kind of you. Thank you. To all our lovely, lovely souls across the world, a global namaste to all of you. And I'm pretty delighted to be here. We all talking about well-being and wellness. Does it really matter? Does wellness matter? Oh, yes, it does. Maintaining an optimum level of wellness is so crucial to our lives, to have a higher quality life. Therefore, it is important for all of us to achieve that optimal wellness in order to subdue stress and ensure positive interactions. So we're going to go ahead and invite a very, very intelligent speaker. I'm just going to say intelligent because it's all got to do with hypnotherapy and hypnosis. So are you all ready to get hypnotized? This is all about positivity, about being in the well-being and the wellness feeling of one's optimum level. So I'm here to invite Paris Meggar. The topic for today is hypnosis in modern life, the truths and myths. Paris is already here, but please allow me to introduce Paris Meggar. Paris Meggar is the founder of Playground of the Mind, a mental well-being practice. Coming from a corporate background, Paris discovered hypnotherapy through yoga at the time when she felt like she had no purpose in life. The complete power of the mind during deep relaxation was fascinating for her. And this combined with the want to be a service and support to humans led her to create Playground of the Mind, where she uses hypnotherapy and breathwork coaching to create a balance. She currently specializes in stress and anxiety at home and in the workplace. In this session here with us, Healing Our Earth platform, Paris will explain what hypnosis is and discuss some of the truths and myths beyond this phenomena. How can we take control over our thoughts and behaviors to become more calmer, more confident, and happier soul? May we please welcome the very, very amazing Paris Meggar. A global namaste to you, dear Paris.
Hello, Simran. Thank you very much for introducing me. It's very, very nice to be here. Thanks very much for that introduction. I really appreciate it. And namaste, everyone. My name is Paris, as Simran very kindly said, and I'm from Playground of the Mind. I'm so honored to be here, to be invited to speak on Healing Our Earth. It's on this global free online well-being session and wellness session. It's a topic that is so close to my heart. As Simran says, I'm a hypnotherapist and a well-being coach. And with your permission, I'd like to use our time together to talk about a topic that is so shrouded by fear, mystery, and controversy, which is hypnosis. What I'd like to aim for our discussion today is to tell you what hypnosis is and how you can use it and how useful it will be for you in your everyday life. If you permit me to do that, that is actually. So I'd like to begin by doing something. I'd like to say 2 words, and I want you to take note of what comes into your mind when I say these 2 words. Feeling, anything that comes up for you, an association, an image, anything that comes up for you when I say the word hypnosis. And again, when I say the word hypnotherapy. When I say hypnosis or hypnotherapy to my friends or to my clients or anybody really, the image that comes up most commonly for them is an image of an old man in a monocle, kind of with a pocket watch, in front of them, pulling across their eyes, making them go to sleep. And when I say I'm a hypnotherapist, 99% of the time people say, "Oh, can you control my mind?" Or they say, "Can you make me dance around the room like a chicken?" Now, this is all thanks to Hollywood. It's all thanks to Disney. It's all thanks to the images and the information that we have been fed all the time. Now, I don't know why it is that hypnotherapy has been so inaccessible. I don't know why it is that the information about hypnosis have been kept behind closed doors for so long. But for me, it's about being able to giving over control to something that you don't know much about, right? So it begins to control you. And what I'd like to do in this session is to take away some of that information and bring some enlightenment so that it no longer feels like that for whoever is watching today. So shall we start with what hypnosis is? It might be a good place to start. If I start by asking you if you have ever daydreamed. Have you ever read a good book and got lost in it? Have you ever watched a movie and you feel like everything else fades away? Have you ever driven from one place to another and you have no idea how you got there, but you got there? Have you ever meditated? Well, if the answer is yes to any of those, then you have certainly experienced a state of mind that is very close to a hypnotic trance. You know, the feeling of being kind of asleep and awake at the same time? That is what it feels like to be in hypnosis. That is really close to what it feels like when you're hypnotized and you're in a trance. It is extremely relaxing, but like you have a certain state of awareness. Hypnosis still remains one of the most fascinating phenomenons of the human mind. Now, this heightened level of relaxation, your conscious mind, which is that analytical part that is listening to me right now, the part that is understanding the words and making sense of the words that I'm saying to you right now, that part is silenced. But did you know that part of you is only in control for 5% of the time? And in hypnosis, you bypass it and you try and get to your subconscious and your unconscious, which is the parts that are in control and working for you all the time in your favor, whether you're asleep or you're awake. So that's the part, the 95% in control part that we try to get to in hypnosis. In both hypnosis and in meditation, we seek a very similar way of mind. It's a frame of mind that is focused, and it's a frame of mind that is focused on one thing, on the exclusion of all others. Sounds a little bit like a marriage vow when you say it like that. But hypnosis takes meditation just that one step further because it adds a goal to it. It works because when you're in trance, your brain generally begins to work differently. When you're in trance, it quietens down. And like we said, we bypass the conscious part, the analytical part, and you talk directly to your inner voice. So you talk directly to your deeper levels of consciousness. They have quite a lot of control on how you perceive yourself, what you think about yourself. And if you want to make any significant change at a core level, then really this is the place to be making that change. But it's not easy to get to. Although your subconscious and your unconscious are interlinked together and they work on similar things, your unconscious is a bit like an underground cellar, let's say a huge underground library, and it deals with your habits, your behaviors. It runs all the deep-seated emotions that you have been programmed since birth. And it's important to remember here that you cannot, by choice, recall anything from your unconscious. You cannot, because it is your unconscious. You're going to need a technique and a trigger to get there. In a state of hypnosis, we create new thoughts. We create new pathways, new behaviors, and by continuing to take charge of your own thoughts, directing your focus, and by using visualization, you can then influence what programs are constantly being run in your subconscious, right? and you do this often enough, and you do it with enough emotional energy and conviction, then you begin to start reprogramming your unconscious, that internal representation, and your belief system. Now you have begun to rewire your mind, which is why you may have heard phrases like, you are where your focus is, or be careful how you talk to yourself, because your subconscious will absolutely buy into it over time, and it will definitely become your truth. So your body will behave as such because you have willed it to, because you have thought it to, you have taught it to behave in that way. And when you learn this, it gives you a tremendous amount of control. It's really powerful, the influence that you have over your mind. Simply put in words, it sounds really simple and easy to do, but actually in practice, it could be quite challenging, because your mind begins to throw out anything that it's not used to. It doesn't really accept change very easily, and it likes what it already knows. It wants to stick to sort of, the old stomping grounds because it knows what it's like. And you have to keep focusing and keep running and pushing it for it to make that change. It takes quite a lot of repetition and practice and to make a habit out of it. But that's why it really works well when you are with a hypnotherapist, because they are your support system. Now, this becomes relevant for therapy because when you're stuck in a problem, for example, you deal with it from a fixed mindset. You seem to see a part of the picture. The bigger picture that you can't relate to is difficult for you to get to. But with hypnosis, that can change, because with hypnosis, your state of mind can be altered so that you are relating to the idea in a different way. And now you can see a wider picture, so therefore your perspective changes. That's why it's so powerful to do. Often people ask, is hypnosis mind control? Well, so you see, as we've been talking, and it kind of might become apparent that no one can really control your mind. It's not possible. Your mind will not accept anything that's not good for it or is not in its favor. You work in collaboration with somebody towards a goal. So it's a partnership working towards achieving a goal that you have set yourself, one that is close to your heart, one that you have enough desire and motivation to bring about. That's what you will be working on yourself with your hypnotherapist. It's when you're in trance, you can get out of trance anytime that you like, really. You are in charge. Your hypnotherapist is there just to support you and guide you. The rest of it, it's all you. However, having said that, I have to say that under certain conditions, it is possible to control someone's mind to an extent. Yeah, that is true. But this is how us humans are. This is what it's like to be a human being. This is how we interact with each other. And it's called an influence of persuasion. How suggestible someone is, how eager they are to please. We're all open to influence. We're all open to persuasion. Otherwise, things like advertising, marketing, it wouldn't work. Otherwise, we wouldn't learn anything new. So it's a condition that we have as human beings. But you can't control someone's mind to an extent of making them commit a crime that they don't want to commit. And when you see kind of shows about hypnosis, those stage shows where the volunteers are made to do different things, well, when an audience walks into a stage show, like with any show, there are people observing all the time. And they pre-select who is going to be randomly selected from the audience to come up for a demonstration. So when the audience comes in, someone's body language can give quite a lot away about that person. They will be selecting people who are eager to please. They'll be selecting people who are highly persuadable. Otherwise, under any other condition, those demonstrations will not work, I guarantee you. So whether those people know they are easily to please, or they're eager to please, or they are highly persuadable is a completely different story. But they are the ones who are randomly selected because someone has been watching, or more people have been watching people as they come across on the stage. So that is not hypnotherapy. The entertainment value is not necessarily even real. To see a hypnotherapist, in my opinion, takes a great deal of trust. For me, the foundation of seeing any therapeutic healing comes down to that trust. But in my opinion, I think everybody would benefit from hypnosis, whether it is self-hypnosis or it is a guided hypnosis by a therapist. Being in trance for even a short amount of time can have a tremendous amount, add a tremendous level of value to your body, because it will bring your body into equilibrium. As an example, we are said to have 50,000 words, 50,000 thoughts per day, and most of these thoughts are said to be negative. So hypnotherapy is a really, really, really good way to reframe these negative thoughts. So if nothing else at all, you are able to change your mind and your mood almost immediately. So I think that is a really powerful thing to do. Why would you choose hypnotherapy? Now, that's another question that comes up often. Did you know that hypnosis and hypnotherapy have been around for absolutely centuries? They've been around as a tool for healing and as a tool for unlocking potentials from the times of ancient Egypt. People used to go to sleep temples in ancient Egypt when they had a mental problem or a physical ailment. They used to go to sleep temples where a priest or a physician would put them to sleep and would give them suggestions that would help them recover from whatever it was that they were going to the temple for. Now, while they were relaxed in a state of calm, trying to find, trying to go to sleep, these positive suggestions of them overcoming whatever it was that were there for were delivered to them, hoping that the gods would visit them while they were sleeping and take all the pain and problem away. And of course, most of the time when they woke up, this is exactly what happened. But it's not necessarily because someone had visited them while they were sleeping. It could be because the mind was already working on those suggestions and healing and making those changes. So their perception completely changed. But it wasn't until about 1770 that there was an Austrian doctor, an Austrian physician called Franz Mesmer, that really brought hypnosis into the spotlight. He used to refer to it as animal magnetism. So if I say that, you probably is a term you're familiar with, or mesmerism. When you say someone has been mesmerized by something, that's kind of what, being hypnotized by something, being in a trance by something is what is referred to. Today, there are so many therapies to choose from, right? So you can choose from mainstream, complementary, alternative, acupuncture, reflexology, you've got aromatherapy, sports massage, or would you rather go to a cognitive behavioral therapist? Would you go to someone with personal centered counseling? Would you use a life coach or NLP? There are all these options available to you. So why on earth would you choose hypnotherapy? Well, I can give you 3 reasons why. Number 1, it is highly effective and it is very, very transformative. So most of us know that if we want to lose weight, we should not be eating chocolates and biscuits, right? Most of us know if we want to quit smoking, you shouldn't buy cigarettes. You shouldn't light them up, and you should find something else to do with your hands. And this understanding takes us a certain way, it really does. But at one point or another, for some reason, we'll hit that metaphorical wall, and we just don't know why we cannot get past that barrier. Now, it could be that, the reason, your trigger for it is done at a much deeper level, and that's what hypnotherapy does. It deals with your trigger at a much deeper level, identifying it and going to the root cause of the problem to help you get past it. It's something that you can't do in a conscious level, and often you can't really remember what has triggered you or what had caused the problem in the first place for you. But you're merely trying to address a situation at a superficial level. And like with anything, when you deal with something at a superficial level, it's like putting a plaster on something. Inevitably, the plaster will fall off and you still will have the initial problem to deal with. So hypnotherapy deals with it at a core level, and it's something that won't come back again, hopefully. Number 2, hypnotherapy is fast and hypnotherapy is affordable. Now, everybody's circumstances are completely different. But if you go to, for example, a talking therapist and you ask them, how many sessions is this going to take? Or how long will I be seeing you for? You might as well be asking the person, how long is a piece of string? Because nobody knows, really nobody knows how long things take. And who has, with all the commitments, like your work, your family, your friends, your health commitments, going to the gym, who has an unlimited amount of time and unlimited amount of money to spend on therapy on themselves? So we don't. So we tend to give up. Now, by contrast, hypnotherapy is a much faster solution. It gives you results that's sustainable and results that noticeable between 4 to 6 sessions. Now, I'm not suggesting that hypnotherapy is a magic cure. I totally am not. I'm not saying it's a quick fix, because I'm not saying that either, because change takes trust and change takes commitment. A huge deal of motivation from you, the client. And if that is lacking, you will be hard pushed to see any change at all. It could be incredibly challenging to see any difference if the motivation is missing there. So don't expect all your problems with a particular issue you've gone to and all of your life to go away with a click of a finger after one hypnotherapy session. And then come out and say, well, that didn't work, it was all nonsense, and give up on it. Because that's what's going to happen. But think about it. If you are, as a 6-year-old, you go to school and you begin to read and write, or as a 5-year-old, do you give up because you can't write a sentence after the first lesson of writing? Or if you begin, start to learn how to swim and someone throws you in the pool, do you give up because you couldn't keep your head above the water? No, you don't, because change takes time. Making new pathways take time. Learning new things take time. You didn't give up. You persisted. So you see, change happened, and long-term change happened for you. Hypnotherapy is affordable. Hypnotherapy is time efficient, and hypnotherapy is effective. So reason number 3 why you should choose hypnotherapy. It is versatile. You can use it for many, 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 many things. You may have heard hypnotherapy being used for weight control, because we just talked about it, or smoking, because we also refer to that, but maybe hypnobirthing, where somebody uses it to manage the pain when they're having a baby. Maybe you've, I've worked with clients who have anxiety issues, lack of motivation, having relationship problems with their co-workers, with a romantic partner, with the parents. Hypnotherapy teaches you how to remain calm under pressure. And if you have an exam or a job interview, for example, it allows you to recall the information that you need, and it gives you that boost of confidence. If you are not sleeping, hypnotherapy can find the reason behind your sleepless nights and encourage you to settle that restless mind so that you can have a good night's sleep. If you have anxiety issues, for example, hypnotherapy will help you see the stressful situation in a different way, and it will also give you tools so that you can deal with it if they come up again, and help you prevent it happening again. Whatever is bothering you, really, whether it's public speaking, making a definitive decision, or you have a fear of flying, or maybe you have skin conditions, anything, the list goes on and on and on, hypnotherapy can help with. We get stuck in these unhealthy relationships. We get stuck in the wrong jobs. We forget to listen to our deeper self. We forget to listen to that quiet intuition going on. Through hypnotherapy, you learn to quieten the mind and listen to that deeper voice. You listen to your inner wisdom, you listen to your body. You can relax physically and mentally, and trust that over time and with practice, you will go much deeper. It's a practice, and with repetition, your subconscious can retain and react in a way that is more helpful to you. Hypnosis is that access point to learning intuition and how to trust yourself. So now I want to thank you and your unconscious mind for giving me the time and allowing me this afternoon your most precious commodity, which is your time. I want to thank you for listening, and I'm going to hand over now to your host, and it's been a pleasure. Thank you very much. Namaste.
Thank you so much, Paris. And I must say that I'm almost hypnotized. You know, yes, I wanted to be aware and wanted to be in my senses, because I said, no, I don't want to really get carried away. But it was so well explained. Thank you so much. And I want to tell you that, you know, I wanted to praise you before we started, but now that I had a complete look at your very calm and beautiful look, it just shows the beauty from within. So thank you so much, Paris. But I have a question for you, Paris. I want to ask you, when was the first time, at what age was the first time when you got hypnotized?
It's a good question, actually, because it made me, when I was writing this piece for you, I actually was thinking about this. I don't come from a particularly spiritual family. This is not, as I said, I came to hypnosis through, you know, a wall that I hit in my life. It's not something that I have been brought up with. But my best friend has been brought up with hypnosis, with meditation and calmness and looking within. Since she was 4, she's been meditating. I remember my first experience of meditation was when I was 6, and actually, it's a very unusual experience. It's not a memory that would automatically come into my mind. It was a room full of people, and I had gone with my aunt, and someone was doing a hypnosis script, I would imagine. But I remember a room full of people all sitting down with this person in front of them. I must have been about 5 or 6.
Oh my God, that's like pretty much early. I mean, that's childhood. So did you ever imagine that you're going to be, you know, a master in hypnotherapy and you're going to be a hypnotherapist at one point of time? Were you really fascinated from that aspect as well? Or were you just mesmerized with the fact that you were feeling so amazing and feeling in this great well-being of, you know, your hypnotized guru who was there with you at that time?
Yeah, no, I didn't at all think that this would be the path for me. It wasn't something that I was thinking of at all. I'm a biomedical scientist by education, you know, I'm corporate by career, and you know, something is always missing. Sometimes for me, something was always missing, and this kind of fulfilled me. That's how I came to this.
Thank you so much, Paris. I think with you, you know, trying to heal everyone across the world, you know, and filling in the gaps where everyone really feels that, yes, we have something which is really missing, you know, your session really fulfilled us completely and made us realize that this is where we have to go to. Now, Paris, in case everyone wants to get in touch with you, do you want to mention your Instagram ID? Yes, you can always take a look at her profile and connect with her on our Healing Our Earth platform. But besides this, Paris, can we please share your Instagram ID where they could connect with you, or your Facebook ID as well?
Of course, I'm both on Instagram and on Facebook as Playground of the Mind. And you know, my my website is up and coming. It is work in progress, like most things. But you can go to www.playgroundofthemind.com and you can drop me an email and I will receive it.
Sure, that's very, very kind of you. And before we go, Paris, I would like to ask you, you know, now at this point of time, you know, when you have the expertise of really healing people and giving them the hypnotherapy, is it possible even for you to ever get stressed, or is it that mentally we are so calm and we are in that beautiful zone altogether, the divine zone, that it really comes to you? Have you ever experienced that it doesn't come to you at one point of time, because you become a healer to the world as a hypnotherapist?
Well, it's I've been practicing for a couple of years, and I had got myself to a state where actually everything, I felt I was completely in charge of what was going on in my head, because you get an understanding that you can override your mind. However, at the beginning of lockdown, things completely changed for me. I have to tell you, yeah, this was a point where, and I couldn't see things had changed for me. And I'll be honest, I'm a mother of two very young boys, and I'm getting divorced from my husband. And we had to lock down together. Now we're in the middle of a divorce, but because of our children, we had to lock down together. I kind of lost my mental calmness during that time. Then one afternoon I realized that my reactions had gone back to how I was feeling before I made a decision not to be in this relationship anymore. But life is up and down. It's never a straight line. So one has to learn to go with it. And I lost my way for about 2 weeks, and I lost my practices. I stopped doing my self-hypnosis. I stopped doing my meditation. I just stopped, and I was focusing on what was happening here and how I used to feel, because my mind was referring me back to how I used to feel in this situation with this person with me. I didn't see any other option. But one afternoon, something triggered, and I realized that actually I'm reverting back to what I knew rather than what I have control over. And things changed.
Wow. At first, Paris, let me please appreciate the fact that you were very open about the fact that it just happened to you. And, I just want you to know this, by you speaking out your experience, it only says to the world that we are all spiritual beings aspiring to have that human experience. So things may come and go.
Absolutely.
But yes, the fact is that how quickly we come back to our divine self. And that is, yeah, so beautifully you explained, my dear Paris Megher. I'm truly, truly thankful to you. Last word from you. Do you want to say something, sweetheart?
I just want to thank you. And the reason that I did hypnotherapy and hypnosis is that I felt I needed some support. So this is the reason why I did it. So if anyone needs any support, don't just sit on it. There's hundreds of ways to get assistance, and there's nothing wrong with that.
So true. Paris, you're an inspiration to all of us, and I've been truly inspired too, as much as our viewers are. So we look forward to really being in touch and connecting with you. And I'm telling you, I feel like flying. I'm feeling much lighter, almost hypnotized by Paris Megher. Thank you so much, dear Paris. Thank you, and to you, sweetheart.
Thanks, Simon. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you. Thank you so much. All right, to all our lovely souls. Our next session is pretty much interesting, and let me tell you the true fact about the power of Pilates. The entire Bollywood industry talks about Pilates, and they practice Pilates as much as the international celebrities celebrate Pilates. It is all about a feeling of feeling almost perfect with the power of Pilates. And we have an award-winning Pilates expert here with us today on Healing Our Earth. I'm truly delighted to welcome Gabby Noble, who's an award-winning Pilates expert and the founder of boutique fitness studio Exhale Pilates London, respected within the global Pilates community as an industry authority and educator. Well known for a unique and rare approach to fitness, Gabby regularly helps a wide variety of dedicated clients reach their personal wellness goals, including the big stars such as Harry Styles, Mary Poppins, Kelly Brook, and Sadie Frost. All the way to premiership footballers, MMA fighters, and stroke victims. Specializing in classical Pilates, the practice's most authentic form, Gabby is regularly published across the national press, having previously lent her well-being expertise to acclaimed titles such as The Telegraph, The Times, GQ, Vogue, and Vanity Fair. And the list goes on. Not to mention, Gabby has also presented at top well-being events such as Sweaty Betty Live, Be Fit, and Live Well Festival, plus featured at conferences for the likes of Google and the Roundhouse. Having won the class pass coveted accolade of the most inspiring instructor in London in 2015, and selected as a global entrepreneur by US publication 400 magazine, Gabby's clients are known to leave her training feeling stronger, walking taller, and feeling happier. And this is what she has to say. When you are fortunate enough to create something completely original, that is a part of your own lifestyle. And it is necessary to a health and well-being community. It is a surefire way to build a presence and stand out from the crowd. Love what you do and be passionate about it. Positivity breeds positivity. And we have the very stunning and beautiful Gabby Noble here, who's going to take her in her Pilates world. And Gabby, we are all set. A namaste to you. And how are you doing, Gabby?
Namaste. Thank you, Simran, so much for that incredible introduction. Bit embarrassed now to start. That was, thank you very much. So today, yes, I'm going to explain a little bit about my background, how I got into it, the benefits I feel that Pilates can help everybody, not just the stars or people wanting to look, you know, fit and fabulous, quite the contrary. Pilates for me, which is what we were discussing with the lovely lady before, is mindfulness for the body. Pilates is mindful movement. And I don't know, Simran, are you talking? Because you
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, you're here. So, you know, one of the things that I speak a lot about, especially through my experience being in, actually prior to me opening up Exhale Pilates, I was in the corporate world. I've always been an adrenaline junkie, a business girl, and Pilates was something that was able to calm my mind down and connect my mind to my body. We live in an environment and society, especially in the last 5 to 10 years, which is adrenaline induced. We constantly are pushing ourselves to do things, how we can be better at things without slowing ourselves down. And fundamentally connecting our mind to our body, because the two separate. And when the two separate, that's when a whole heap of issues come into play. So Pilates, yoga and Pilates, so there's another area I'll discuss as well, is the differences between yoga and Pilates, and both are fantastic for bringing that mindful movement into practice. So just to recap, my name's Gabby Noble. I'm the founder of Exhale Pilates London. I also am head trainer for a teacher training program that teaches people to become Pilates instructors in the full classical, from learning about mat, reformer, to just mat Pilates. So we have a whole education side to the business as well, which is very rewarding for me. Not only am I healing people's bodies, but I'm also changing people's you know, what their life looks like when, especially around this really uncertain time where people are uncertain of where they're going to be job-wise, how they can support themselves additionally. It's been an interesting time for me, as not only people in pain in their bodies, but also in pain with the unknown. Everything is unknown. Will I have my job back? Will I do that? And all these stresses, as much as, you know, I wish I did meditation a little bit more, but my Pilates is my meditation, where people's bodies, the mind when stressed, the body takes over and we get tight. We, you know, restrict our lung capacity with tightness around our ribs. That's why anxiety happens. And I want to give us a few tools as well to help us sort of relieve that tension and breathe, you know, sort of flow of energy back into our bodies again. Because something that's happening now is everyone is incredibly heightened and stressed with the unknown, and bodies are taking a massive there's a massive effect of it. So what I want to explain is that I teach clients, and so does my team. So I have 16 teachers in my studio that all teach clients from as young as 6 years old to my oldest client of 92, which is an incredible range. I train professional Premiership footballers to people that have had severe strokes and hip replacements. Pilates really is powerful. It's a gift. Like I'm sure you know from meditation and yoga, in our crazy world, things have got diluted. So things, you know, you don't always know what you're doing, but if you're doing true essence of Joseph Pilates work, you learn to control your body through method, which is a discipline, and really learn how to connect the mind, as mentioned before, to the muscles. And that's why people come out of our sessions feeling very much more connected, open, strong, and feel that they can tackle their day. So I work with a lot of CEOs of companies that they sort of say, my studio is their oasis. It's their one time where their board meetings get moved around. It's their one sort of release. So like I said, Pilates is for everybody. And not only is it for everybody, I also want to say that if anyone is feeling any niggles in their body, please listen to them. As we say, your body's whispers, listen to your body's whispers before they become screams. Okay, so it's really vital that you listen. If there's any niggles, even in your wrists and hands, from being on the computer a lot, from swiping on the phone more than usual during this lockdown period, or just if you have a habit by using your phone a lot, your posture, niggles in your lower back, in your hips, the list goes on. Please listen to them and work and find ways. And I'd be glad, obviously, to help anyone that has any niggles and pains. If you wanted to message, type, I don't know if you're allowed to type in the chat, to sort of give any feedback that could help with that. But posture is a massive deal, especially not just to be tall and present and walk like, you know, people think, oh, posture is all about walking down the catwalk looking tall, and it's not. It's about having a strong core, having a strong spine, because our spine is our central nervous system. And people forget that our head, which is a very, very heavy piece of apparatus, is part of our spine too. So the neck is the cervical spine. And we tend to not use this or just drop it down so much. And you need to be able to control all of that. Okay, that is your central nervous system. So when things are out of whack there, the central nervous system becomes out of whack too. Posture also is about creating space from our collarbones and our rib cage, because that's where our lungs are. That's the home of where our lungs are. And when we get tight and we compress, our ribs get smaller, and so does the lung capacity. So the expansion of our lungs when we inhale deeply is restricted if these areas are tight, especially what we call our thoracic spine, which is our shoulder blades. So again, this compresses, our lungs compress. And so if you feel shortness of breath, there are certain exercises that we do to really help the muscles around the rib cage expand. That helps so much through anxiety. As someone that has suffered with anxiety in the past, with breathing, Pilates is very focused on breathing, but just a little separation. Breath in yoga is to calm the mind more and to breathe in a pose for longer. Pilates breath, especially the exhale, is there to strengthen the muscle, and the breath is that much shorter than a yoga breath. So just a little bit of a digression, because I know we've got some yogis here as well, and I love yoga for so many different, the balance is fantastic. So we're starting down at the diaphragm. So we really want to work the muscles around our rib cage. You then get from the rib cage down to your hips, which is where all your organs are kept. Okay, so your intestines, your kidneys, everything. And it's not a great way to explain them, but if your posture becomes, and you're rounding, you're basically creating a graveyard for your organs. They don't function effectively. The gut doesn't. If you suffer with constipation or intestine, anything like that, you want to get much more space around your midsection, which is your core. Okay. So not only are you the core, so that's part of the posture, there's nothing where your abdominals are at the back to support you, which is why the core muscles are there to support your lower back. Okay, so that's really key. Posture is also about our glutes, strong butt. So making sure that your butt muscles are strong to keep you up. They're our biggest muscle group is our legs. So one thing, just to give you, and this is not just for the professional athletes that I train, for everybody, is your arms start not at your shoulders, but right back at your lower back, so that your arm learns to move from a strong center rather than just the shoulder. Your legs start at your rib cage. So when I teach people how to run properly, a lot of runners get pain in their hips. Why? Because they run and you walk more, especially during lockdown. We're having a lot more problems with people in their hips because they walk into their hips, right? If you keep lifting and you work in your core from your rib cage, it will keep you much more upright and your leg will start learning to work from a strong center. So just giving you a little bit of feedback and information for you to think about when you're moving your arms and your legs. And obviously at the moment, when you listen to these, you're like, okay, I've got to mindfully do that. And I always say to my clients, and when I do workshops, I'd rather my dulcet tones interrupt your day so that you can just move and stretch so that your regular movement patterns, which causes these problems, stop. Because what happens with bad posture is if you're someone that sits at a desk, I work with a lot of dentists now and people that the posture's just doing this and you're staying there for ages and ages and ages and you're restricting flow of energy. You're restricting, so blockages happen, tightnesses happen, imbalances happen, and those imbalances are what causes injuries. Okay, so I'm just explaining about the benefits of how Pilates help strengthen the balance, so the balance of strength. And it's really key as well that, for example, if you're someone that's hypermobile, so you're very flexible in your joints, a lot of people feel that it's great to stretch. Sometimes stretching is not what your body needs, even though you feel like it. It's the strength you need in your joints to help lengthen, and that. So you need to work out whether your body needs to be stretched or to strengthen, because that is a real tipping point in Pilates. So I wanted to do, Simran, can we do maybe some exercises we can do sitting down? Yeah? Okay. Yeah, you're ready? Okay, so obviously we don't have any apparatus at all, but what you can do is you can start by just stretching out your neck muscles. I know this is hopefully it's some of your favorites after. It's very easy. You just literally press your hand into your head and your hand into your head and your head into your hand. So you create this opposition. And now lengthen the spine, and you should feel sort of a length through the back. And then you're going to do the side, press and lengthen, stretch. Because if you suffer with headaches and migraines, it comes from tension a lot of the time in the neck muscles and shoulders. And then you're going to go again through the other side, stretch. You know, when you get a headache sometimes and you just want to do that. So this is sort of lengthening. And then on your back, you press. And we have extra apparatus to help us create length, because a little bit of history, Joseph Pilates was originally a boxer. So he created all of these special things to release tension in the neck. The next one, if you're sitting down, I think you are, Simran. So place your hands underneath your bum, okay? So use the weight underneath your bum. And you're going to draw the elbows. I'm just going to tip this slightly, okay? You're going to draw the elbows out to the side. And as you lift them out to the side, you should feel a pull down the side of your arms. Now, these tendons and muscles get really tight. From what? From your fingertips. So if you type a lot or you scroll on the phone, the tendons and all the veins, they get really tight, and that can lead to a lot of shoulder issues as well. So this is always really good that I get people to do throughout the day. They just can stand, they can they can sit. Just draw those elbows like they're lifting up to the ceiling, and then you're going to draw and lengthen to the left, lengthen to the right, and one more time. Can you feel that, Simran?
Yes,
Yeah, draw those
yes.
elbows away. One
I'm loving
more. And then release, and then draw it out. You also have another one to correct rounded posture, which to clasp your hands behind your back. And you're going to stretch down and just open up the chest and just lengthen through the collarbones, lengthen through the neck, and just breathe and really open up the chest, breathing deeply, stretching everything out. And again, you're just now going to take it to the left head and take it to the right. So just tip, you know, this is side to side. And those are really, really great exercises, very simple stretches to do to help alleviate tension in the neck muscles from rounded posture, stretch, and keep everything on point. So, I mean, I can really, really go on about Pilates and certain exercises, but I think the key thing is for me to explain about Pilates is it's a real combination of strength and stretch. And you really need to find out, rather than just jumping onto YouTube or finding out, you know, just following a Pilates, it's not a one fits all. And I think this is a really key thing to explain, that there's so much great information, but there's also a lot of not, and it can actually hinder and make it worse for you. So find out what your body needs before you do anything to stretch and strengthen. The original, as you mentioned, my studio is classical. So we work the original way Joseph Pilates wanted his method, which is a discipline really to be carried out. And we use a variety of different apparatus, because if someone can't do something on, say, for example, a reformer or a mat, we get them to use another piece of apparatus that they can do and strengthen. And also from a positive outlook, you know, when we're in pain, there's a negative connotation there. We feel quite, you know, frustrated with ourselves, or that we can't. The most important thing when clients come into my studio is that we're going to get you out of pain and you can do something. You can still move. So I have a lot of clients that go, I'm not going to be able to do this anymore. I said, no, wait, let's just rebalance the body. And I've had so many, which is actually a very rewarding job for me, where they can go back and do all the things they love. So it's really key that you listen to what your body is saying right now, because you don't want to delay, say, your career or the things that you love, playing with your kids, your grandkids, and being able to move around freely and pain-free, you know, most importantly. And I think, you know, if you sort of learn techniques, it doesn't have to obviously be with, you know, the way that I work or anything, but learn techniques to strengthen and stretch the body with what you need, you will move better, you will feel better. And when you feel better, you look better. The byproduct of Pilates is you get more toned and you can move more freely. But we have so many cases of people hammering training and running, and they're not getting anywhere because their body is in a very, very, you know, painful state. And, you know, just like when people are stressed, their cortisol level rises, and the pain, you can see it in people's faces. So when you feel pain-free, like if, say, for example, you do, like you just said, I feel so much lighter and connected from that lady previously, or you have an amazing experience, or someone gives you, you're in a positive environment, it makes you feel lighter, it makes you feel happier. You can deal with things, and that's the same as body. So not only do you have to work on your mind, you also have to work on your body, but it doesn't mean hammering your body, you know, to get where you want to be. Obviously, I don't know specifically the audience that I'm speaking to, but generally speaking, I just don't want people to give you know, yourselves a hard time. You're not doing something, or you're not doing enough. Do what's right for you. As long as you feel good and you're moving well and fundamentally you're pain-free, I think that's a great thing, you know, because majority of people live in a state of pain, and you actually condition yourself. You don't know any different. You condition yourself to be in a state of pain all the time. And that's what's really key and what I want to educate people on. So, yeah, I could talk and talk. I've just seen the time.
You know, Gabby, I must tell you, at first you said, yes, it shows in the face as well. So let me tell you, you know, there is something very magnetic about your face, and there is a miracle in the way you express and tell us. So today, for the first time in my life, I've ever realized when I'm saying it's, you know, I'm going to work out from my shoulder, it's not just the shoulder, or be it the neck being the part of the spine, or when I'm talking of the thigh, the front of the thigh, the quadricep muscle, it's not that it starts from there. It starts from, you know, almost the lower abdomen. So this is something unbelievable. So, you know, how to connect. Pilates really connects the body and the mind. And I think I'm going to be very honest with you. Okay. I was slouching, you know, before you spoke about all this, and you made me sit tall, and I'm feeling really energized. I don't know what did you do to me, but this was a miracle to me. Do you want to tell this to everyone? How did this happen?
Okay, obviously, this is, you know, anyone that starts to speak to me, and I have people walk through the studio, and I'm, you know, a culprit myself. If I'm on the computer all the time, you know, suddenly I go, no, just sit up. And that just one sit up changes the state. When you sit down, you compress. We're working with gravity every day. If we're stressed, if we're anxious about something, that naturally tightens our muscles up. So it shortens everything, and we get smaller and smaller and smaller. And so when you are aware of these things and you're given the tools to help create space and flow of energy and balance of muscles, of strength and stretch, the body is balanced, and then the mind becomes balanced. And that's a key thing. And I made you aware. You've been sitting doing this wonderful, you know, job today of announcing people and being there. And obviously it's a few hours, you know, that you've been doing this, and you sit so beautifully, but naturally it's going to do this. So the fact that even if I've just come on for a bit and you've been aware, fantastic. But yeah, just to find tools and stop your regular movement patterns. You have to, it's balance, right? It's all about balance. Everything we do in life, from, you know, all the good things or the bad things, we've got to do it, but just balance it all out.
Oh my God, it's been a beautiful experience. And I mean, I'm feeling, I said, you know, in a different world altogether. And I'd like to ask you one question, Gabby. You said that the breath is a little bit different than we do it in yoga. Is that what you said? So can you please tell us and highlight us a little bit on that?
Okay, so yoga, you know, there's so many different variations of yoga. And for me, yoga is much more of calming of the mind. Longer, and I know it depends, and I'm not going to pretend that I know everything all about yoga, and there's these different interpretations, but the fundamental thing is yoga is much more spiritual, about calming of the mind. Pilates was actually sort of developed as a workout. It just so happened that it supports people with rehabilitation. So the movement is much more, you know, workout led. The breath is to strengthen the muscle, especially the exhale. And you obviously have now a different sort of type of Pilates, which is much more remedial, which is very calms the central nervous system down. But the true essence of Pilates was there for a workout and for breath and flow and, you know, to lift the breath up, for stamina, to help athletes and work out. So the breath is very different. And also we tend to use our inhale through the nose and exhale through the nose. I don't know what the sort of disciplines that you do, but, and then you can inhale through the nose and exhale through the mouth. So, you know, it is very different, but the fundamental thing is the exhale is there to strengthen a muscle and work the joints through.
Wow, this is so beautifully explained. Let me tell you and be very honest with you, Gabby Noble, it's truly an honor for all of us to have you here as a, you know, family of Healing Our Earth. And thank you for imparting such amazing knowledge, which is truly of great help to everyone, especially at this point of time when everyone really needs to be healed and, practice with the families together. Thank you for spreading positivity, and thank you for, the great guidance on Pilates that you've given us, because I've been truly extremely fascinated since the entire Bollywood fraternity practices Pilates. So, and we have the best expert here with us. Truly thankful to you with both hands. Thank you so much, Ms. Gabby. Thank you so much for being here with us.
Thank you for having me. Namaste.
Namaste. Oh my God. I'm really feeling extremely beautiful. And to our lovely souls across the world, we're going to talk about guided meditation and removing negativity from our system. We always talk of the emotional baggage that we carry in our lives. Now, Gary has truly, rectified all those things, but now coming towards from Pilates towards meditation, we have with us a very renowned healer who has an experience of 20 great years. It's time for us to welcome Sneha Ramji, who's a renowned healer, teacher, and a consultant with almost 2 decades of experience on herself initially, and then using the knowledge to work with thousands of people to transform lives. Sneha Ramji's corporate experience at the organizations including the BBC, ITV, NBC, and others helps her to understand the pressures of modern day living. She has faced many personal challenges, which sent her on a journey of self-discovery, where she learned about herself and the power of energy to change her life. She has many specializations and qualifications, including being a Reiki and meditation teacher, Akashic Records reader, and shamanic healing practitioner. She holds regular workshops nationally as well as internationally, including the London Olympia Wellbeing Show, HSBC, UK government, and many European retreats. We are extremely delighted and pleased to have a talk and guided meditation on removing negativity and emotional baggage with a very lovely queen of ours who's here with us. So I truly welcome you wholeheartedly, sweetheart. How are you doing today? A global namaste to you.
Namaste. Thank you, Simraji. It's such a privilege to be part of this lovely Healing Earth Global Day. Thank you for that introduction. I do feel a bit old now, 20 years. But yes, I have been through my own journey of letting go of emotion. I was a very emotional person, and growing up, I had a few challenges. And I think when you're a child, you find it very difficult to let go of things because you haven't got those mechanisms that you do as you grow up as an adult. And what I work in is energy, and this energy gets lodged in your aura, in your chakras. And what happens eventually to this energy, it kind of starts to block the flow of your prana, the flow of your chi. It's really important that we work on our energy body. So I always say to people that we will shower every day, I hope. So we need to shower our energy every day and remove things that from childhood, from your adulthood, that you may not have dealt with. When we talk about emotional baggage, you may come into a new relationship, or you may come into a new workplace and you've got some things that you're carrying from your past. And what happens is you act on it, you get triggered because you have this in your subconscious mind and in your energy body. So what we do with our practices, I'll give you a few different options because not everybody can do visualizations and guided meditations, different techniques that we can use to let go of this emotion. And why am I covering it on a Wellbeing Day? Because, as I mentioned, if you're carrying this, it starts to interfere with the balance of your chakras and the auric field. So the auric field, the stronger, the bigger it is, the healthier you're going to be, the stronger your immunity, which is really important right now. And once you start to feel these negative emotions, it's a vibration. It can start to have this sort of impact on your auric field, bringing it closer to your body and eventually becoming something physical. It can be a mental disorder, a physical disorder. So when I work with clients, we kind of go down to the root causes and we work out, when did that energy block happen? When was that emotion very strong for you? And obviously sometimes you'll need extra help to release that emotion. So today we're just going to look at the superficial things that you may be hanging on to, maybe a friend that you're not talking to anymore, or somebody that you've fallen out with, things like that. So we need to work on forgiveness as well, because we're carrying that load with us. When we're trying to sort of have revenge or a grudge, we're holding on to that energy. So today I want you to think of somebody that you want to forgive or let go of. Usually what happens is with relationships, we form these energy cords. So whenever you're interacting with somebody, you start to form cords of energy. How we sort of communicate energetically. They're very healthy when you're young. So imagine a mother and a daughter, or a mother and a son. They have these very healthy cords of energy, so the mother can feel when the child needs something. But then imagine that child is now 30 years old and that cord is still there, then it becomes toxic and unhealthy. So we've got to look at cleaning those out from our energy body as well. Imagine you've had a relationship with somebody. Those energy cords are very powerful because you spend a lot of time with that person, and then you split up, and then you keep thinking about them, or they keep thinking about you. There's a cord of energy that's not very healthy. So we will look at cleaning some of those today as well. And then things like anger, resentment, they all have a frequency, and mostly these kind of emotions have a heavy frequency. We want to let them go because they're affecting also our manifestation power. So whatever we think has a vibration that goes out into the universe. And the lighter your vibration, the quicker that manifestation can come into your life. But when you have these stuck emotions, your vibration power is kind of diminished. You can't manifest what it is that you want in your life. There's some blockages in certain parts of your life where you can't move forward. So that's why it's really important to acknowledge some of these emotions. What I'm saying is that you're human. You're going to have these emotions, right? We've all been there. We've got angry, we've got sad, we've had grief in our lives. So you have to feel those emotions. They're part of being a human being. So don't deny that. But in the future, when that event is over, then it's good to kind of look back and see, what lesson did I learn from it? Most challenges I found in my life as well, they're a lesson for your soul, for your life. So you can grow spiritually, you can develop strength and learn something from it. I think we grow a lot more from challenges than we do when we have a smooth path. So these emotions are there to teach you something. So for anger, for instance, over Christmas, I was getting a little bit angry about something. And then I sat with that emotion. I thought, what is it? Why am I getting so angry over a small situation? And what it was, I was carrying some baggage, which, I've worked on over the years, but there was a little bit left and it was being triggered by this event. So I sat down and I did a forgiveness work and I let it go. And that bit of anger actually helped me. So you can use your emotions, which are negative, to help you to recognize, is there something that you need to work on in your life? Maybe a person you need to forgive, or a situation that you haven't quite let go of. Because if you don't, then something else will trigger those emotions to be, it could be something very small and then you get very angry or very upset. And the person that you're dealing with at the time doesn't realize that you're carrying all of this baggage from your past. So it's really good to do this regularly. So we're going to do a little bit today in the guided meditation. Obviously, we can't, there's so many great speakers. So I'm so privileged to have those 20 minutes to work with you. But if you don't kind of connect with this, because it's a very visual exercise, it's about imagination, you can do other things. I'm going to give you a couple of tips that you can use outside the meditation. One of the ones that we use a lot with our clients is writing a letter to the person that annoyed you, or you may have annoyed somebody and you can't necessarily go back and talk to them. They're out of your life. They can still be in your life, but sometimes it starts another roller coaster of arguments. So you can write them a letter and then burn it securely in your garden. What that does, it lets go of those emotions, the energy of that emotion. You have a place to let go of those emotions. What else can you do? Martial arts. Go and beat up a bag. But seriously, what it is, it's an energy, isn't it, that you've got it inside of you. So you need an outlet. So sports, physical activity, martial arts, that will really help you. Being on your own, spending time in nature is really good to let go of things that are bothering you. Sometimes you have to sit with the emotion. So I have some sort of proviso for that. Sometimes you can't deal with it when you're going through it because it's too much. Then use distractions. You know, we all use distractions. Women, we like to eat ice cream. Men like to just kind of go and do something outside. Sorry, I'm being a bit gender centric, but you know what I mean, right? So we might eat something, or we might call a friend, or we might watch TV. We might have these distractions so we don't have to feel that feeling. But that feeling is there to teach us something. So in the future, if you do have that feeling, maybe sit with it if you can handle it. If it's too much, go to your distraction and then come back to it. If it's way too much, then obviously you get some professional help to deal with it. But it's always good to sit with a feeling, not deny it, because we're always taught to be happy all the time, but actually that's not a human condition. We have ups and downs in our lives. So it's good to feel happiness, sadness, all of the emotions, and see what they're trying to tell you about you and your situation and your body. Okay. What else can you do? You can do journaling. So you can write about your feelings. Again, it's kind of an outlet for what you're feeling. If you don't want to talk to somebody, you can talk to somebody. You can, you know, speak to a professional, somebody like myself, or a therapist who would help you to kind of work through some of these emotions. And yeah, basically meditation. Obviously, I'm going to be a great advocate for meditation because I teach it and I've been doing it for the last 20 years. But with emotion and meditation, what it is, when you meditate, you really go back to your internal self. We've all really been programmed by society to be somebody, to be like something. And when you're meditating is when you take all that programming away. You go back to your source, to your original self, and know yourself. And that's the whole spiritual journey, is really to get to know who you are and what it is that you have come here to do on the earth. So I recommend very much that if you can meditate, it doesn't have to be long. And if people say, do you sit there for hours? Not really. You can do it within half an hour. And you don't have to do it every day, 3-4 times a week. Any meditation. We have meditation classes, so you can get in touch with me. But there's lots on YouTube. There's lots out there. You just have to resonate with it, and you have to make sure that the teacher, you know, is a good teacher. But yeah, so let's do one today. I want you to find a quiet spot for yourself, and I'm going to go through an exercise. I've got about 15 minutes or so, I think. Let me just check that with our lovely host. Is that right, Simone? Have I got that 15?
Absolutely. Let's go ahead. We're all set.
Okay. I just wanted to know before I start. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, so guys, just sit somewhere quiet, and I want you to close your eyes and just start taking some deep breaths, inhaling through the nose, exhaling through the mouth. It's really just enjoy the process of breathing. Okay, just keep inhaling and exhaling. Just checking, is the music okay, Simran?
It's beautiful.
Brilliant, thank you. So everyone just inhale and exhale, really focusing in on your breath. Inhaling positivity, exhaling negativity. Exaggerate the breath. Imagine that you're breathing in peace, breathing out stress. Just set that intention. I'm breathing in peace and I'm breathing out tension. Just feeling more and more relaxed. Just bring your attention to your feet. Both your feet are feeling warm, tingly, and heavy. Imagine you have roots, like a big oak tree, attaching you to the energy of the planet, making you stronger, making you grounded, Really feel it coming from the bottom of your feet deep into the ground. And you imagine a light coming from the source and hitting the top of your head, cleansing your auric field, washing any negativity from your aura, feeling it all around you. And imagine it forming a beautiful bubble around you, and nothing can penetrate. Only positivity can come in. Now I want you just to imagine that you're in a peaceful place, a sacred space somewhere in nature. The birds are singing, it's a beautiful day. There's no time in this space, there is no tomorrow, no yesterday. You're just in the now. In this space, there's a beautiful bench. I want you to go and take a seat. I want you to invite that person that maybe you need to forgive. Maybe you have to ask for forgiveness. Or just somebody that you have unfinished business with. Imagine them in front of you. And imagine that you have cords of energy linking the two of you. These cords are the ones that are no longer serving you. Imagine them as tubes attaching the two of you. So we want to ask a higher power to come and remove these tubes. So I want you to imagine them being pulled out of you and being pulled out of the other person. And imagine them being removed down to the ground, coming out of your stomach, out of your throat, and any other area of your body. These are cords of energy no longer serving you in any space, time, or dimension, and allowing them to disintegrate into the ground. Then I want you to fill that person up with love and divine golden light. Fill yourself up with divine golden light. Place that person in a beautiful pink bubble and allow them to float away, wishing them love and light. And then next to you, there's a pad and a pen. I want you to take that pad and pen and write down some emotion that is no longer serving you. Maybe it's anger, maybe it's sadness. And then in front of you, there is a fire, a little campfire. I want you to take that pad, scrunch up those words, and throw them into the fire. And as you watch them burn, I want you to really breathe out those emotions. So deep within you, take a deep breath in and then exhale out the emotion. So if it's anger, let go of anger deep from your stomach. Go to the right, to the bottom of your stomach. If it's sadness, allow sadness to flow out of you. And imagine it all burning in the flames. Allow your body to start to feel lighter and lighter. And then you're going to bring in the golden light again. Allow it to hit the top of your head. Allow it to fill up all of your body, your forehead, down into your throat and down your spine, feeling your whole body full of love, full of beautiful source energy, feeling balanced. Just bring your attention to your feet, make sure you're connected to the ground, and just finally go into your heart center in the middle of your chest. And just think about all the good things in your life that you're grateful for. Your family, your friends. And just send everybody in your family love. Send all the humans love. Send love to divinity and love to yourself. Just imagine your whole being bursting with love and light. And gradually you're going to start to come back to yourself, wiggling your toes, wiggling your fingers. And then whenever you're ready, you're just going to gently open your eyes. And just coming back into yourself. And we come to the end of the meditation. I hope you feel a bit lighter. How was that for you, Simran?
It really felt beautiful, Sneha.
Fantastic. So yeah, if people want to leave some comments how they got on, and I'm always available to ask questions about energy. I work with energy all the time, so the exercise is good to do on a regular basis because we let go of the negativity, we fill it with love and gratitude.
Sure. Sneha, Ramji, thank you so much. The fact that you spoke about the emotional baggage, it speaks volumes because, in a day and age where we are all at home, trying to be with our loved ones, it's time for us to really relax and remove all the stress, especially the emotional baggage. And what a great way than healing yourself with meditation. But Sneha, I want to ask you something which is very important, especially when families are all together at home. Is it that even kids can practice this? And at what age they should start this? And for how many minutes can they comfortably sit? Is it 3 to 5 minutes is good enough for them?
Yeah, it is difficult with kids because I've taught kids before. The attention span is very small, but yes, definitely need to start meditation with kids. I would say about 5, 6. I think below that, the attention span probably not there. Maybe give them something to do. I used to teach I am at peace with their fingers. I am at peace. So whenever they get angry, they can go into their own little space and express their emotions. So what we do, we tend to tell kids how to behave, not to feel angry, not to feel things from a young age. And that's when the suppression starts to happen. So it's really good to give them these techniques to go off, and you can even make something up of yourself. I am happy, I am at peace, I am beautiful. Just, vary it for yourself, and they can do that in their own space. I had a little girl, I only taught kids a couple of times, and a year later she goes, yeah, when I get angry, I actually go and do that. So it's quite a nice little technique.
Yeah, I actually love that. So I'm going to say, I'm at peace with myself. I'm happy. I'm beautiful. So these are the mantras. So I think we all, all our loved ones can sit together. And this is what Healing Our Earth does across the world, where we bring in all the beautiful souls on this common platform so that we could really become one and completely feel that divine love from within. So I want to take this opportunity of thanking Sneha. And Sneha, I also want to compliment you. And I definitely want to ask you one last question. At first, you're looking very lovely in pink. Okay, because I was actually cheating a bit and opening my eyes to see you. How are you looking? How relaxed are you looking? So I'm going to be very honest with that confession. You're looking lovely in pink. And I think everyone who's been here in the pink of health today, with the pink or the white color, I'm going to thank all the beautiful souls for looking so bright with that divine light within. So Sneha, one last piece of advice for families, at night time, before we go to sleep, if you can do
Sure.
something for 2 or 3 minutes, what could they do? Which meditation works best before going to sleep at night?
Okay, I mean, the common mantra that everyone knows is the Om mantra. So you can just chant Om together, because Om is not really linked to any religion per se. It's actually the sound of the universe. And when we do Om meditation, we're actually balancing all our chakras, which I mentioned, which are energy centers in the body. Each element of the Om has an impact on each one of your chakras. So you can sit with your family and do Om meditation. As you said, it's only 3 to 5 minutes. And then you can start to increase it a little bit, depending again on the age of the kids. I have a lot of clients that do that, and they said their kids are starting to kind of have a lot more calmness in their life and so on. And it's a family event as well, because with lockdown, I think it's taught us that family is everything, and it's nice to spend time rather than on our screens. So yeah, it's a really good thing to do before you go to bed. And be grateful as well. I think gratefulness should be done every day, whether in the morning or the evening. We teach our kids as well to be grateful for the small things. I think we take a lot for granted, and again, lockdown and the situation has shown us what we're grateful for, the simple things, family, friends, the things that really matter in our life. We need to do a little prayer like we did in that meditation, is be grateful. And gratefulness always raises our vibration very quickly. So if we do it twice a day, just 3 or 4 things that you're really grateful for every day, then you can start the day on a high and go to bed on a high.
Sure. That was absolutely wonderful. And once again, we're feeling like flying in the air, feeling very light after removing and taking off that emotional baggage and believing in the feeling of forgiveness. And I'm going to make sure that usually, we just feel that everything in the world is on the tip of our fingers. So thank you very much to Sneha Ramji, because I'm going to say this, that yes, this is also on the tip of our fingers, where we're going to teach everyone of all age groups to really be positive and say one after the other, every positive proverb that you believe in, everything that you want to become. So for a change, the tip of fingers are not on the computer or the mobile phone, but they are into deep meditation. Thank you so very much, Sneha Ramji. We had a lovely and a great session with you. And I truly thank you for being here with us on behalf of Healing Our Earth. I'm so grateful to you for the beautiful meditation session that we had. Thank you.
Thank you for having me. Namaste. Take care.
Thank you very much. To all the lovely souls, may we now please invite Dr. Melissa Kapoor on how Hinduism can heal our earth. To our lovely souls, wow, Melissa, you're looking so pretty. But please allow me to introduce Dr. Melissa Kapoor before I request her to go ahead. Dr. Melissa Kapoor is a Doctor of Philosophy from University of Oxford in Statistics Applied to Medical Imaging. She now has an award-winning company developing novel technologies to help reduce incidence of dementia. Since first stepping onto Indian soil, Melissa has felt a deep connection to India. Now, married to an Indian and having become a Hindu, she's an Indophile who loves the Hindu culture and has been pursuing her learning of ancient Vedic knowledge. Dr. Melissa takes great interest in understanding various aspects related to Bharat and Hinduism and expresses her views on the social media as English बहन के दिल से बहुत दिल से हम स्वागत करना चाहेंगे of Dr. Melissa Kapoor. A bright namaste to you. And we were talking of wearing pink, but here we have a beautiful girl who's all pink and your cheeks are extremely beautiful. A wholehearted welcome to you, and we love you in your Hindu avatar with the lovely bindi as well. Oh my God, you're looking magnificent. Dr. Melissa Kapoor, a namaste to you.
Namaste and bahut dhanyavad. Thank you very much, Simranji, for that lovely introduction. Namaste, everyone, to all the viewers, to all the globe. And what a privilege, I must say, to have been invited to speak on healing our earth. to be speaking in this Wellbeing and Wellness free global session. As I was introduced, I will be talking about how Hinduism can heal our earth. And in this talk, I'll be reflecting on my personal experiences, on what Hinduism has done for my well-being and my wellness. And if we could scale that up across all of humanity, how that could give such well-being and wellness to all of humanity, and in fact, all of the earth and the entire universe. So as you can see, I am, completely Western. I was born in the UK. My parents are both European, and I was brought up as a Christian, and brought up very much to think that humans are special in the world, that the world is there really for our enjoyment, and that the most important thing about life really is for humans to feel good, to have their senses satisfied, and really to feel good about themselves, to have ego essentially. So, things that people in the West really enjoy, it's, the food they eat, it's the films they watch, it's the music they listen to, and the ways in which they feel good about themselves, or the way that they value themselves, the way they see themselves is in terms of their status, in terms of their career, and in terms of the achievements they make in life, the certificates they win, the awards they have, the medals they win. And growing up in the UK, I was a very studious person. I also did a lot of sport and, did very well in both spheres of life, both the academic and the sporting fields, was very accomplished. But actually, when I left after university, after my PhD, and after winning my last British national championship title, I felt a bit lost in the world. And ultimately, I felt lost because I was at loss from connection to the world, and in fact, lost from myself. Because I had put all my self-worth into my status, into the awards I had won, that once I had won those awards, it was like, well, what's left in the world? So I felt completely lost. Very fortunately, I found out about Hinduism, and initially through my husband, but then through my own learning, my own exploration. And I feel my journey to Hinduism was made all the much more easy and straightforward because I am a scientist. That's what the major part of my education was in. It was in science. And I enjoy learning so much. I enjoy understanding things. I enjoy asking questions. And actually in the West, until a few hundreds of years ago, that was a very dangerous type of person to be. If you were asking questions about, for example, how the universe worked and how the earth, where the earth sat within the universe, that was enough for you to be burned at the stake or to be hanged. And there are many examples of that happening to scientists in the West just a few hundreds of years ago. Whereas in Hinduism, it's so much encouraging thought. It's so much encouraging understanding and self-growth and learning that Hindus, they made so many scientific discoveries. And when I was learning about these scientific discoveries made by the ancient Hindus, I was just absolutely amazed. And it's not just their appreciation of learning, but it's their appreciation of debate and having open conversations and really doing everything you can to understand the truth. And that's something I really, really appreciated in Hinduism. So things, for example, how thousands of years ago, the ancient Hindu scriptures talk about the earth being a sphere and there being a slight bulge around the center, the equator, which we now, modern science has confirmed is true. The ancient Hindu scriptures, they tell in precise detail exactly what the distance between the sun and the earth is. They tell to the correct order of magnitude what the age of the universe is. They describe the geography of the whole planet, how many continents there are, and in precise detail, the geography of India. And very relevant to today's theme of program, there's so much in Ayurveda around personalized medicine. That is ultimately what Ayurveda is. It's the medicine that is specific to an individual, to their doshas, to their characteristics, which is both genetic and lifestyle related. And personalized medicine, I'm sure you're aware, is quite a hot word nowadays. It's a very modern word, but in the West, and in fact in the modern world globally, it's only being talked about in the last sort of couple of decades, once DNA sequencing was discovered and developed, so that there was the opportunity to apply personalized medicine based on a person's characteristics. And yet the ancient Hindus, they were practicing personalized medicine thousands of years ago. And it's only today that modern science can validate the correctness of that ancient knowledge. So how were ancient Hindus able to make all these amazing ancient scientific discoveries? Well, major part of that is the fact that Hindus understand that all of existence is connected. We're all one. There is a single consciousness that binds everything and everyone. Humans, animals, plants, the earth, the materials of the world, the stars, everything is one single consciousness. And there is a way to connect directly to that consciousness, or to realize that direct consciousness, and that is through yoga. Yoga meaning, a unity with God, or that single consciousness. And things like the yoga asanas that people in the West know as yoga, that is one way of connecting to that single consciousness. But there are many others, including through sport, through devotion, through education and learning and intellect, all these different ways to connect with that single universe, single intelligence. And the ancient rishis in India, they were masters at yoga, and they divinely received that knowledge, the eternal truth about the universe, and were able to make these amazing scientific discoveries that we've only been able to validate in the last few hundred years with expensive telescopes, for example. And these ancient rishis in India, with this, they imparted this eternal truth to the people of India and the world, in fact, who then, practiced it on a daily basis for thousands of years. So there is so much wisdom in the ancient scriptures and within India today. So what does this connection with the single consciousness mean on a practical basis? So part of it is obviously that we realize that all of nature is divine, that we should worship it all, that we should not exploit anything, be it an animal or be it a material resource of the earth. And that is why Hindus, you see them worshipping nature. You see them doing puja or prayer and giving prasad or offering to Ma Ganga, one of the major and very special rivers in India. You see them doing Surya Namaskar. When they're doing their yoga asanas, they're basically giving gratitude to Surya Dev, the sun. So they worship everything in nature. The greatest number of vegetarians in the world is in India. And again, that seems very clear, very obvious when you understand that Hindus realize that we are all connected. Now, why would you cause suffering to another animal if you realize we are all at one? You're doing suffering to yourself. Hinduism really encourages looking inwards, self-growth, reflecting, exploration, continually becoming a better person, becoming more aware and more sensitive to your place, to the world and everything around you. And there are numerous epidemiological studies showing that actually having that attitude to life, looking inwards rather than always looking outwards for external validation, looking inwards is associated, statistically significantly associated with better mental health and better physical health. So for example, a person who undergoes terrible tragedy in their life, things that really are traumas, perhaps the death of a spouse or divorce or becoming bankrupt, A person who experiences those terrible things in life, they can still pull through very well if they are very internally resilient. Whereas somebody who is always looking outward for external validation, even a minor disappointment can really throw them off balance. And finally, Hinduism really helps you to realize that we each have an internal power, an infinite internal power, in fact, and that we don't have needs from very many physical things. We don't need external validation. We are complete as we are because we're all divine. And that is why in Hinduism, there is the greatest respect for sannyasis, people who actually have very little, very few material possessions, who live a very, very simple life. They are some of the most respected people. And many of the itihas, the histories of India that Hindus are, they read with great devotion, such as Mahabharata and Ramayana. You see many times where the Hindu kings live in these very lavish palaces, but for some reason they have to leave those palaces and go and live in the forest, for example, and they are perfectly happy there. They don't begrudge having to leave the luxuries of the palace because they've got that internal resilience and they've got that connection to nature. So actually being in nature is perfect for them. And a really key concept comes out of this understanding that we are all at one, there is this single consciousness, a very key concept, which is the law of karma. Now, in the modern world, we know of Newton's third law of motion, being that every action has a reaction. Well, actually, the ancient Hindus, they've known this for thousands of years, and they know it's not just limited to physical motion. They know it's also limited to emotions, to your thoughts, to everything. And therefore, how we treat things in this life has consequences for us in this life and in future lives. And this becomes really apparent when you see within a single life the terrible consequences of deforestation, of urbanization, tarmacking over beautiful earth, leading to landslides and floods, global warming leading to really extreme changes in weather, and the way we are caring for animals, very relevant today. We can see how that's leading to viruses. So ultimately, this law of karma really helps you to appreciate that there is no us versus them. There is only us. We are all one. We're all one with all of life and all of the earth. So what has this understanding of the single consciousness and being part of that single consciousness done for me? So as I said before, I've gone from this place of completely valuing myself based on my status, how well I do, and how happy I am because of temporary things such as what I've seen in the cinema recently, or what meal I've eaten recently, or what song I've listened to recently. So firstly, what it's done to me personally is it's made me much more sensitive to the world. I am now so much more conscious about what I consume, and not just what I mean consume by food, but also consume as in materials of the world. I'm much more conscious about the waste I create and where that goes, what happens to it, and about my carbon footprint. So ultimately, I'm really conscious now about my impact on the world and wanting to keep it as low as possible. I'm mentally so much stronger. And that's partly because when there is this eternal consciousness that's so big, it's all encompassing, it's billions of years old, you realize actually you're a very small part in this. It really puts things into perspective. And so when things do happen, disappointments, for example, you kind of come up with this attitude of, well, don't sweat the small stuff. These are small ups and downs, small perturbations in my life. There's so much bigger things happening out there. And it's really helped me to think for myself and not of myself, to really appreciate the value of thinking for myself, to really think creatively, to really think spiritually, to really think peacefully. And becoming Hindu really has helped me to celebrate life at the deepest level, and not to see life as a series of hurdles to overcome and awards to win that can only be endured by having a nice meal now and then, or going to the cinema now and then. I really appreciate and celebrate life so much more. And as a woman, I can say, being Hindu is so empowering. Hinduism is possibly the only religion where there are Hindu goddesses, where that eternal consciousness is celebrated in its feminine form as well as its masculine form. And the feminine energy is celebrated. Dedicated celebrations are there for the feminine energy for weeks every year. And the feminine energy in its complete form, from its nurturing mother form to its fierce warrioress form, and everything in between. And I find that really empowering. So for all these reasons, I am so grateful to Hinduism, and it explains why I love Hinduism so much. It's done so much for me, and it's really helped me to reduce my negative impact on the world. And I hope to really strengthen a positive impact on the world. And I really hope that en masse, others could realize this and experience this, because I feel the world and all of humanity would be so much happier and healthier. And I just want to end with Om Shanti, 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 which is a very significant and very important expression and sound in Hinduism. And it basically wishes for peace all around the earth. So that is my contribution to this session. Thank you very, very much for having me on here. Namaste. And over to you, Simranji.
Thank you so much, Dr. Melissa. I mean, one aspect was, the way you speak, the way you look, it's the internal beauty which reflects outside. But I must tell you that I'm so fascinated by the way you spoke Shuddha Hindi, right from Puja, Prasad to Mahabharat, Ramayana, Itihas. I'm completely mesmerized by your faith in Hinduism. And thank you so much for showing it to the world that how Hinduism could heal the world. I also loved the fact that you said that, you enjoy celebrating life at the deepest level, and how every action has a reaction was mentioned years, decades back in the Vedas. So I have a question for you, Dr. Melissa. You spoke a lot about Hinduism and, of course, vegetarianism. What is your favorite Hindu meal?
Very good. It's very simple, palak paneer. And I really enjoy cooking Indian food. So I must say that when I first met my husband, I didn't have any culinary skills whatsoever, no cooking skills. But I've learned a lot, and it's pretty much all I cook now. And palak paneer is probably, I would say, my specialty. I add a drop of coconut milk, and I find that really gives it a nice sweet taste. And I can't wait to cook palak paneer once a week. It's my favorite.
Oh my God. You've really given us, our mouths watering, and we're just thinking about that. And especially when it comes from you, Dr. Melissa Kapoor, I must praise the fact that, yes, it's both the ways, your husband and you both feel like fortunate to have each other, but we are truly fortunate to have you here today, speak about Hinduism. And, I'm telling you, I'm at loss of words to express my gratitude, of course, but the way I've been thrilled throughout, all glued to every single word you were speaking with perfection, has completely mesmerized me. So I want to take this opportunity, and the way you said Om Shanti Shanti, wow, I must say it was truly unbelievably awesome. Thank you so much. And we also love the pendant, the Om pendant which you're wearing, because it just shows it even on your third eye where you're wearing the bindi. And oh my God, it is just a blessing to have you here. Dr. Melissa, just a last word from you for everyone. Would you like to say something to everyone here?
I just wish to say that I hope that the world can come to appreciate the beauty of Hinduism, and that it can strengthen humanity and strengthen the world and make it a more beautiful and more peaceful place. And I honestly feel that Hinduism is the future for a sustainable world.
Wow, I think that was the line. Hinduism is the future for sustainable world. Thank you so much, Dr. Melissa Kapoor, and truly a pleasure having you here. And every single word we've really made it sink within us. And I'm thinking of the palak paneer as well. So thank you so much for that. Thank you. Humble thanks to you. And wow, we're feeling absolutely wonderful. And the different arena of how Hinduism can heal the world. That was by Dr. Melissa Kapoor. And now we have, a lovely and absolutely gorgeous Eve Mendoza from USA, who's going to speak about the medicinal understanding of Jyotish for the well-being of the earth. Eve, a global namaste to you, but please allow me to speak a few words before I tell you to speak to everyone all across. Thank you so much, and we truly welcome you with all our heart and soul. Well, to our lovely souls across the world, Eve became a serious student of Jyotish over 20 years ago. In 1994, she met her first teacher, who led her to the feet of Jyotish Shastra, more commonly known as the Vedic Astrology. She continued her studies in India, where she devoted the next 10 years to serving her teacher and assisting in the everyday maintenance of a charitable trust. Eve has also been instructed in the science of mantra. She returned from India in 2010 and has been offering her services ever since at the request of her teacher. We have the gorgeous Eve Mendoza here with us. And Eve, a global namaste to you.
Namaste. Namaste to everyone. Thank you so much for offering this platform. This is truly for Jyotish, to hopefully restore some of her dignity. Because in the West, we know her as astrology, right? Western astrology, we hear about the sun sign, we hear about this. It's a pseudoscience, is how it's labeled. There's many issues with this. But if we go back to what Dr. Melissa Kapoor was saying so beautifully, she's just a perfect person to open, really, because a lot of what she says is very relevant when you look at Jyotish, and we're speaking about why would astrology, something like astrology, be medicinal? Why would the understanding of that be relevant, specifically in a time like this? And the key word there is time. The key word right there is relevant, because Jyotish is the study of the rhythm of time. So when we look at what astrology has devolved as in the West, as personality reading, I'm not saying this is a negative thing, but it came later. It came from the Greeks. You even find this when you start studying Jyotish, which Jyotish is a Vedanga of the Vedas, a limb of the Vedas. You find there's Yavana Jataka, a book of foreigners, and a lot of the astrological personality readings come from that. So this limits it into this psychological box that we walk around constructing every day. Speaking to what Dr. Melissa Kapoor said about defining ourselves with this mirage of the outer world and who we are in relationship to it, instead of concentrating on what is actually really going on in the moment. Inhale and exhale of every moment, and being real and steady and observant in that moment. So Jyotish, or Vedic astrology, was a way to mark this present moment, not so much your personality, but to mark the weather of this present moment so that you could be in rhythm with the weather. If it's raining, you know to dress for the rain. Certain rituals were only done at certain times. And, I was going to concentrate here a little bit on Venus and the moon, but then I realized that, in the limited period of time that we have here, it would really be doing an injustice to pick any one of the grahas or planets and illuminate them, because in Vedic astrology, they're seen as very different than just piles of rocks. Okay, so I really have to address the divide that modern science has, this idea of modern science has created around a precious study, a precious science, a valid science like Jyotish, which gives life to the universe, attributes life to the planets, attributes life to everything, attributes breath to everything, as opposed to taking away that life in a utilitarian attempt to utilize or control or objectify something so that it can be of human use. So now the planets, we're looking for water on Mars, or, these kinds of things. It's like these pile of rocks. Let's just use everything up. Let's just keep consuming and consuming. It's really just, if you slow yourself down and you look at it, it's really just an immaturity in civilization. It shows that we are actually a young civilization, and just how youth needs to look towards elders to help them understand something about life. I would encourage that it's wise to look towards more ancient civilizations that had a longer span of life, when many of these sciences that were born out of Europe, I hate to say it, but those people were dying at the age of 40 and 50, while people in India and China were living to 100. And so we forget about looking at these places because they have been put in a museum. So much of the knowledge of Jyotish, of Vedic society, is in a museum or the Vatican Library, or these very odd places. So, last night when I was looking up some details on the moon for everyone, and I realized that most of the studies centered around the moon, the full moon effect, and how the moon affects us. Most of the so-called scientific studies are only studying the full moon, and that too, not individuals born at specific time. None of these studies are broad, yet they're presented as if they are the absolute reality. So when we're looking at the universe, or you could say the cosmos, or even just simply our solar system, from the point of view of Jyotish, we call the planets grahas. They have a nature, a personality, a life. Graha means the most common translation, and this is what you'll hear most from most people, is to seize. Like grahast, meaning like family life, like to live a family life. The same thing here is like graha, to seize, to control perhaps, or influence. So these are like physical forces, like gravity. No one really wrestles with gravity. If it snows outside, you don't start wrestling with it. You don't go into fear because it's snowing. You just prepare for it, right? So instead of looking at these forces as your sun sign astrology, and this is your personality, and more things to feed some kind of odd cultural externalism of yourself that's pulling you more and more away from the center Jyotish aims to actually help you stay in the present moment. So all this talk about meditation, keeping us present with ourself or in the present moment, all of that remains idle talk unless we really understand how to do it. And our minds go everywhere. We're worried about this. We're constantly losing our center to everything. To I don't have enough. I have too much. I have too little. This, that. Actually, the study of Jyotish kind of keeps you in this rhythm where you start just realizing, oh, it's okay. There's a dose of happiness because that drum beat was there, that heartbeat was there, that breath was there. It gave a little happiness. The next breath, there's a little bit of pain. But I know that one thing that is guaranteed in life, and the one thing that no one can ever take away, is that change is guaranteed. And Jyotish is the study of that change, of that rhythm of time. And it really gets into, some very deep symbolism behind some of the Vedic deities, the Devis and Devatas of the Vedic culture. These images are packed with meaning to the point where famous physicists have studied Rig Veda and imagery of gods. Some of them have, Oppenheimer, you have the famous quote where he quotes the Gita. And it wasn't only that he was studying the Gita, he was studying so many other facets of Vedic philosophy. Many of these guys get to this point. There's even a study in quantum physics about the randomness. If you connect a light to a random number generator and you put a plant in one corner of a dark room, the light has statistically the probability of just, going all over the room at any time, distributing its light equally. However, what they're finding is that most of the time, the light is finding its way to the plant. Even connected to a random number generator, the light is finding a way to the plant. In other words, life is communicating with life. And the original study of Jyotish is exactly that. It's more than a concept of simplistic oneness, even though that is it. But when we say it, science does so much to deconstruct it and to devalidate and to dismiss and to put this in the category of spiritual thought, and this is in the category of technical thought and logic. When in reality, look at our faces. Just all we have to do is look at what's in front of us. We are so lost from what is actually right here in the present. We have two sides to our face, a right and left hemisphere of the brain. We have an inhale and an exhale. How many of us contemplate that? We do in pranayama, we do when we start studying a science of breath. But your breath changes based on mood. And it's constant, inhale, exhale. It's constant, the black pupil of the eye absorbing the light. Black has this beautiful ability to draw light to it, meaning the opposite qualities are magnetized by each other. And this is exactly how Jyotish works, is exactly how time works. It is no different. There is no my side here and your side there. It is doing a dance, but in the middle is this place, the sunset, you could say. It's like our sunrise. So you have the day, the night, and then the sunrise and the sunset. So this year, we've had many, many planetary alignments. I could literally give about a 2-hour presentation I was looking at my astronomy program last night, not even a traditional astrology software. All a person needs to do is go and look at the actual sky. When you're learning Jyotish, try to do it. The old Jyotishis, they became one with it. So it was, living and breathing. You'd go observe the moon. You had to know astronomy. You had to know Vedic mathematics. Now mathematics is so clinical and sterilized and institutionalized. It belongs to, mathematics and science belong to these big colleges and these institutions, but really they're all over in life. It's a language, it's a living language. So when you watch the transits even of this year, there's such a peace that exactly what the clock is saying, the inhale, exhale of that cosmic clock, it's so obvious. The transits, that December 31st, when we had the first report of the cluster cases of pneumonia, this benevolent moon passes the sign of Shadabhishaka, 100 doctors, the sign of 100 doctors, this star sign. And when you watch it, when you actually watch it in real time with an astronomy program, it's an inhale, exhale. You'll see planets going in and out of each other, producing this field, waves, this field. And then you'll see the ecliptic and you see the path that they go on, and it's all coming down. It's all stringing us into this, like ripples, oceanic, this water, this ether. It's affecting, the waves affect us. And whenever anyone does studies on this, they start realizing that these forces truly are just as tied into us as our everyday life. I mean, even to the extent that there was a famous study where they thought pollution was killing trees. And I talked about this in Sedona last year or the year before. They thought pollution was killing trees. And they discovered it was light pollution because the trees were not getting exposed to the stars and the cycles of the moon, and they were wilting. And the pollution, they were actually purifying the air. So it wasn't the pollution of the air, it was the lack of exposure to the cosmic radiation. The same thing with women's fertility cycles. There are studies where they've exposed women only to the cycles of the moon at night instead of artificial light, and their hormones start regulating. So when you talk to police departments and all of these things, full moons, there is a sizable mark in accidents, violent crimes, and all of that. And if you study more, even simplistic Jyotish, but if you get advanced into the Panchangam, you'll understand why this is. So, so if you watch the outcome of this entire year, and I actually do have files that I could share with whoever is interested. I had selected them from my astronomy program. I just didn't want to, I didn't know how technical, I'm just, I'm really laid back. I just will connect with people when they ask. So I wasn't sure exactly what kind of time that would allow us if I just sat there and showed you slides. But for anyone who's actually interested in watching the movement, even if they were to get an astronomy program themselves and set the date, select the planets, select this one called Starry Night Pro, has even the Vedic nakshatras in it. So it will show when that means fixed stars. So there are fixed stars, like a good example would be Regulus in Leo. That's called Magha in Vedic astrology or Jyotish. There's numerous, these fixed stars, Spica or Spica, I'm not sure how you say that in Latin, but that's Chitra, and that's where we draw most of our measurements from, is called Chitra Paksh. But these stars that go along the ecliptic, the moon kind of goes on a snake path And you can see how the moon moves. The moon does not do a straight line on the ecliptic. The moon actually does this dance. Once again, that movement, it's like it creates some kind of friction, some kind of friction wave. And so the moon goes, I won't say it, that's the modern way of objectifying everything, but the moon, the life that the moon is, goes on this path and passes these stars, and it affects us. It affects our chemistry. We don't even need elaborate language to justify it. The people that have done studies, we don't even need to color it with religion. I'm not degrading religion. I mean, you can see behind me, beautiful picture of Mangal and Shukra, actually. Shukra Graha is Venus, and Angarika or Mangal is Mars. So I have the two, Agni and Soma represented, the two opposites, the heat and the cool. And this is a large subject here, but the wisdom that is in Jyotish, I would encourage anyone who has that bend of mind where they really want proof. People who want proof, who aren't just blind faith. Vedanta is not blind faith oriented. That's a common mistake. This is not a blind faith path. This is something you have to apply and live, or you should probably not speak about it because you won't grasp it. It's doing it an injustice. It's not like every other these religions where you're just expected to believe and not question. As Dr. Melissa Kapoor said so beautifully, it's a very open, liquid, fluid conversation with life. But when you study Jyotish, you actually get the evidence for those people that have that bend of mind, that they are wanting to connect the clinical with the warmth of something you might call spiritual, or there's some bridge that Jyotish can fit. It can build a bridge between the two hemispheres of the brain. Most Indian sciences do this. I really have to bow to India right now, because I don't think people understand what we have taken from her all over the world and not given the credit. And this, I mean, it is exemplified no matter what you study. The sciences of India are brilliant, all the way down to the artistic science, the music. The music, it requires a different kind of intelligence. To actually learn that, you have to connect both hemispheres of the brain. You just can't go free and do whatever you want. You have to temper yourself and use this logical side, but then when they connect in the middle is what people are actually looking for in the first place. This is perfectly exemplified by, I mean, one thing you'll learn when you first start learning Jyotish is the sacredness of Brahma, Vishnu, Mahesh, of the creator, preserver, and destroyer. And it will take them out of the temple and put them in front of your face. You will see them in your own face. It's not separate. As a matter of fact, sometimes we are insulting these forces if we're just going to a temple out of fear and asking you help, you know, this. No, this is where we need to reclaim our sense of integrity and dignity and self-authority, that if we have the bliss of Shukra, the bliss of the joy of Venus, we may also get the piercing of Mars. All qualities are required in life. And when we look at all life, it is full of opposite qualities, even our body. And it's constantly trying to maintain that homeostasis, that balance point, once again, that midpoint. And so Jyotish shows that.
Wow. Thank you very much, my dear Eve. And Eve, you've really taken us into the world of astrology, the Vedic science and the Jyotic science. And as you said, that astrology is extremely medicinal. You know, it really gave us a different perspective. And I want to take this initiative of truly thanking you, you know, because it was extremely knowledgeable, even for we people who belong to India, you know, and knowing more about the astrology, which really came from you and your research with your guru, is truly commendable. My dear Eve, we have a question from New Delhi, Mr. Rajesh Ratan, and he would like to know how to heal the body and mind, and is there any connect between the body and the mind? So I'm going to request you to please answer that if possible, sweetheart.
Mr. Rajesh, first of all, let me say that I'm most likely unqualified to answer that kind of question, if I had to be honest. All I can say to you is that you should, sometimes the right question is the answer. To even ask if there's a divide between mind and body, I believe that you may already know the answer to that. There's perhaps compartmentalization, but to say that they don't affect, one doesn't affect the other, just the body can affect the mood, right? If we get low blood sugar, things like that, and then the mind can affect the body, just like the power of emotion, like a mother lifting a car off of her child, the adrenaline rush just from the emotion. And that's just a very mundane level. But if you're asking how to heal the body and the mind, someone like me would be unqualified. I'm just a researcher.
Sure. Eve, I'd like to ask you something, since you also believe in the science of mantra. And we know, we always believe that chanting mantras really are magical for the mind, body, and the soul. So is it possible, would you like to say something on the science of mantra, or probably, if possible, to do a mantra? Is it really possible, Eve?
So I could say something on mantra. I think
Yes.
that's also, so here we go again with the topic of blind faith versus actually just what's really happening. In the end, blind faith becomes a self-fulfilling knowledge, because it's really just perceiving itself. I mean, so please don't make the mistake that I'm saying anything negative about faith that whatsoever. We're just living in a time frame that doesn't offer much support to faith. And so with everything being questions, I have to, at such a rapid pace, and so clinically from such a, an odd angle, then it's necessary to address that. With mantra, like everything else, it is a science of sound. And just like we're very much unaware of our breath most of the time, just the inhale, exhale, just that simple thing, we're very much unaware of what's going on. The same thing with our voice. I mean, just think about your voice, the tone. I mean, it's almost like a miracle happening in your throat. The human body is actually miraculously an organized design. It's incredible how organized the intelligence of the body is. So the voice and sound has a verifiable effect. So a mantra is a way to affect the outer world with sound, the outer and inner world, I would say. And with Vedic thought, it all comes from the inner. We've got a reversed way of looking, which makes us lose our center. So as soon as you're looking from the outside in, you're looking from you're lost your center. So mantra is a way of using an external feature in some way to unite once again that inner and outer world, so that you find that midpoint. But it's very effective. It can stabilize moods. It can do many things when done appropriately. I could speak, I see the time, but the Maha Mrityunjay mantra, I would say for everyone right now, especially having Shukra back here, one of the things I was going to talk about, which, there's just not a lot of time, is the beauty of what Lord Shiva is. Because all we hear is the destroyer, or then you hear the Advaita philosophy, which is almost so non-dualistic that you have to be in this very ethereal space to grasp it. Philosophical, high-minded space where the average person isn't going to be able to tangibly touch that. So it's really doing, in some way, it's fine to debate those things, but until it's a tangible thing living in your body, until it's your direct experience, even Shankaracharya would say this. Even Adi Shankaracharya would say, we must experience it. It's not about just talking about it. It's actually, so mantra is one of those little keys. But Mahamrutyunjaya, I would say, if anyone's looking for a mantra right now, even if just the regular Mrityunjay mantra, the Mahamrutyunjay with the bija, that one's really good. Even if you do it mentally, and that people have different theories about this, and I can actually say I've tried these things. For me, it's much more effective if you actually do it in the moonlight. There is a deep reason why Lord Shiva wears the moon on his head, and a very deep reason why he's the Lord of the night, and why he's the master of fear. And, he comes along with all of these very rebellious qualities, and yet he's made them sacred in the iconography, like the cremation ground, things that we're primally afraid of, and things that religions say are not virtuous. He is the one that can handle those so-called poisons. And there's a reason for that. So for everyone right now, I would say you can easily find on YouTube perfect pronunciation of Mahamrutyunjay, even if you can't say it, to listen to it.
Wow. I'm going to truly thank you, Eve. And Eve, you have something about your voice which just makes everyone, to probably just go on listening to you and hearing you. So thank you so much for all the knowledge that you've imparted to us and everything that you spoke about Shiva and Vedic astrology and the mantra. We are truly thankful to you for being here with us. And I must tell you, we're taking everything that you mentioned here with us, only for all of us to be a better human being and to really realize the divine soul within. I'm truly going to thank you with a namaste. Thank you so much, my dear Eve Mendoza, for being here with us. And I must thank you for every single knowledge imparted to us, and your voice will always be with us. It is the best healer in the world.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me. I'm truly humbled by it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Eve. And to all our lovely souls, it's time for us to welcome our fourth most popular author, and his meditations have been listened to over 6 million plus times. Well, it's time for us to welcome. I think I'm going to take this opportunity of inviting him as a legend for the kind of expertise he has and the way he's won hearts across the masses. May we please kindly welcome Glenn Herold. But before we, tell Glenn to carry on, please ahead, Glenn, allow me to introduce you to all our lovely souls from across the world. A very, very warm namaste to you, Glenn. And I'm going to speak a few words about Glenn, who's here with us. As I've said, yes, you are a legend. Now, Glenn Herold is an author, musician, an experienced clinical hypnotherapist who's helped thousands of clients over a wide range of stress-related problems. His unique and highly effective series of professional hypnosis and meditation recordings have sold over 10 million and are one of the world's best-selling self-help audio ranges. Glenn has written 7 self-help books for Orion in the UK and McGraw-Hill in the USA, and has produced 100 hypnosis and meditation audios for BBC audiobooks. Orion and also his own company, Divinity Publishing Limited. Orion reissued Glenn's first 4 books in January 2019. Mr. Glenn has 20 years of experience as a clinical hypnotherapist in one-to-one therapy sessions. And in recent years, he's worked with many high-profile and celebrity clients. In May 2011, he was made a fellow of the British School of Clinical Hypnosis for his achievements in the world of hypnotherapy. Prior to this, Glenn's best-selling hypnosis CD, Complete Relaxation, was awarded a gold disc by Nielsen Book Data for sales over £250,000. And he is the only self-help author to ever receive this prestigious award. Glenn's Relax and Sleep Well app is one of the world's biggest grossing self-help apps and has been downloaded over 3 million times. And that is the reason I call him a legend. Maybe please, with folded hands and a warm namaste, welcome Mr. Glenn Herold. How are you doing, Glenn?
Thank you very much, Simran. That was lovely. Namaste. It's a real honor to be here with you. It really is. And yeah, I'm doing really good. I'm you know, I live down in Lagos on the Algarve. And as you can see, I played tennis this morning. My face is a little bit red. I had too much sun. I also went to the beach with my kids. So I got a bit too much sun today. So I've got that Wally English tan, as we call it.
We love it. We love it. You know, we are big fans of the English tan.
Yeah. So yeah, my story is I'm a hypnotherapist and I'm in a wonderful position now. You know, I've written 7 books for major publishers and my recordings sell all over the world, and life couldn't be more abundant and happy and prosperous at this time. But to give you a little bit of my backstory, it wasn't always like that. I grew up in a very, very dysfunctional household, very violent household, and I'd run away from home when I was young and sleep rough on the streets. I was into drink and drugs, and I ran with a bad gang when I was in my teenage life. And I struggled big time because of my upbringing. I didn't, you know, I had no qualifications because I was kicked out of school. And life was very difficult. It was a struggle. When I got into my 20s, you know, unsurprisingly, I failed to set the world on fire. But it was later on, the one thing I did do when I was young, I learned to play the guitar. And it was later on that I shared the bill with a stage hypnotist. I watched him doing his thing and it sparked something in me. And I wanted to learn hypnotherapy. I didn't want to do the stage thing because you've got the stage thing is one thing, which is very much the entertainment thing. And then you've got hypnotherapy, which is using hypnosis to help and heal people. And that's what I was drawn to, mainly to fix the dysfunction within me. And so from there, I did a 2-year diploma with the British School of Clinical Hypnosis, and I absolutely loved it. And I got on this healing journey. That was the thing. I started to work on myself from the inside out and clear a lot of the dysfunctional patterns of behavior, the low self-esteem, the failure programming from my childhood. And literally, if you think of like a computer, that's what the mind is. And I was literally taking out these old programs and replacing them with new positive programs that I am confident I can, you know, shine in company. I can be abundant. I can be happy. All of these things, I really worked on them through self-hypnosis. And I've actually got a free guide to self-hypnosis that I give to people, you know, I give it out free. So what I'll do, I'll post that free guide for anyone that wants to learn the technique on the YouTube link below this and on the Facebook link, so people can just download it and use the technique, because it is so incredibly powerful to transform your life. You know, whatever situation you're in, if you're in a stressful situation or you're very fearful at the moment because the world is, you know, it's a little bit crazy, isn't it, at the moment? Whatever situation you're in, you can't change the external world. You know, we can't affect what the politicians are going to do or what they're not going to do, but we can change our inner state and create a feeling of peace and well-being within ourselves that will resonate. It will resonate out, so that, you know, it's that old Gandhi saying, isn't it? Be the change you want to see in the world. And, you know, so just to go back, yeah, I continue to clear these dysfunctional programs. And I would use self-hypnosis on a daily basis. And back then I had, you know, I was, like I said, I was flat broke, I was struggling, but I wanted to achieve things in life. You know, I wanted to, you know, have a big house, a big car, a nice car, and things like that. So I set out a list of material goals initially, and I wrote them down, and that's the starting point. So list the things that you want to achieve in life, or where you want to be in life. You know, for me now, my goals are not so much material, they're more sort of spiritual goals. You know, I want to now continue to raise my consciousness, my vibration, because that brings opportunity just by doing that. You know, by having a higher vibration, the world opens up to you in magical and mysterious ways. And, you know, when you do affirmations and goal setting, it's so much more powerful when you are in a higher vibrational state, because you're much clearer. And so your projections are that much more powerful, and the universe responds to you very clearly and concisely. And, you know, I cannot tell you how lucky I've been in my career, how these opportunities time after time have come to me and still do. And it's through that inner work, you know, because as I said, I was a complete and utter failure when I was young. So it's only the inner work that has enabled me to, you know, create this abundant, happy life, and to deal with the ups and downs of life, because, you know, it is a very challenging time at the moment. And, you know, so if you are feeling it, there's no substitute for going down into that state of self-hypnosis, you know, dropping down, clearing your mind, coming out of the monkey mind, because all fear is created in the mind. You know, it's just this constant nagging we have in the mind. You're worrying about the future, your regrets in the past and all that. And, you know, if you're watching the news and the media at the moment, it's very fearful. So there's all that stuff going on. But when you clear all that away and you stop the mental chatter and you drop down into that peaceful, centered state, you can do that amazing inner work. And just by being in that state, you get this creative force come up inside you, this incredible power that you've got inside. And I was listening to the last speaker, who was wonderful, by the way. And she said something about the mother being able to pick up the car. And that's the story I tell quite a lot, because we have this superhuman ability. And it's been well documented around the world that when a child has been trapped under a car, the mother will be able to walk up to the car and pick the car up and pull the child out. And she doesn't for a second think, hang on, that car weighs half a ton. I can't do that. I can't lift it. She taps into this primal thing that she has to save her child, and this superhuman ability comes to her in that moment, and she's able to pick up a half a ton car. So we have these amazing resources within us that we can tap into and use. And it's said that we're the only species on the planet that doesn't use all of our brain all the time. So most other species are fully engaged and using all of their brain all the time, whereas we don't do that. But when we do, through self-hypnosis and meditation and through prayer as well, and, you know, using mantras, you get down into that state, and that's where your true power lies and your potential. And when you're in that state, you literally can do anything, and you can clear away any fear or overcome any addiction, any phobia. And I know this better than anyone because I've done it, you know, in my life, and I've created this wonderful, abundant life, you know, from living in, you know, tower blocks in South London and, you know, constantly being broke and struggling all my life. So, you know, I know I've done it, but I've only done it. There was no shortcut. I had to do the inner work. And that's so important. That's the key to transforming your life and living without fear. You know, that's a big thing in this day and age, isn't it? You know, so many people are struggling with that. And I get tons of messages on people, you know, how do I get over this fear and the anxiety and the worry? And the first thing I say is, you know, turn the news off. don't watch the mainstream media because it's so toxic and so negative. And if you're constantly bombarded with that all the time, it's just going to pull you down. And, but when you're dropping down into that state regularly, if you're using self-hypnosis every day, that's so empowering. And as one of your other speakers said, gratitude is an amazing way to start the day. And I get into that habit. I'm in that habit most days where I just for 5 minutes, as soon as I wake up, I just focus on a feeling of gratitude, gratitude for having the love of my family, for living in a lovely house, for, being able to breathe clean air, and just the simple things in life. And when you do that, you set yourself up. You set yourself up for a wonderful day. I've actually got a free gratitude meditation on YouTube. So if anyone struggles with doing it themselves, listen to that recording or another recording on gratitude, because there's loads of them on there. And it's a great way to start the day, that sense of gratitude. So yeah, we are the masters of our own destiny. We really are. And I think a lot of people don't always recognize how much power they've got inside them. Because if you're constantly just living in your, conscious mind, you're not using that huge unconscious resource. And a good analogy for that is if you think of an iceberg and you've got the 10% above the surface, and that's very much the conscious mind. And then you've got this vast, huge resource below the surface, and that's the unconscious. And you get there by, using a technique like self-hypnosis, just through your breath. Breathing's a wonderful way to get there as well. Just breathing away any anxiety, any fear, letting go of tension in your body, dropping down into that state and, being in your power. So that's the key to it. That's the answer. And there's plenty of tools out there in this day and age to, to be able to, truly be in your power and become the person that you're supposed to be. I think it's one of those things that the more you work on your inner self and the more you create good habits in your life. I went from somebody who, when I was young, I was a heavy drinker, so much so that I got hepatitis when I was 17. I took loads of hard drugs. I smoked up until I was 27. But then I turned, something's flipped in me and I came out of that. I broke it. I learned hypnotherapy. Now I'm teetotal, vegan, and in a totally different space, meditating every day. And like I said, a very abundant life. And anyone can do that if you do that inner work. That's the key. It's so important. And that's what I teach, with clients and people. I teach that to them. So I think it's important. The first step for anyone who wants to change their life and wants to live in a more abundant place is to be absolutely crystal clear about what you want. And for me, one of the big things I wanted to live in a really sunny, happy, positive, laid-back place. And I'm living here in Portugal in the Algarve, and I love it. It's so conducive to, relaxation and living a happy, prosperous life. So that was one of the things, I did. I was set my goal like that, and that was at a time when I was struggling and, there was no outward possibility of me doing that because I didn't have the finances or the wherewithal to do it. But it was still a goal. I set that and I visualized it and I did it over and over again. And everything I ever did has manifest in the outside world. So you're creating this power in you that you're projecting out. And then when you do that, you've got all these programs running. Your vibration is at a different level. And the universe responds to you very positively, and you start to get these opportunities that come along very easily. You meet the right people at the right time, and you can transform your life in whatever way you want. You don't have to stay stuck with things that you're not happy with or, is not your divine purpose, because every single one of us at this time especially has incarnated into this life of dark and light to fulfill our potential and, raise our vibration as high as we possibly can and be a force for good in the world. And I feel so fortunate that I've been able to do that, you know, to heal myself from the inside out, and also be a good healer to other people and help other people. And I think when you've gone on that journey from healing yourself, you're more empathetic. You know, you understand other people's problems from the inside out. And so you're a much better healer because of that. And that was certainly the case for me. You know, I had to go on that tough journey to be able to do this. But I will continue on it. You know, I mean, we are all a work in progress. I've never met anyone who's the finished article. You know, we're all on this journey, and I'm peeling layers of those onions all the time. And I will be when I'm 90 still, because I want to get clearer. I want to get lighter. I want to raise my vibration as high as I possibly can. And that's the journey. And, you know, I've broken the cycle in my family, because my family were, you know, always struggled, and it was tough, and they had lots of addictions, lots of boozers and gamblers in my family. But because I've broken the cycle, my oldest son Lee is 33. He's just turned 33, and his spirituality developed at a very young age, and he's a part of the Krishna consciousness movement, and he goes to the temple in the manor, and he's immersed in that. He's been out to Vrindavan a number of times, and his spiritual knowledge, he's now teaching me. You know, for years and years, I taught him and I showed him the way. And when he was growing up in Essex and he was out in nightclubs and living the dream, he didn't see all that. You know, it was all a bit weird to him that myself and my wife at the time were immersed in this sort of spiritual growth world. So he didn't get it and he didn't understand it, but it impacted him over the years. And so his spirituality really blossomed in his mid-20s. And that's the impact. That's the impact I had on him. And the ripple effect is incredible. So when you heal yourself, that ripple effect goes out and changes people's lives around you. And it's quite incredible. And now Lee is my teacher a lot of the times. You know, he would have been out to Vrindavan, which he did a few months ago, and he'll come back and he'll tell me stories about it, and he'll teach me stuff, which is so incredible, you know, that my boy's teaching me now. And I love it. So that's the power of that inner work. So I know we're at 10 to 7 now. I'm not too sure how long I should continue speaking for, so I don't want to overtake my time, but
Glenn?
Maybe you can guide me.
Yeah, you know, Glenn, there is a question where it says that, Glenn, you and your son Lee are very good friends. So please tell us about the rapport that you share. And you've been introduced to Bhakti Yoga by Prash as well. And you love both beautiful souls. Do you want to tell us something about the beautiful relation you share?
Yeah, well, my son Lee is, he's my oldest son. I've actually got two little boys here now. They're 5 and 3. And I know Prash through Lee because they're really good friends. And yeah, with Lee, we've always been really close. And I wanted to give him everything I never had. So I wanted to be that solid father that was there to support him emotionally, spiritually, you know, financially. Obviously now he's older. I love looking after him in every way. And he's such an amazing adult. You know, everyone that knows Lee loves him. He cares about people. He's got this genuine love and care for people. And he's now trained as a hypnotherapist himself. And I'm sending him, you know, people want to see me, but I don't see people one-to-one so much anymore. So anyone that wants to see me, I send them to Lee. And Lee's getting amazing results with people. And he's working on Skype. And I couldn't do that just, you know, for the sake of nepotism, you know, because he's my son. I could only send people to him if I really thought he was doing the business. And he's getting amazing results. So yeah, if anyone got an anxiety issue or a phobia or anything like that, hypnotherapy is brilliant. And I recommend Lee because he's going to help you and continue that healing, because that's what it's all about.
Sure. I have one more question for you, Glenn. Since you mentioned about everything that you've experienced, and it definitely, made you a better person as a healer, especially, the transformation you had. And this will go to everyone across the world who really want to transform themselves, especially at this point of time when we have a little bit more time than we had otherwise. How difficult was it when you really gave up everything that you were into and to come into spirituality? So I think, some experience, for transformation, if you can really encourage everyone who really wants to get there, because I think we all drive and thrive to become better souls, better human beings. So if you can just tell us at that point of time when you said, when you were in your mid-20s and you transformed completely, can you just tell us something about that?
Yes, certainly. I mean, for me at that time, I got so sick of failure and struggle and hardship and, not having money, being broke. And so I developed this real fire in my belly that I wanted to change. I wanted to transform my life. But at that time, I didn't know. But when I saw the hypnotherapist on stage, I suddenly saw that tool for transformation. And that was the real key. I really had this hunger, this desire to, ultimately raise my vibration. I didn't know what that was at the time, but that was it. I wanted to pull myself out of the low vibrational life I was in. And I think that's the key. Whatever it is you want to get over or you want to change in your life, you have to really develop a strong desire to do that. Addictions are so tricky at times, in that, what is it? Oscar Wilde once said, I can resist anything except temptation. And it's so true. People get comfortable in their own addictions and they justify them and that kind of thing. But if you want to break out of those things, any bad habits or anything like that, you have to get this real fire and this passion inside you and affirm to yourself on every level that you're going to do it. And then really the key to it is using that part below the tip of the iceberg, the unconscious, to supercharge it and to build new programs in there so that you will then, do it easily. Because when you change those old programs, it is very easy. I mean, I've helped people quit lifelong habits in one session. Within 1 hour, they've quit a lifelong addiction that they haven't been able to break out of consciously. And that is the power of the unconscious mind. And anyone can do that if you've got the right focus and determination and that real fire in your belly.
Wow. So that is the power of the subconscious mind and the conscious mind. I'm going to tell all of you that please do download his meditation app by Glenn Herold, and that is the Insight Timer. And Glenn is the 4th most popular author out of thousands, and his meditations have been listened to over 6 million times. So please do download the app and feel the superpower within yourself and make sure that you become the best version of yourself. So I'm going to take this opportunity of thanking Glenn for being here with us. Thank you so much, Glenn Herold, for being an inspiration.
It's my pleasure. Namaste.
Namaste. Thank you so much. And to all our lovely souls, I'm supremely delighted to introduce our next speaker. She's extremely special, very, very vivacious, because I've been very fortunate enough to having met her. So I'm going to speak about our very amazing and gorgeous Dr. Sheila Dobie. Now, before I get into her professional outlook, I'm going to tell you something very interesting about Sheila Dobie. She's a master of all, and she's an ace at all the endeavors of hers. Now, that's a different story. Besides that, Dr. Sheila Dobie was invited to meet President Obama over a private dinner. And now that's pretty much interesting. And now coming to her professional profile, well, to all our lovely souls, please allow me to introduce Dr. Sheila Dobie. Was born in England and moved to the United States 20 years ago. She's a whole health dentist, a humanitarian, and an entrepreneur. She's also a television host. Dr. Dobie is the recipient of the Bay Area's Outstanding Woman of the Year Award and has been featured in numerous articles for her outstanding professional and social work. She's been the recipient of the California Patient Choice. Dr. Dobie takes a special interest in helping the underserved children and women in her local community. On the professional front, Dr. Dobie was the past president and dental health chair of Southern Alameda County Dental Society. She's a graduate of the American Dental Association Kellogg School of Management Institute for Diversity in Leadership. And her current passion is working with healcircle.org and kind #20. Look at her amazing smile, and with this lots of love, maybe please invite Dr. Sheila Dobie with a global namaste.
Namaste, Simran. What a lovely, beautiful thing to say. That was just so touching. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sweetheart. Thank you.
And I just want to say, I've been watching you on Facebook, and wow, you lead a very exciting life out there.
Thank you, Sheila. And we're extremely excited to hear from you, sweetheart.
So today I had to pick a topic which was about health and wellness. So it's all about dental health, which I know sometimes isn't the most exciting topic to pick. So I've tried to make it as informative and interesting as possible. So I tried to find a subject that was not so interesting and jazz it up for you guys. So here goes. Let me do my share screen. I'm getting used to using, ooh, let's have a look. Okay, let's have a look. Can you guys see my screen right now? Hello?
No, I can't see, sweetheart. I can't see the screen.
Now I'm gonna be so mad if my slides don't work because I put so much effort into this.
We take a second now. We wait for it, Sheila. Absolutely fine, sweetheart.
Got it. Okay, so it says desktop.
Sure, take your time. We have Dr. Sheila Dobie with optimizing immunity through oral health. Now, these days we're all talking of, having good immunity, and who better than Dr. Sheila Dobie to highlight us regards the same. So please take your time, Dr. Sheila.
Got it. Hold on, I'm not the most computer savvy person here, so I had to end up using this. Well, this is interesting. Okay.
Dr. Sheila, we've all been sailing in the same boat. It's just that it's the need of the hour, and that's how we've learned.
How does this happen to me? I feel I was preparing for this for like 24 hours and it still manages to happen.
I've had really funny experiences. So absolutely fine. If you want to take help of our team who's here with us, please feel free to do so, sweetheart. We can always wait for a minute or two for sure. You want to take help?
Dr. Sheila, this is the admin. If you see on your Zoom bar, there'll be a green button that says share screen.
Yep.
If you click on that, you'll have an option to select you press another blue button that says share screen.
Yeah, it says a desktop and then there's a triangle on there.
Are you using two monitors?
No, just one.
And your PowerPoint is...
Let me try something else. Let me see if I can open up on my iPad. Give me 1 second there. Okay. So, and I just want to apologize here. I had planned all of this. I just ended up changing the computer last night. So let me see if I can go on through a different network. 1 second.
Please take your time, Dr. Sheila. Please take your time. We are all at ease.
Pass out. Okay, let's have a look. I'm going to see if I can go from a different...
Thank you so much. We're going to have her back in the next few seconds. And, I'm going to really take this opportunity. I usually don't take his name at all. But Neil, thank you so much because, how nervous I am because of the technology. So we all are sailing in the same boat, and we all are really having the same jittery, the same nervousness, especially where technology is concerned. But now it's become the need of the hour. I'm going to take this opportunity of truly thanking Healing Our Earth for bringing everyone together and truly making this world a better place to live in, where we believe in that oneness, in that divine love, and we all coming together. So we're going to have Dr. Sheila Doby in a few seconds from now. And here she's back again. We all set, Sheila. Thank you, Dr. Sheila.
Wow, finally. All right, let's get start. Oh, hold on. You can see my old exciting presentation. Okay, so can you see the screen, everybody?
Yes, we are on.
Oh my gosh, I actually got this working. I'm so excited.
Awesome,
Right.
awesome. We're proud of you.
Thank you. Yeah, coming out, being a dentist, I'm not the most technological savvy person, so I'd like to again apologize, but now I'm all set to go. Okay, so we're ready to go. So now you guys can see my screen, right?
It's perfect. It's perfect. Yes, please.
Perfect. So now we can start and have a good time like it was supposed to be. So the topic we're going to be talking about is the immune system. So the immune system is, you can hear it all around the news. Everyone's talking about immune system, immune system. And why is it important to have a strong immune system? It's really important to have a strong immune system because the immune system is what's going to keep us safe and healthy. So there are many systems in the body, like the digestive system, for example. When you're eating food, you eat the food gets digested, goes into the stomach, and then the stomach takes out all the good nutrients and then puts that back into our bloodstream. And then now we're able to kind of have a healthy system that's working well and giving us the right amount of nutrition. So the immune system is what's really important, especially around now during this COVID time and this pandemic, is because that's what's going to protect us and keep us healthy. So we have to make sure that every single person has a strong immune system. Now, the issue with the immune system is we have kind of limited help. Now, I'm going to give you an example of what the immune system, how it works. Think about this like you're a little town. So your body is this little town. And in this town, we have one fire department. So this fire department has maybe 10 good firefighters in there. And then in one part of your town or your village, there's a fire. So it's going to send a couple of the firefighters there to take out that fire. And then somewhere else in the village, there's another fire. So that fire team go there to fight that other area. Now, the issue happens is if there's multiple fires, then how's that fire department going to handle getting all the fire under control? So the issue then is we have to make sure we limit the amount of fires that are happening in our body so that our body isn't constantly having fires, so that it takes all our resources of our firefighting team. So how do we prevent that? Now, there's natural inflammation and infection that's going to happen in our body. It could be from an autoimmune condition that you have. There's kinds of foods that you eat that cause inflammation in your body. If you have some diseases such as cancer, for example. So those firefighters are going to be dealing with those resources. But for us as human beings, we have to make sure that our teeth are very, very healthy because there is a lot of bacteria in our mouth. So one of the things that you probably didn't really realize is our mouth has 6 billion bacteria. And we have about 700 different species of bacteria. But the good news is a lot of them are great bacteria, which are really needed for our body. So there's good bacteria in our mouth and in our gut. But there's also a bunch of really bad bacteria. And if that bacteria gets into your body, it's very dangerous for you. So this is a little slide that I made and I worked on, and it basically talks about how the body is connected to the mouth, basically. So if we have an unhealthy amount of bacteria, for example, in the mouth where we have an overload, it can lead to issues such as Alzheimer's, dementia. The other thing that can happen is if you have bacteria in the mouth, that's unhealthy bacteria, it can actually go into the lungs and cause pneumonia and some other issues. The other thing that can happen is strokes and heart attacks because of the bacterial load getting into the bloodstream. There's reactions, more likely to get clotting. So therefore you can kind of see, and the point of this lecture really wasn't to stress you out and get you worried about something else, because before I go on and scare you, it's about just getting you healthier so that you can prevent all of these things, which can easily be done by simple things. So it's more just to bring to light that the oral health is really important. And there's a lot of people out there that have diabetes. And if you have gum disease or a lot of bacteria in your mouth, what's going to happen, it's going to cause the diabetes to not be fully under control. So that's a link that a lot of people didn't realize. So now I know a lot of people aren't able to go to the dentist, so they are worried about, hey, do they have healthy gums? Do they have unhealthy gums? So I'm just going to talk about what healthy gums look like. And we're also going to talk about a solution so that you don't be so worried if you do see something that you think, oh my gosh, I think I have that. So number one, healthy gums. So healthy gums look like this, nice and pink. There's no inflammation. Everything looks kind of firm. There's no smell in your mouth. Everything looks really good. And also healthy teeth also feel the same. Like you shouldn't have any toothaches. You shouldn't be having any like broken teeth or anything like that. Now, what does unhealthy gums look like? Now, unhealthy gums look this, as you can see with that black arrow. Unhealthy gums basically have puffiness. The gums look red, and we call this in the dental field gingivitis. But that's a word that you guys don't need to learn about that. Let it for us dentists. So gingivitis is that first stage of gum disease, and that's what the gums look like, kind of a little bit puffy and a little bit red. Now, sometimes the gums don't look like that, but you still have gingivitis. And how do you know that? Is if you're flossing or brushing and you look on your toothbrush and you can see that you have some blood or some just even like bleeding around certain areas of your mouth. So that's the first indicator that you might have some gum disease, a little bit of gingivitis. Now, don't worry, not everything that bleeds in your mouth could be gingivitis. Let's say you cut something when you were eating something, then that's not necessarily gingivitis. But gingivitis is very, very common. Studies have shown that 80% of the population has some kind of gingivitis somewhere. So it's very important that we take this seriously so that we know how to kind of treat it before it gets to the next level. Now, what is gingivitis as far as the treatment is brushing and flossing. So it's nice and simple. You got puffy gums, bleeding. All you have to do, get yourself a good toothbrush. I prefer electronic toothbrushes because they just work really hard and they're very fast. They go around and you just put a little bit of toothpaste on there, and then you can kind of go around all your teeth, and then you have good fresh breath, and also your teeth are nice and healthy and your gums are healthy. You have to be visiting the dentist regularly. Regularly is at least every 6 months, because that's when you're getting a lot of that bacteria that's going to be building up in your mouth. The other thing is making sure you're eating and drinking healthy foods. And I'm going to talk about that a little bit later. But it's the same thing that we all preach about health and wellness, eating the right foods, the right fruits and vegetables, but we'll talk about that in a second. Now, let's say we don't do anything about that gingivitis. So that gingivitis was basically the inflammation that was happening around the gums. What happens is the gums create a pocket because they're sort of bleeding and they get kind of puffy, and now they kind of open up a little bit, and then a pocket is created. When a pocket's created, then we have bigger problems, because what happens is bacteria now gets into that pocket and it gets worse and worse and worse. Now here is a diagram, and on the left you can see these kind of chunky pieces around the tooth. And what that is, that's the bacteria that starts eating away the bone structure. And then the next one, you can see that bone that holds the teeth actually gets less and less and less. And that's how some people, when they get older, they end up losing their teeth, because that gum disease has got underneath the gums, causing destruction of that bone area. And it's also causing bad breath. The other thing that you need to know about this level of gum disease is not everybody has the same signs and symptoms. It can be asymptomatic, where you think that everything's okay, but there's actually quite active and bad disease going on. That's why it's really important that you visit your dentist. For example, going to the dentist regularly is really important, because the dentist is actually going to look and check and make sure that you don't have active gum disease. How do we treat gum disease, just to let you know, is we actually go underneath the gums and we clean out all that bacteria that's under the gums. There are special antibacterial agents that we can use. I'm not a big fan of taking oral antibiotics because of other side effects. So sometimes, but we can put local antibiotics where we can go underneath the gums and just clean that out. And nowadays there's great technology such as laser. And laser is great because it goes in and disinfects the whole pockets and cleans up all the areas in the mouth. So if you do suspect you have gum disease, it's important to go to the dentist as soon as possible and make sure that that disease doesn't spread. Now, a recent CDC report showed that 47% of people had some kind of gum disease and periodontal disease at 30 years old. And that dramatically increased as people got above 65 years of age. It got up to the 70%. Another way that you can get bacteria in the mouth is by having cavities. And how do you get cavities? That's for another talk, because I know we don't have too much time here. But how you get cavities is basically you eating a lot of sugar and sweets, and then the bacteria eats that sugar, creates acid, and then you end up getting cavities. And that cavity, as the decays get bigger and bigger, can actually go into the jaw, can go into the bloodstream, and cause more issues, such as all of those issues that I mentioned. So it's really important, again, if you're noticing, I'm talking about sugar. Sugar is really, really bad, but we'll talk about that in a second. So how do we stay healthy? Now, staying healthy is there's the health of the body, which is kind of the eating and drinking, but a lot of that is also very helpful for oral health. So number one, we want to be brushing and flossing regularly. Now, why is that important? Because brushing gets rid of all the bacteria, the bad bacteria on the teeth. Flossing gets rid of the bacteria between the teeth. And let me give you a little tip about flossing. Flossing is something that a lot of people don't like doing, including me. So what I do is when I shower, I have a little cup and I put it on the side of my shower. And then I floss every day and I put it in that cup. And then once a week, I throw that cup out, and therefore it's gone. And the advantage of doing that is it's basically putting it into a system of something that you're doing every day anyway. So you're showering, so you might as well add flossing in there, because it's an easy routine to follow. Visiting your dentist at least every 6 months is very important, because your dentist will check everything, including any oral cancer that's in your mouth, any broken teeth, any jaw issues, making sure that everything is healthy, no gum disease, and just also the dentist will look for other things like throat issues and tissue issues in your mouth. Now, limiting the amount of sugar. We're going to talk about sugar in a second. That is probably one of the most important things that we can do, because sugar is very, very detrimental to the body. It's not only really bad for the brain, especially children. When children eat sugar, it's very, very detrimental for them, because it actually damages a part of their brain. And studies are showing it can actually damage the part that leads to empathy. So a lot of these children will act up, they'll be hyperactive, because they don't have that empathetic side of their brain working properly. The other thing that's important to know is there's a lot of hidden sugars that you don't know about. We'll talk about that in a second. Fruits and vegetables. Now, fruits and vegetables are great, especially foods that have a lot of fiber. These are a lot of the blueberries have antioxidants in there. Vegetables have all the right minerals that you need to stay healthy. For healthy teeth, you do need things like vitamin D, so making sure you're getting 15 minutes at least a day of natural sunlight. It's also important that you're getting the right amount of calcium through foods. And I really can't emphasize how important it is to be eating good quality foods, more of the organic foods, and eating whole foods and not highly processed foods. The other thing that's very, very important is making sure you're getting adequate sleep. Adequate sleep is very, very important because people don't realize the importance of sleep. And sleep not only is important for things like memory consolidation, making sure that your memories are all intact, but sleep is also important for your immune system. If you don't get enough sleep and the right quality sleep, then you are very likely to have some kind of immune issue. So it's very important that you have a right amount of sleep. And I'll talk about that in a second too. And something that a lot of people don't realize is limiting the amount of mouthwash that you use. So a lot of people say to me, well, I thought mouthwash is good, it kills all the bacteria. But mouthwash actually kills healthy bacteria in your mouth too. Because it's killing healthy bacteria, the healthy bacteria aren't able to do the good things that they need to be doing. The other thing that's bad about a lot of mouthwashes have alcohol in them. And there is a link between alcohol and potential oral cancer. So you really don't want to be, if you're using mouthwash, you want a mouthwash that doesn't have any alcohol in there. So make sure you check the label. Sleep is needed for immunity, like I mentioned. So one thing that a lot of people have around the world is this thing called sleep apnea. I'm not going to talk about it here because of the essence of the time that I have. And I can if we do have a little bit more time at the end, but sleep apnea is very prevalent in the society. And that's basically people that are sleeping, but they're not able to breathe fully. So what happens is in the night, you actually stop breathing a few times an hour. And therefore, you don't get enough oxygen, and oxygen is really important for your body. And one of the key indicators of someone that has sleep apnea is someone that snores, because they're not getting enough oxygen in there. Now, it doesn't mean if you're snoring that you have sleep apnea, but it is an indicator that you could have sleep apnea. And sleep apnea, and if you have a thick tongue, because a thick tongue and a thick throat also, because what happens is there's a lot of fat and it kind of closes up that airway. So please make sure when you see your doctor, you discuss sleep apnea. Just say, hey, could you check that? Do I have sleep apnea, for example? The other thing that you can do is ask your dentist, because we can actually make an appliance that slightly moves your jaw in a position that we are able to allow you to breathe properly. So therefore, I did want to talk about sleep apnea a little bit here because it's so important for immunity, but that's a whole conversation that we can have at another talk. So it's very important to get good quality sleep, a good 6 to 8 hours of sleep, and the quality of sleep has to be good so that you're really, really resting. Now, this is my favorite topic. My favorite topic is called hidden sugars because it's hidden and a lot of people just don't know how bad it is, and the fact that hidden sugars are everywhere. So a lot of people are eating highly processed food, and highly processed food is basically a lot of the stuff that comes in a package. Any box of cereal or anything that you're kind of holding and that has a bunch of ingredients in there that you can't read. Like if, for example, if it's got something like dextrose in there, that's not a normal word. It's not like apple or kale or an orange. Anything that sounds different is usually that word means that it's a chemical base, it's a non-natural form. So rule of thumb is if you're looking at something on a package and you don't recognize the words, it's probably not good for you. You want to be looking at words that you recognize. And anything that has an O's in it or anything that just sounds complicated, or E numbers, flavorings, all of those are unnatural. But for dental health, hidden sugars are very, very dangerous. They're dangerous for you generally because hidden sugars can lead to diabetes and other health issues. But if you have a lot of the sugars in your diet, you're going to get increase of bacteria in your mouth, which is unhealthy for your system, and also a high risk of getting tooth decay. So if you can see on this slide, we've got over 90 different names for tooth decay. And that's really bad because sure that most of you didn't realize that all of these things, if you kind of look through there, you've got glucose, fruit juice, for example, you're not going to know that that's bad for you because you're going to be like, oh, fruit juice. But fruit juice is another way of saying sugar. And if you kind of look down there, even coconut sugar, syrup, all of these things are just really, really bad for you. So you have to be making sure you're looking at a label and you are seeing if it has any of these things in there. So here's a little guessing game for all of you. I would like you to guess how much sugar is in an average can of your favorite drink. So I don't know if we're interactive here. If you can, Simran, can you hear me?
Yes, my dear, I can. And I'm like trying to guess. Is it 2, 6, or 10 teaspoons?
Simran, what do you think it is?
How much sugar?
Yeah.
I'm scared, but maybe 6 teaspoons.
6 teaspoons. Okay. So you're going for the 6?
No, I'm going for 10. You don't see
me. You're going
coming.
for 10. All right. It is actually 10 teaspoons. So let's talk about how would we know if, how can we read a label to see that? So most of us have been drinking a lot of these sodas for many, many years. And a lot of us, wouldn't you agree, Simran? I mean, did you know that it was 10 teaspoons of sugar in that can?
No, I had absolutely no idea. In fact, oh my God, I just can't believe this. No, I had absolutely no idea.
Okay, so would you like to know how you would be able to identify that in your foods?
Yes, please. It'll be of great help to all of us across the world.
Perfect. So every food packaging has a label on it. So can you see that it says on the side here, nutritional facts, and I've circled, it says 1 can. So 1 can will tell you how many sugars it has. So here it says total sugars is 39 grams. Now, the thing is, most people don't know what 39 grams means because we just don't think in metrics and amounts. So what you do is whatever that number is where it says total sugars, you divide it by 4. And then that will tell you the amount of teaspoons that you're having. So if you're looking at it, it's 9.75. So I rounded it up to 10 teaspoons of sugar that you are having in 1 can of Coke. Now, there's something else I want to share with you. Sometimes if you have a bottle of Coke or something and it says serving size, it might say 2 servings. So basically what it's telling you is that 1 can or that 1 bottle actually has 2 servings. So then you have to times this by 2 because there's actually 2 servings in one of those containers. So that's another trick that a lot of the food industry, which is $1 trillion industry, sugar is, that doesn't tell you that there is so much sugar in there because they kind of hide it in serving size, number 1, and they hide it in grams because you don't know what it is. There's something else I want to point out in this nutritional label. Look at the ingredients here. Carbonated water. So carbonated water has a lot of acid in there, and acid eats away your teeth. So if you're having drinks that have a lot of acid in there, what's going to happen is that acid is actually going to eat the teeth and cause holes and cavities, and then this cavity gets close to the nerve and then actually goes into the nerve, and then you get major infections in the body. The other ingredients in there is called high fructose corn syrup. High fructose corn syrup is something that's very damaging to you. Caramel color, phosphoric acid. I mean, who wants to be drinking acid? Natural flavors, which I don't know where the natural flavors are, but probably not. And caffeine. Caffeine's also is a stimulant there. So bet you guys didn't know about that, right? So that's the end of my presentation, and I do want to ask, have you guys ask me any questions because I'm very passionate about this. You can find me on my website, yourcaringdentist.com, and I'm on the usual channels, Facebook and Instagram. And I'm also part of the #Kind20 movement, where we are going to be hosting a YouTube channel soon where we're going to be talking about health and wellness and getting people healthy and happy. So let's get back to us on Zoom.
Thank you.
Now that I know you use it.
Yeah. Thank you for your charming smile. And so now I'm going to tell this to everyone. If you want the bright smile like Dr. Sheila Dovey, then we have to follow all this. And we have a question for you, Dr. Sheila. And this comes from, Rima Sharma. She says, can you please speak again on sleep apnea?
Okay, yes, sleep apnea is very prevalent in the society. So sleep apnea is when you're not getting adequate sleep while you're actually resting. So what happens is you're sleeping, you're fast asleep, and during that time, you will actually stop breathing for a couple, like it could be maybe even up to 20 times in the night. So then you're not getting enough oxygen. And the way that you can tell if you do have sleep apnea is if you can hear someone snoring or if you're snoring very loudly also. The other thing is if you have a pretty much thick neck, if you're waking up and you just feel very tired and not rested enough, sometimes it could be a dry mouth that you wake up with and headaches. So if you do suspect sleep apnea, the best thing to do is you can get a sleep study test done. And you go to your dentist or there's some dentists don't do sleep apnea, but so for example, in my office, we do sleep apnea. We can actually send the patient home with a sleep study. And what they do is it's a simple thing. You put it on your finger, and it's measuring the amount of oxygen and how often you're actually waking up in the night. And if you're waking up more than a certain amount of times, then you have sleep apnea. And it's very important to treat sleep apnea because not only is it bad for your health, increased risk of heart attacks, strokes, but it's also really because when you're sleeping, your immune system is kind of repairing itself. So you really need it for making sure that your immune system is working healthy. Now, if you go to the doctor and they do determine you have sleep apnea, it's not a big deal. It's a very easy thing to do. They can actually make a device where you kind of put it right near your nose, and then it gives you the right amount of oxygen, kind of feeding oxygen into your body so that you are getting the right amount of oxygen. The other thing is the dentist can actually make an appliance that kind of moves your jaw in a position so that it opens up your airway so that you are able to get the right amount of oxygen that way.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Dr. Sheila, I have a question. I was most of the time hiding my face throughout because I was like, oh yes, I'm not aware of most of the things that I learned right now from you. And actually, it's been an eye-opener for all of us. And we're talking of wellness, we're talking of immunity, which is of great essence at this point of time across the world. So I'm going to take this opportunity of thanking you as well. And you've spoken of all the great foods that we can have. You also spoke of the fruit juices. Is it still fine to not have canned juices and to have fresh juices, or even the fresh juices, since they have glucose, we should try and avoid them?
So if you're going to do juicing, the problem that with juices is it strips all the healthy fibers away. So fiber is really important. It's good for the teeth. It's good for your body generally. And if you're taking, if you're juicing, you're stripping the good nutrients from the fruits. So I would always say try and eat more of your fruits and juice. If you're going to juice, for example, just juice a little bit. Because if you're having oranges, for example, oranges taste great, but you're having 10 oranges in orange juice, that's a huge amount of sugar. So be mindful with how much you're juicing. The other thing that you can do is make a smoothie. If you're going to make a smoothie, I always say smoothie should be about 75% vegetables and the rest of it can be fruit. But when you do juice, you do take away the healthy fibers, and you don't want to be having too much of it because, yes, that is a lot of that's a lot of extra sugar that you're having.
Sure. Thank you so much. So we're going to have less of sugar, but have a sugary smile, just like Dr. Sheila. And you have a really bright smile, Dr. Sheila. And to become like her and to have a bright smile like hers, we're going to follow you. Everything that you've mentioned to us is that we have great wellness within ourselves. We become really good with our oral hygiene as well, as far as everything that you've spoken, not to have much sugars and how to take care of our hygiene, as well as, of course, if you want to look bright as well, because, you're going to be in great shape as well. So I'm going to tell you, Sheila, Dr. Sheila, thank you so much for the lovely guidance that you've given us. And it's been absolutely wonderful, as always, to have you here. And you're looking so lovely in pink.
Thank you so much for having me. I think it's such a great thing that you're doing, Simran and Neil, and doing this wonderful thing for the community. And I think this is exactly what we need around now. This is a great time to get healthy and work on our mental health and our general body so that we can stay healthy during this pandemic.
Thank you so much. And we're truly thankful to Dr. Sheila. And towards the end, as I said, that though we won't intake sugar, but we surely need that sugary kindness and sugary smile. Thank you once again. And, with a namaste, I want to thank our lovely Dr. Sheila Dobby. Thank you so much, sweetheart.
Thank you.
Thank you to all our lovely souls from across the world. I'm truly delighted to thank the entire crew of Healing Our Earth. So please join me in thanking our technical director, Nishith, our technical co-director, Malesh. On the media front, thank you very much to Varsha, Anita, and Kesh. And we also had by standby Deepa, Sarita, and Dr. Milan. Thank you so much for being here with us. And the very brilliant hosts, I love both of them, Dr. Lalit Soda and Miss Renu Gedumal. Thank you so much to both of you. Prash, you know how much we love you. Thank you for your contribution. And we truly look forward to your session every now and then. So thank you to each and every one of you. And this is a gentle reminder. The coming week is the 6th International Yoga Day celebration. And we here at Healing Our Earth are celebrating International Yoga Day Special, where Healing Our Earth brings you a marathon session from yoga contributors globally. So kindly do take a look at the website, www.healingourearth.com. And on the 28th of June, we have Kids and Teens Day, where children aged teenagers will display their skills on many matters of life and earth. So if you wish your children should be a part of this, kindly do get in touch with us and contact us via our website, healingourearth.com. So thank you so much to each and every one of you. Today was absolutely, fabulous sessions we had since morning British Summer Time up till now. And I'm going to request all of you to kindly join us for the Gayatri Mantra. So let us remember everything that is said. It's all in the spine, keeping our backs tall, our face relaxed. Om Bhuvasvaha Tatsarviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Diyo Yona Prachodaya. Om Bhuvasvaha Tatsarviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Diyo Yona Prachodaya. Om Bhuvasvaha Tatsarviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Diyo Yona Prachodaya. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Slowly rubbing those palms together and cupping your eyes. Gently opening your eyes from darkness towards light. Healing Our Earth thanks each and every beautiful soul from across the world for being here with us. Please kindly be with us the coming week for the International Yoga Day celebration, which is a special session on yoga. I look forward to meeting all of you. And on behalf of our entire crew of Healing Our Earth, our humble thanks to each and every one of you. Hari Om.